Chapter 2I, Travel Through Time, Have a System. Chapter 2I, Travel Through Time, Have a System. After finishing a day of classes and training, Jian Chuanju dragged his tired body back home. It was not until he sat in the porch and looked at himself in the mirror, who was only 8 or 9 years old, that Jian Chuanju put away the fake smile on his face. Ju sighed helplessly. It turns out that imitating other people's lives is such a tiring thing. Lanzai, go put away the ninja tools first, I'll come and prepare dinner later. Quack. The little frog looked at Jian Chuanju with a little worry, stretched out his little hand and gently patted the boy's calf. Finally, he picked up the ninja tool bag and jumped towards the tool room. Jian Chuanju looked at himself in the mirror and fell into deep thought. In fact, some more perceptive classmates and teachers have already noticed Jian Chuanju's recent changes, but fortunately, most people in the Hidden Mist village are relatively indifferent and don't care too much about what happens to others. Jian Chuan Orange, its original name, is no longer important. In fact, I am not a native of this world. A month ago, I was just an ordinary person working from 9 to 5. Since I was almost hit by a truck twice, I felt that I might be unlucky, so I took a long vacation and planned to rest at home for a while. However, when he woke up, he found himself traveling to the ninja world and became a 9-year-old war orphan from the Hidden Mist village. Fortunately, I inherited all the memories of the original owner after traveling through time. As a half 2D fan, I can't say I know the anime Naruto in detail, but at least I have watched the plot in its entirety and understand its general development. Jian Chuanju naturally knew clearly what kind of place the ninja world was. Since the end of the Warring States period, the ninja world has established the ninja village system, with the original intention of peaceful development and mutual restraint. However, the actual situation has not changed much. The Ninja World War breaks out every 10 years or so, and local confrontations and the killing of ninjas due to missions have never stopped. Not to mention that there are some guys who are powerful but not very smart and want to exterminate entire clans, massacre villages, and destroy the world. Even the Konoha village where the original protagonist Naruto Uzumaki lives is not peaceful. They said that the village was built to prevent children from going to the battlefield, but every time there was a war, children in their teens or even a few years old were sent to fight on the front lines. However, Jian Chuanju is actually more miserable. The Hidden Leaf village at least still has superficial peace and unity. The Hidden Mist village is too lazy to even do these hypocritical things, and the implementation of the Blood Mist policy makes the atmosphere of the entire village even more cruel and cold-blooded. However, all this is just potential danger. The biggest and most pressing impact on Jian Chuanju at the moment is the ninja school graduation exam. All students of the Hidden Mist Ninja School, if they want to become official ninjas, must kill a fellow student in the graduation exam, which is a cruel exam with a mortality rate of at least 50%. The graduation exam for Jian Chuanju's class is in 4 months. Moreover, as a time traveler who knows the plot, Jian Chuanju is under much greater pressure than ordinary students. Because he inherited the original owner's memory after traveling through time, he immediately discovered that he had a classmate named Mamakai Zabuza. Jian Chuanju knew clearly that this guy in the original Naruto was the one who killed all the students who took the exam when they graduated from the ninja school, forcing the Hidden Mist village to cancel this cruel exam. In other words, if Tachibana Kanigawa cannot defeat Zabuza Mamakai, his chance of passing this test is 0. As an ordinary person who traveled from a peaceful world, Jian Chuanju just wants to live a stable and comfortable life. At least he has to live until the Boruto era. At least by then the ninja world will already have technologies like game consoles and the internet, so I can then just be a stay-at-home in peace. Fortunately, there is always a way out. As an ordinary time traveler, Jian Chuanju comes with a cheat code called the Almighty Pokemon Lottery System. I still can't look at the name of this system. Jian Chuanju covered his face and sighed. It has been more than a month since he traveled here, and Jian Chuanju has already roughly understood the general functions of this system. The system currently has 3 sections, namely lottery, task, and achievement. You can earn gold coins through tasks and achievements, but it's a pity that these gold coins have no physical form and can only be used to draw lots in the system. There isn't even a system mall. Currently, there is only one type of task in the task bar, which is daily tasks. Regardless of whether you complete it or not, 4 tasks will be refreshed at 0:10 every day. Each task costs 20 gold coins. If you complete all of them, you can get an additional gold coins. After more than a month of completing the tasks, Jian Chuanju knew that the daily tasks were simple tasks such as throw a kunao 200 times, answer a class question, and help the widow next door. So recently Jian Chuanju's classmates often saw him practicing alone after school, not only because of his sense of urgency for the future, but also because he was simply doing the daily tasks. Aside from daily quests, it is unclear how other quests are triggered. Jian Chuanju guessed that one might have to become a ninja to take on village missions, and there might be new types of missions. Next is the achievements module. The advantage of daily tasks is that they are stable, but probably because I have just arrived in the ninja world not long ago, Jian Chuanju has triggered various achievements in the past month. Although only the achievement of newly arrived in ninja world, which is a novice gift package, gave 300 gold coins. Other achievements like today's achievement of beating up a kid only give a pitiful 5 to 10 gold coins, but there are many different types of achievement triggers. Like tasting 10 kinds of food, talking to 100 people, and even yesterday triggering an achievement with unknown meaning, sorry, I'm on the road of life, because I was late for school for the first time. However, because the triggering conditions for all achievements were unknown, I tried them randomly at the beginning and found that the efficiency of active exploration was too low. Jian Chuanju no longer focused on this aspect and began to trigger them at random. The last and most important thing is the lottery interface. According to the introduction after clicking, in the lottery interface, one chance to draw a lottery is exchanged for every 160 gold coins. A purple item is guaranteed to appear in 10 consecutive draws. A gold item is guaranteed to appear in 90 draws from the same prize pool. After a gold item is drawn, the cumulative number of draws will be reset to 0. The specific gold and purple item rewards will depend on what is in the up pool you draw. Although it is an all-around Pokemon draw, there are only 3 draw pools at the moment. One is currently unknown pool. Jian Chuanju has not yet figured out how to open it. The second is the general attribute up pool, which contains a wide variety of prizes, from mutually destructive moves such as Big Bang to props with unknown meanings such as gold coins on Meow Meow's head. There is also a novice-only up pool that you can only draw from 20 times. Because the novice up pool has a 1280% discount for 10 consecutive draws, Jian Chuanju, who had saved up gold coins more than half a month ago, decisively made 10 consecutive draws from the novice up pool. As a result, apart from summoning unique, golden item unique, master the summoning art and randomly summon a Pokemon as the host's summoning beast. This Pokemon has growth potential and the initial intimacy is full, which looks high-end but is actually just a froggy that is not even level 5, the other prizes seem a bit useless. The blue item's medicine and PP supplement can still be said to be of some use. However, I don't know if it's because of localization, but after the prizes were taken out, wound medicine turned into ointment, and PP supplement directly turned into special military pills. Jian Chuanju took out a small portion and tested it. He could only say that it was slightly better than the medicine bought from the village pharmacy, but only to a limited extent. The others are just some white items that are so inexplicable that they don't even have an introduction, such as pedo's feathers, yellow cones, roasted fruits, orange mail, small mushrooms, scrap metal, and marbles. Fortunately, there is the Pokemon frog, which is also a creature from another world, but a partner that can be fully trusted. Even though its combat power is not strong now, it still brings a lot of psychological comfort to Jianchuanju. So Jianchuanju named the frog Jianchuanblue, thinking that even if it evolved into Greninja, this name would always accompany it. Let it grow up as your partner, not just a simple ninja beast or Pokemon. Of course, out of a slightly shameful feeling, Jianchuanju still calls it Blue Boy more often. After this period of hard work, plus the achievement reward for beating up the kid today and the daily task rewards, I finally saved up 1,305 gold coins. Jianchuanju looked at the gold coin number on the system panel, then looked at Lanze, who had packed up the ninja tools and was looking at him with a worried look on his face. Let's eat first. We've been waiting all day. There's no need to rush. Since coming to this ninja world full of dangers, Jianchuanju began to consciously try to be calm no matter what he did. People who are too impulsive and impatient will not survive long in the ninja world. Anyway, there will be a lottery today, so it won't hurt to wait patiently. Jianchuanju forced himself to calm down. I got up, changed my shoes, cooked, and ate with Lanze, completing everything step by step as usual. He looked at the time and it was 2200 hours. He had already washed his hands and face, and after calming down, Jianchuanju opened the system panel. Blue, come and pray with me. Although being a ninja requires one to face everything calmly, since time travel has already happened, it shouldn't be embarrassing to ask for God's protection, right? May all the gods and Buddhas bless you, Laozi, Tathagata Buddha, Arceus. Quack. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Continuous Draws. Chapter 3 10 draws in a row, click to win a prize. No matter whether praying to gods or Buddhas is really useful, in short, you have done everything you can, and the rest is up to God. Jianchuanju just held Lanze in his arms, quietly watching the flickering lottery interface. But in a moment, all the light balls on the lottery interface condensed and exploded again. Seeing the ball of light explode, Jianchuanju immediately stared at the panel intently, and vaguely saw several purple lights mixed in it. It's not bad. Although there is no gold like last time, it seems that there is more than one purple. In fact, Jianchuanju was a little skeptical that the golden psychic scroll that appeared last time might have something to do with the SSR benefit for novices. So he didn't have such high expectations this time. Now there is more than one purple color, which is already a big explosion for him. 10 prizes are lined up on the panel. Features * torrent, purple item, water attribute attack power is increased when injured. The more serious the injury, the greater the power increase, up to 100% increase in water attribute attack power. Movement learning tool, water style * water flow ring, purple item, water style ninjutsu. Seals are used to release a stream of water with healing effects, which can heal a certain degree of injury to the target surrounded by the water. Performing it in a water environment can save chakra consumption. Magic candy, purple item, candy full of energy. After eating, it can improve your strength, physique, chakra, and other attributes in all aspects. Good wound medicine, blue item, can be taken orally or used externally, moderately restores the user's injuries. The other white items are magnificent carp scales, green cubes, mumu cheese, cherry fruit, golden beads, and salt. Jianchuanju looked at the panel and was slightly excited. Although there was no gold, the prizes this time were obviously much more practical. Without thinking too much, Jianchuanju had already started taking out the prizes from the panel. As a result, the first prize feature * torrent caught him off guard. Characteristic * torrent. After it was taken out, it turned out to be a blue ball of light, which quickly merged into Jianchuanju's body before he could observe it carefully. Jianchuanju felt it carefully, and he seemed to have a better understanding of the changes in the nature of water. However, perhaps because he was not injured, the changes were not too obvious. So, I now have the torrent attribute. Jianchuanju looked at the confused Lanze in his arms strangely. Although I don't have a very detailed understanding of Pokemon, I still know about Riptide, which is the signature characteristic of the 3 starter water-type Pokemons throughout the generations. Instead it was our own little frog Lanzay. Although it is also the classic water-attributed starter Pokemon, after so many days of training and testing together, Jian Chuanju guessed that it should be the hidden characteristic of changeable. However, the effect of characteristic * torrent is to increase the power of water attribute attacks. At the moment, let alone water attribute attacks, I haven't even mastered a single water-style ninjutsu. Besides, reality is not a game, and getting injured will affect the combat. Do I have to perform ninjutsu while spitting blood and falling to the ground? The original body's father, as a chunin, should know a few water-style ninjutsu. Although his mother worked at the Hidden Mist Hospital and was not a formal ninja, she also mastered some basic healing ninjutsu. However, the two had died in battle several years ago, and except for the house and pension, they left behind only 3 ninjutsu scrolls C, D, and D, namely Water Clone, Mist Hidden Technique, and Healing Technique. Jian Chuanju has only just started to learn these 3 ninjutsu on his own, and currently he has only mastered the basic 3 body techniques taught in the ninja school. Moreover, among the 3 ninjutsu, perhaps only Water Clone can have some water attribute attack effect. Injuring yourself to increase the attack power of your Water Clone is too stupid. However, since the characteristics were directly integrated into his body, Jian Chuanju had some guesses about the next prize. Sure enough, as the movement learning device, Water Style * Water Flow Ring was taken out from the panel, the learning device, which was supposed to be in the shape of a disc, turned into a light blue scroll the size of a forearm. After Jian Chuanju took the scroll in his hand, knowledge about the hand seals, usage techniques and principles of the ninjutsu Water Style * Water Flow Ring instantly flooded into his head. At the same time, Jian Chuanju also learned that what he has mastered so far is only the basic application of this ninjutsu. If he draws the same skill in the future, he can enhance the effect of the ninjutsu. Of course, diligent practice or improvement of your own strength can also increase the power of ninjutsu, and the two can be combined. Ding! Master a water ninjutsu and unlock the achievement Pa. 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 Ding! Master the change of water attribute properties, master a water escape ninjutsu, and unlock the water attribute up pool. The sudden system prompt interrupted Jian Chuanju's thoughts. What the hell is this achievement? I clearly learned the water flow ring. So does spitting count as water escape? Then does this rapid flow characteristic of mine mean that when I'm seriously injured and spit on someone, it will hurt even more? Jian Chuanju held his forehead in silence. But a new prize pool has been unlocked. So the condition for unlocking the new prize pool is to master the corresponding attribute ninjutsu. Jian Chuanju thought uncertainly. Because my original body has mastered the attributeless 3-body technique, I initially have a general attribute up pool. Looking at the opening lottery panel, there are still 3 prize pools. However, the novice pool has disappeared after the 20 draws with a % discount. The 3 current pools are the general up pool, the water up pool, and the pool. Pokemon has many more attributes than ninjas, and where can I learn ninjutsu like dragon, psychic, and evil? And the ninja school also teaches basic fighting skills, and even has a special swordsmanship course because of the characteristics of Kirigakuer, so why hasn't the fighting prize pool been unlocked? It seems that the system still needs to be studied. Forget it. With my current level and the amount of gold coins I have, I don't need to consider these for now. Jian Chuanju gave up further research on the system mechanism and tried to pass the scroll to Lanzay. However, Lanzay said that he did not learn this water escape technique directly. Is it a one-time thing? Or can I be the only one who can instill the learning? When I opened the ninjutsu scroll I had just drawn, I found that there was actually text content inside the scroll, which detailed the release method and operating principle of this ninjutsu. In that case, Can other people also learn this ninjutsu through practice? That's good news. Then Jian Chuanju looked at the scroll unfolded on the ground and twitched his lips slightly. Although I haven't played much of the Pokemon series, the disc of the move learning device has been changed into a scroll. What the hell? This localization is quite thorough. If both the characteristics and the moves can be used. With the examples of the first two prizes, Jian Chuanju reopened the receiving interface, looked at the magic candy in his hand and without much thought, threw it into his mouth. Really? As the magic candy melts in your mouth. Jian Chuanju clearly felt that his chakra limit was slowly increasing, but he didn't feel the improvement in his physical fitness as deeply. However, since it was mentioned in the system description, it must have increased. Although there is no data to show it directly, it should be a level increase. Jian Chuanju clenched his fists slightly. Sigma, Qua. Lanze looked at this guy who unceremoniously threw the candy used to upgrade Pokemon into his mouth, his big eyes full of confusion. Haha, sorry, I'm in urgent need of improving my strength right now. If there are more candies in the future, I'll let you have a taste too. He patted Lanze's head to comfort the little frog, then took out the remaining props. First, give the cherry fruit and green block to Lanze. Don't be angry, eat some wagashi first. Because there were no system descriptions for the white items, and Jian Chuanju didn't know their specific effects, he gave them all to Lanze just like the last time he drew the fruit. Green square Lanze looked a little embarrassed, but he frowned and swallowed it in one gulp. Jian Chuan Orange seemed to remember that the green squares tasted bitter. However, the blocks should all provide some improvement in one aspect, so there won't be any problem after eating them. Pokemon has a strong ability to distinguish food, and does not just choose food based on taste. Good wound medicine is also good. I used the wound medicine I drew last time to test its effect. This time, Jian Chuanju plans to keep it and try to see if I can research the formula. After all, it has been localized into an ointment, so maybe it is feasible. Jian Chuanju was very satisfied to be able to draw the golden bead from the white debris. The actual object was the size of an ordinary marble, and Jian Chuanju was ready to find an opportunity to sell it. The original body's parents died in battle and received regular pensions. Moreover, due to the strict blood mist policy, the Hidden Mist village attached great importance to the protection of war orphans and the payment of pensions. But after all, they are just chunins and medical personnel, and Jian Chuanju's current funds are only enough to maintain life and basic training. Jian Chuanju plans to put away the other miscellaneous props for the time being. Who knows, he might be able to figure out other uses for them in the future. I really made a lot of money with the 10 combos this time. The Riptide feature is not very useful before I master the offensive water jutsu. However, since the water jutsu * water flow ring ninjutsu is likely to be learned by others, and it happens to be a healing ninjutsu, I can make other plans for graduating from the ninja school. Jian Chuanju looked at the little frog who was busy helping to pack up beside his legs. I have all the characteristics and skills. Even the magic candy has an effect on me. So who is the Pokemon? End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Class. Chapter 4 Class. The next morning, Ninja School. Water style * mist hidden technique is the signature ninjutsu of our mist hidden village. Maybe only a few of you will have the opportunity to learn this ninjutsu, but I require all of you to understand the mist hidden technique and learn how to fight within the range of the mist hidden technique. At the podium at the front of the classroom, the young teacher is giving a lecture seriously. However, most of the students' attention was obviously not on the teacher. The two students on Jian Chuanju's right side obviously haven't recovered from the emotions of yesterday's practical test, and are excitedly discussing several exciting duels from yesterday. Swoosh boom! A kunao, carrying a sound of wind, brushed past the head of a student in the front row and then pierced directly into the desks of two students who were still in high spirits. The young teacher looked coldly at the two students who were stunned by the sudden kunao. Why? Do you want to come up and talk about your understanding of the mist hidden technique? What if you are lucky enough to graduate and become a ninja, but you know nothing about the mist hidden technique? Are you prepared to stand there in the mist and wait for death with the enemy when your captain uses the mist hidden technique in the future missions? Speak up. As the young teacher's voice gradually became louder, almost all the students fell silent, focused their thoughts and looked straight ahead. However, Jian Chuanju was an exception, because just now his attention was completely attracted by the guy sitting in the first row because he was shorter than other students in the same class. It was obvious that the other party had not been listening carefully before and was staring out the window in a daze, but at the moment when the Chunin teacher threw the kunao, he suddenly turned around and showed signs of taking a defensive posture. Has Mamakai Zabuza's strength really improved? It seems that he didn't use his full strength during the test yesterday. Ever since he traveled through time and found out that he was in the same class with this eyebrowless killer, and that they would take the graduation exam together, Jian Chuanju often observed Zabuza intentionally or unintentionally. Jian Chuanju inquired about the content of the previous exam, which was that all students of the same class were thrown onto an island, and each was given a token. Only those who obtained 2 tokens could board the ship and leave the island at the end of the exam to graduate from the ninja school. According to Jian Chuanju's estimation, Zabuza's strength at that time must have been obviously a level higher than these students. Perhaps 4 months later Zabuza might have become a new Chunin, and only in this way would he be able to kill all the more than 100 civilian candidates taking the exam in the examination room. Yes, only civilian students take part in this cruel graduation exam, or rather, only civilian students exist in the Kirigakure Ninja School. Although the ninja school of the Hidden Mist Village imitates the ninja school system established by the second Hokage, it is different from the school system of Konoha Village, where even the Hokage's own son and the genius boy from the prestigious Uchiha family will go to school with the common people. Only civilians, war orphans, and children of ninjas from small families attend the Kirigakure Ninja School. I heard that when the second Mizukage first established the ninja school, some descendants from bloodline families or mystic families enrolled in the school. However, ever since the third Mizukage implemented the blood mist policy, capable families have basically adopted the approach of internal training, and after passing the test, they will apply to the village to become a ninja. After all, this kind of assessment still has some element of luck, and no one wants their own children to be wasted for no reason. This gap further led to increasingly serious confrontation between the ninja factions and the civilian factions in the Hidden Mist Village. Jian Chuanju guessed that this was probably the reason why Zabuza did not suffer any backlash after massacring the students, but was still able to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the future. The deceased student had no background, Zabuza's behavior was in line with the rules, and he also proved his ninja talent, so naturally no one would hold him accountable. This cruel ninja world is so cold and ruthless. At first, after Jian Chuanju had just passed the period of confusion about time travel, he began to become a little arrogant, thinking that as a time traveler with a golden finger, he would be able to easily defeat Mamakai Zabuza in 5 months. As a result, the first lottery draw dealt him a heavy blow, as the 10 prizes had little effect on improving his combat power. From then on, Jian Chuanju realized the reality that the lottery was indeed unreliable. If one had bad luck in the lottery and did not work hard, he might not even be able to beat ordinary students of the same period in the graduation examination. The huge gap in achievement made Jian Chuanju once consider whether he should join a blood-inherited family to survive and develop, or break his leg before the exam and try to stay in the next grade. Anyway, after Zabuza's massacre this year, the fight and elimination system will be cancelled in next year's exam, so I can become a ninja safely. After all, to come to such a dangerous world, one must become a privileged class like a ninja. And he has a golden finger, what he lacks is only time to develop. However, yesterday, he drew the water-style medical ninjutsu water-style * water flow ring, which gave Jian Chuanju some new ideas. After school today, I still have to go to the hospital to see Aunt Keiko. However, Jian Chuanju was still thinking about his next arrangements. If an ordinary Chunin uses his full strength to perform the mist hidden technique, with an initial range of 10 square meters, how long will it take for it to spread to cover a forest of 3,600 square meters? Jian Chuan, you answer it. The teacher at the podium may have noticed that Jian Chuanju, who always actively answered questions in class recently, was actually daydreaming, so he immediately took the initiative to call on him to stand up and answer the question. Okay. First of all, we can regard the conventional mist hidden technique as a circle. The diffusion speed of the ordinary Chunin mist hidden technique is about XX. Due to the influence of the forest on the ninjutsu, the time taken is at number %. That's a good answer. Pay attention in class. Jian Chuanju secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead when he sat down. When he saw Lanze, who was already sleeping on the desk, he almost couldn't keep the fake smile on his face. Fortunately, these questions in the ninja school are all at the elementary school level and are combined with some ninja common sense. Also, because of my recent positive performance and leaving a good impression on all the teachers, I was not singled out as a negative example. Ding! Complete 50 correct answers in class to unlock the achievement Starlight Ania. Appear. Not bad, and I also achieved a new achievement by the way. In order not to offend the teacher who seemed to be in a bad mood, Jian Chuanju decisively put aside his distracting thoughts and concentrated on listening. Besides, the courses in the ninja school would indeed be helpful for his future ninja career. The afterglow of the setting sun shone sporadically onto the playground through the thick fog. The buildings and trees on the campus were dimly visible in the fog. Students walked out of the teaching building in groups of 3 or 2. Ju, aren't you going to the training ground in this direction today? A familiar classmate looked at Jian Chuanju running out in a hurry and asked in confusion. I have something to do today. So I'll talk about training you another day. Jian Chuanju responded with a hearty smile, but he did not stop and ran quickly towards the Kirigakure Hospital. The distance between Kirigakure Hospital and Ninja School is not too far, and it is said that it was established at the same time as Kirigakure village. Although all the ninjas and civilians in the village receive treatment in this hospital, the hospital is still not taken seriously due to the usual atmosphere of the hidden mist village, and it looks very old compared to the school. The cylindrical stone brick building was covered with moss. If it weren't for the big word medical on it, it wouldn't be any different from the ordinary residential building next to it. Most of the people coming and going are ordinary civilians in the village. When Jian Chuanju was about to step in, he saw a figure in a white coat explaining something to a nurse in front of the building. It's strange to say, although the medical technology in the ninja world is extremely distorted. However, it was noticed early on that blood stains and stains can easily breed bacteria and cause infection in patients, and the easily dirty white color can easily detect these stains and be replaced and cleaned in time to ensure medical hygiene. At the same time, white can also help calm the patient's psychological state. So many years ago, doctors in the ninja world began to wear white coats, which is very similar to the medical system in the previous life. While Jian Chuanju was daydreaming, the doctor should have finished explaining everything to the nurse. When I turned around, I saw Jian Chuanju standing in front of the building in a daze. Ziaju, why did you decide to come here today? A middle-aged woman with long blue hair and a gentle temperament spoke first and walked towards Jian Chuanju. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju also put on his signature smile and responded obediently. Aunt Huizi, I have something I want to ask you, so I came straight here after school. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Medical Ninja. Chapter 5 Medical Ninja. Keiko Saiguchi is the current director of the Hidden Mist Village Hospital. Wearing a clean white coat, his appearance is not particularly outstanding, but his unique temperament of gentleness and competence, coupled with his friendly smile, always makes people feel trustworthy and at ease. Ziaju, it's rare for you to come and see me. It's just been a while since school ended, so you probably haven't eaten yet, right? Looking at Jianchuanju, his clothes and pants were a little messy because he had been running all the way here. Keiko Saiguji walked up to Jianchuan Tachibana and rubbed his head, then squatted down to help him tidy up. Jianchuanju smiled helplessly. Yes, Aunt Keiko. But I usually eat after training, so I'm not hungry now. He did not avoid the hand that was rubbing his head, even though his height was not short among his peers and he was a time traveler. But after all, my body is only that of a 9-year-old child, so I can only get used to being treated like this by my elders. Jianchuanju just patted the stains on his clothes and pants to show that he had already tidied them. However, in the humid weather of the Hidden Mist Village, this action was obviously just to get the job done. Keiko Saiguji withdrew her hand and looked at Jianchuan Tachibana, who was doing useless work, revealing a somewhat doting smile. But she was more concerned about the first half of Jianchuanju's sentence. Since you haven't eaten yet and I don't have many patients, don't come into the hospital. Wait for me, I'll change my clothes and take you to eat. Before Jianchuan Tachibana could answer, Saiguji Keiko turned around and walked into the hospital. Jianchuanju had no choice but to wait obediently where he was. In fact, I have only met Aunt Huiza twice since I came here through time. From the original body's memory, I learned that she should be my mother's teacher, and there may be some complicated relationship between them. She has taken good care of the original owner since his parents passed away. Although there is no such thing as a guardian in the ninja world, everything Saiguji Keiko has done is basically equivalent to being his guardian. Therefore, Jianchuanju always made himself extra careful in front of her, not wanting this kind elder to notice any difference between himself and his predecessor. In my memory, although Keiko Saiguji is the director of the hidden Kirigakure Hospital, she is not actually a ninja. In other words, she has no ninja rank in name, even though she has chakra and has mastered a variety of medical ninjutsu. But she has no combat ability, and is not registered in the ninja sequence, so she can only be called a doctor. Under the current atmosphere in the Hidden Mist Village, the position of this doctor means that even though Keiko Saiguji has a certain status as the director of the hospital, she cannot enter the upper echelons of power in the Hidden Mist Village. Zaiju, have you been waiting for a long time? Saiguji Keiko, wearing casual clothes, strode out of the Kirigakure Hospital. No, Aunt Huizi, shall we go eat seafood ramen? I haven't eaten it for a long time. Today, it would definitely be Keiko Saiguji, as the elder, who would pay, so Jianchuan Tachibana didn't want her to spend too much money, so she simply asked directly what she wanted to eat as a child. Let's go then. Perhaps it was her habit as a doctor, although Keiko Saiguji was calm and meticulous in her words and deeds, she always walked in a hurry. The two arrived at the ramen shop before they had exchanged a few words. Boss, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Zaiju, you're into seafood ramen, right? Keiko Saiguji was also a regular customer of this restaurant. Without much thought, she called the boss and started ordering. Yes, Aunt Keiko. I'll have a large bowl, thank you. While waiting for the meal, Jianchuanju did not start talking about business directly, but chatted with Saiguji Keiko about his daily life and school life recently. The two of them chatted for a while before the boss brought the prepared ramen. Looking at Jianchuanju, who put the little blue frog on his shoulder on the table and picked some shrimps from his own bowl to feed it. Keiko Saiguji, who was also eating noodles, hesitated for a moment before asking. I've been wanting to ask you this before, Zaiju. Is this your summoning beast? I don't think I've ever seen one before. Yes, recently by chance I signed a spirit beast contract with Lanzai. Quack. When Lanzai heard that he was mentioned, he turned around and called out twice in a very cooperative manner. There are still certain risks in the spirit beast contract. Some spirit beast tribes may even turn against their masters. You still have to be careful. Saiguji Keiko looked at Jianchuanju with a serious face. Don't worry, Aunt Keiko. I picked up Lanze when I was training near the village. He doesn't have any tribe. He should be a mutant. I saw that he has chakra in his body and can perform simple ninjutsu, so I contracted him to be a summoning beast. Jian Chuanju picked out another shrimp and while telling lies, he hurriedly comforted Lanze, who was suspected of retaliating and was a little angry. Seeing that Saiguji Keiko wanted to continue preaching, Jian Chuan Tachibana decisively changed the subject. Aunt Huizi, I came here mainly because I heard that the village is promoting the selection of medical ninjas recently. I want to ask, do you know the specific process? Saiguji Keiko didn't know whether she understood Jian Chuan Tachibana's intention, but she continued speaking anyway. I reported this matter to the elder Yuanji. Konoha village has already added medical ninjas to some of the new teams. It has also been proven that it will indeed reduce ninja casualties. We in the Hidden Mist village cannot fall too far behind. In fact, in the past, doctors and ninjas in the ninja world were quite clearly distinguished. Perhaps some ninjas have mastered one or two medical ninjutsu, and some doctors have certain combat capabilities. But on the battlefield, all frontline doctors form medical teams in the camps, and the wounded need to return to the camps to receive treatment. There will be no doctors joining the ninja team during daily missions, and whether the injured ninja can survive and receive treatment depends entirely on luck. Until a woman named Tsunade appeared. She was very violent and good at fighting, and had superb medical skills. At the same time, because of her identity as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she had a certain reputation in the entire ninja world. So when she began to vigorously promote the concept of medical ninjas in Konoha and proposed that medical ninjas join the ninja team to carry out missions together. Even while Konoha was still arguing internally, the major ninja villages had already begun to follow suit and imitate each other. What Jian Chuanju didn't expect was that the person who promoted this matter in the Hidden Mist village was actually Aunt Keiko. Why, are you interested in becoming a medical ninja? Saiguji Keiko tilted her head and looked at Jian Chuan Tachibana with a little confusion. Yes, Aunt Huizi. After this midterm practical test, I realized that my combat ability is insufficient and I want to make some changes. But it seems you won this test, and your score is pretty good, right? At this point, Saiguji Keiko's eyes became even more confused. Has Aunt Keiko already known the score for yesterday's test? It just so happens that the school doctor of the ninja school is also my student. I asked him to help keep an eye on you. Well, as the director of Kirigakure Hospital, although he is not in a high position of power, there are still many conveniences in daily life. However, since it was a matter of his own life, Jian Chuanju did not feel embarrassed about being exposed and continued to speak as he had planned. I actually only relied on some tricks to win this test. My actual ability is not stronger than my opponent. I feel that I may not be able to pass the graduation exam. Failing the graduation exam means death, and Jian Chuanju is not afraid of embarrassment and deliberately makes the matter sound more serious. As expected, Saiguji Keiko's expression also became serious. I was the first to bring this up, and the master has already agreed and convinced the Mizukage. Elder Yuanchi is one of the absolute top leaders of the Hidden Mist village and actually has great power in the Hidden Mist village. Because the Hidden Mist village only cares about one thing about the successive Mizukages, and that is that the strongest one is the Mizukage. Therefore, starting from the first Mizukage, the elder Yuanchi has served as a think tank, handling some government affairs on behalf of the cage. Although the authority of the cage is unshakable, as long as the elder master insists, the Mizukage will basically not object to matters that do not conflict with the will of the Mizukage. The original intention of this selection is to select a group of people from the active ninjas to learn medical ninjutsu, and then select a group of doctors who master chakra and medical ninjutsu from the hospital to train ninjas. But you may also know that most of the ninjas in the village don't value medical skills. And medical ninjas have certain requirements for chakra control and medical knowledge. So the promotion is not going very smoothly at the moment. I have never considered selecting medical ninjas directly from the ninja school. If you don't have a talent for medical ninjutsu, even if I force you to join the selection, you won't be able to become a medical ninja, and returning to the ninja school may delay your training for the next few months. As Saiguji Keiko said so much, the worry on her face became more and more intense. Having talked about this topic, Jianchuanju knew that the highlight was about to come. So he did not rush to reply to Keiko Saiguji, but took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag and handed it to the other party. He said this shamelessly to Saiguji Keiko, who still didn't understand. This is a medical ninjutsu that I developed myself, water style * water flow ring. Please support new people and new books. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Each Other's Plans. Chapter 6, Each Other's Plans. Looking at Saiguji Keiko, who looked a little dazed after getting the scroll, Jianchuan Tachibana found it slightly funny. What Jianchuanju gave was naturally not the original ninjutsu scroll drawn by the system lottery. Instead, he rewrote it himself last night based on the ninjutsu knowledge instilled by the system. Compared with the original scroll of the system, this ninjutsu has a detailed and clear explanation, and includes many subsequent training directions, usage techniques, and a series of other contents. Although the scroll written by Jianchuanju himself has less content, it contains many more meaningless speculations and experimental processes. All I can say is that the general logic is fairly coherent, but it's more like a beginner relying on his talent to just figure out a ninjutsu that he can perform. However, even with such a scroll, Keiko Saiguji still looked at it with surprise, and looked up at Jianchuan Tachibana from time to time. Is this a jutsu you developed yourself? After taking a quick look at the contents of the scroll, Keiko Saiguji asked in surprise. Of course, Aunt Huizi, this is something I accidentally discovered while studying the healing technique left by my mother and the training notes left by my father. Although there is some luck involved, it is indeed something I developed myself. As he spoke, Jianchuanju also appropriately pretended to have some pride on his face. But this is not completely false. After all, Jianchuanju has been scratching his head recently looking at the cultivation scroll left by his parents. It is indeed somewhat like the basic healing technique, or more precisely, it is the remote transmission of yang-attributed healing energy through water flow. The advantages of this technique are very obvious. It is easy to learn. I estimate that the difficulty is about C-level ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjas who do not need to know much about medical science can master it. However, it cannot be used to treat injuries such as bone dislocation, nerve connection, and internal organ repair, which require professional medical knowledge. And it will save chakra in a water environment, but for ordinary medical personnel, the change in the nature of water attributes may be a threshold. Keiko Saiguji is worthy of being the director of the hidden Kirigakure Hospital. After just a quick glance at the scroll, she has already gained some understanding of this ninjutsu, and Jianchuan Tachibana also added. Aunt Huizi, although this technique does not require medical knowledge to learn, it is used to treat minor injuries. But in fact, if it is used by professional medical personnel, the effect will be better. Through the control of water flow, the healing energy can be grasped more intuitively. And once you become proficient, if you can use a thinner stream of water, you can even let the water flow directly into the body to the injured area. Looking at Jianchuanju, who was talking incessantly with a silly smile on his face, Saiguji Keiko looked a little dazed. Did she inherit her mother's talent? There was once a girl sitting in front of her like this, smiling as she imagined the future development of medical ninjutsu. This child is a genius in medical ninjutsu. We can't let him die in such a cruel exam. Thinking of this, Keiko Saiguji's eyes gradually became firm. Xiaojutsu, can you perform this ninjutsu now? Of course. After hearing Jianchuanju's answer, Saiguji Keiko condensed a sharp chakra scalpel in her right hand and actually cut a wound directly on her left arm. Now show me this jutsu once. Jianchuanju looked somewhat helpless. Although the other party is not a ninja, it turns out that doctors in the ninja world are all ruthless people. Seeing that blood had already begun to flow from Keiko Saiguji's arm, Jianchuan Tachibana could not delay any longer and immediately formed hand seals and released ninjutsu. However, in order to allow her to see more clearly, Jianchuanju slightly slowed down the speed of forming the seals. Water style * water flow ring. As the seal was completed, the water in the remaining noodle soup in the bowl was actually drawn out by an invisible force, turning into a stream of clear water that flew above Jianchuanju's palm and formed a flowing water ring. After the circle gradually grew larger, it flew towards the wound on Keiko Saiguji's arm again. As the water flowed, the wound, which was not too deep to begin with, healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feeling the coolness on her arm, Saiguji Keiko thought for a moment and then asked the question. This jutsu seems to only extract pure water, so the bacteria in the natural environment will not infect the wound, right? Keiko Saiguji obviously also saw through Jianchuan Tachibana's intention of using noodle soup to perform ninjutsu. Yes, and chakra will make up for the lack of water, so it can be used even in a completely waterless environment. This ninjutsu is most effective on cuts and burns. Seeing the good treatment effect, Jianchuan Tachibana was afraid that Saiguji Keiko would misunderstand, so he explained it a little more. Keiko Saiguji already had a plan in mind at this time. Zaiju, come back to the hospital with me. I have some medical notes from my youth in my office. Take them back and study hard for the next few days. I will arrange for you to become a medical ninja. Saiguji Keiko lost her usual composure as she spoke, threw down the money and pulled Jianchuan Tachibana along to leave. Seeing this, Jianchuanju had no choice but to pick up Lanzai, who was still stealing the shrimps from the bowl, and quickly followed him. However, what Jianchuanju didn't know was that at the same time the two of them were rushing back to the hospital, in another corner of the hidden mist village, two people, one big and one small, were communicating. Zabuza, have you considered what I said before? A baby-faced ninja with green hair and purple eyes was looking seriously at Zabuza Mamakai, who seemed a little indifferent. If any high-ranking ninja from the hidden mist village were here, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Yagura Karatachi, a jonin who has recently gained a reputation among the reformists and is somewhat on the verge of becoming a representative of civilian ninjas, actually seems to have a request for a boy from a ninja school who has not yet graduated. This is not just my personal request. This cruel graduation exam has been affecting the unity of the village at all times, and many ninjas who may become the pillars of the village in the future are dying in such a meaningless way. So you're just going to let me kill all the students during the exam? Zabuza Mamakai said this with a disdainful sneer on his face. This is a necessary sacrifice. I have proposed the reform of ninja schools many times at the Jonin conference. However, most ninjas and Mizukage-sama are against this. If we don't do this, we won't be able to warn the village. In fact, Kuruju Yagura also knew that his proposal would definitely be rejected. The blood mist policy was first proposed by the third Mizukage, and naturally he would not allow anyone to question his policy. As for the family ninjas who make up the majority of the Jonin, their children will not go to ninja schools. They would rather more civilian ninjas die, the fewer the better. Even those few Jonin among the civilian ninjas, if they don't have children attending ninja schools, might not mind their current students going through the pain they once went through. Therefore, every time the issue of ninja school reform was proposed, it would end up in nothing. Seeing that Zabuza didn't seem to care, Karajima Yagura continued speaking. You can choose one of the two ninjutsu I promised you before, which is a B-rank ninjutsu. And I will ensure that you graduate successfully after completing the plan. After you graduate, I will arrange for one of my subordinates to be your leader and teacher to guide your future training. I want these two jutsu now. In fact, Zabuza himself also hates the current blood mist policy, and wants to change the current situation of the hidden mist village through hard work. But that can only be his own choice. Just talking about ideals without paying any actual benefits can't stop him from killing his master in Didai. Seeing that Zabuza agreed to his conditions, Karatachi Yagura also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zabuza Momokai is recognized as the strongest student of this class. If someone else were to carry out this plan, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. No problem. If you have chosen a ninjutsu, you can tell me directly. From now on, I will arrange special training for you until the graduation exam. These 2 ninjutsu can also enhance your strength. Cut. Although Zabuza expressed his disdain in a low voice, he did not reject Karatachi Yagura's proposal. I want Water Dragon Bullet and Mist Hidden Jutsu. Well, the Hidden Mist technique is not very suitable for dealing with ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. The Water Dragon Bullet is not very suitable either. I suggest you change 2 ninjutsu. Upon hearing that Zabuza actually wanted these 2 ninjutsu, Kurahikara kindly reminded Zabuza. However, Zabuza obviously did not appreciate it. He stared at Karatachi Yagura and spoke again. No need, just these 2 ninjutsu will do. Looking at this somewhat stubborn young boy, Karajima thought about his strength and finally didn't say anything more. He nodded and agreed to Zabuza's request. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, 3 War Clouds. Chapter 7, The Clouds of the Third War. More than half a month has passed since Jianchuan Tachibana expressed his desire to become a medical ninja. Although over the past half-month, Jianchuan Tachibana often met with Saiguji Keiko to ask for some medical knowledge. However, Keiko Saiguji never took the initiative to mention the selection of medical ninjas, so Jianchuan Tachibana did not ask any further questions, but just focused more on studying and practicing. Currently, Jianchuanju's daily life consists of attending classes, doing daily tasks, practicing ninjutsu, and learning medical knowledge. Perhaps it is because the simpler achievements have already been triggered, the triggering frequency of Jianchuanju's achievements has dropped significantly recently. Fortunately, the daily tasks are still stable. Jianchuanju estimated that by the end of the month, he should be able to save up 1,600 gold coins for 10 consecutive draws. It's just that Jianchuanju hasn't yet decided whether it should be a water-pumping attribute pool or a general attribute pool. Although the several golden prizes in the 2 prize pools are mouth-watering, Jianchuanju doesn't think that his luck will be so good that he can get a golden prize in 10 or 20 draws. Therefore, you should give priority to improving yourself with purple items. In the water attribute pool, those water escape skills combined with the characteristics you have already obtained should make your strength improvement smoother. The general attribute prize pool contains a variety of weird skills and props, some of which are ridiculously strong. However, if you draw cute skills such as scream or become round, it would be a waste of draw times. Just as Jianchuanju was looking at all kinds of information on the system panel and planning his future, the conversation between 2 passers-by dressed as ninjas who walked out of the nearby dumpling shop attracted Jianchuanju's attention. Have you heard? The 3rd Kazekage of the Sand Village is missing. I heard about it, but it has nothing to do with us, right? It's just like the Sand Village, they can even lose the shadow of the village. Indeed, Sand Village is getting weaker and weaker. It is simply a shame for the 5 major ninja villages. Who says it isn't? At this time, Jianchuanju, who had just finished school, was preparing to go to the Kirigakure Hospital for medical knowledge training. As the 2 ninjas walked away, their conversation became unclear. However, Jianchuanju's thoughts became confused. Because he knew that the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage of the Sand Village was not completely unrelated to the Mist Village. Jianchuanju vaguely remembered that it was because of the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage that the Sand Village took the opportunity to attack Konoha. This incident was the beginning of the 3rd Ninja World War. During the 2nd Shinobi World War, the Hidden Mist Village closed itself off from the rest of the country and did not participate in the war, which was a war in the fire, earth, and wind regions centered in the Rain country. However, the Third Ninja World War was a true melee, with all 5 major countries participating in the war, and no village could escape. Think about the people who lived and died in World War III and how brutal the wars were. Originally, Jian Chuanju, who didn't have to worry about the graduation exam because he had the possibility of becoming a medical ninja, once again ignited an urgent desire to improve his own strength. Although it is not known how long the third Mizukage has been missing. However, since this rumor has already spread to the ordinary ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village, it is estimated that it will not be long before the Hidden Sand Village declares war on Konoha. Upon hearing the news, Jian Chuanju suddenly felt an enormous headache. If a war really breaks out, even ordinary medical personnel will have to go to the battlefield, and I can't escape it even if I become a medical ninja. Moreover, if the war breaks out too early, it is even possible that this class of students will be asked to graduate early, and I don't know if this will disrupt my plans. Unfortunately, these things are beyond Jian Chuanju's control. He can only pray that the war will come later, or at least his own Kirigakure will join the war later. Jian Chuanju, feeling a little depressed, was thinking about complaining to his little frog. As his hand reached his shoulder, he remembered that Lanze had mastered the classic skill Flash of Lightning on his own due to his improvement in practice in the past 2 days. Perhaps he has felt the rewards of his practice, and has been obsessed with it recently, and has not accompanied Jian Chuanju out. Fortunately, with the existence of psychic arts, even if there are emergencies, it will not affect the combat effectiveness. Speaking of the skill Flash of Lightning, it is somewhat similar to the teleportation technique that can change direction twice, and can add the impact force brought by rapid movement to the attack, which is a very good means of attack. It's a pity that although Jian Chuanju's overall strength is much higher than Lanze's, he is unable to learn this trick because he does not have the super jumping ability brought by the little frog's unique leg structure. This results in the 4 skills that Lanze currently possesses. Slap is of little use to him, Scream and Water Gun do not require hand seals and are a bit like innate abilities, and Flash of Lightning is not up to the physical standard. Jian Chuanju, who wanted to secretly learn Lanze's skills to improve his combat power, couldn't learn any of them. Jian Chuanju walked to Saiguji Keiko's office with a lot on his mind. However, there was no sign of Keiko Saiguji. Jian Chuan Tachibana was used to this. As the director of the Kirigakure Hospital, he was indeed quite busy with his work. Jian Chuan Tachibana sat alone in front of Saiguji Keiko's desk, opened a medical scroll, and continued to study from where he had left off yesterday. Currently, in terms of medical ninjutsu, Jian Chuanju has only learned 2, Healing Technique and Water Flow Ring, which are sufficient for use at the current stage. He put more energy into practicing the fine control of chakra and learning about human medicine. In his spare time, he would ask Keiko Saiguji for some pharmacology knowledge. This has caused Jian Chuanju's brain to be overloaded with knowledge recently, and his progress in practicing ninjutsu after returning home at night is very slow. Not only was the water clone completely unable to condense into a human form, even the simpler mist concealment technique was still under exploration. Time passed quietly as Jian Chuanju was concentrating on his studies, and the sun was about to set completely. Squeak! The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Keiko Saiguji walked in looking a little tired. However, when he saw the scroll on Jian Chuanju's desk, a slightly relieved smile appeared on his face. "Aunt Huizi, you haven't eaten yet, right? I bought some meatballs on the way home from school." Seeing Keiko Saiguji looking tired after coming in, Jian Chuan Tachibana asked with some concern. "No, there's another surgery to be done later. I came here mainly to tell you something." Jian Chuanju seemed to realize something after hearing this. As expected, Saiguji Keiko continued. "It has been decided to select talents from the students of the ninja school for medical ninja training. The ninja school will receive a notice from the top management in the next few days. The students who are about to graduate will be selected. Zaiju, your level will definitely be no problem. After the selection, there will be a 2-month medical ninja training. If you pass the training successfully, you will be directly granted the qualification of genin. Doesn't this mean that it is possible for me to become a genin earlier than Zabuza? Jian Chuanju had naturally assumed in his heart that he would pass the selection. In the current ninja school, even including the teachers, Jian Chuan Tachibana's medical level should be unique. Okay, Zaiju, I still have something to do. You should go back early too. After saying this, Keiko Saiguji left the office in a hurry. The total time from the time she came in to talk to the time she left was less than 2 minutes. Jian Chuanju had no choice but to tidy up the office and then got up to go home. In the next few days, Jian Chuanju was a little absent-minded. Although he kept reminding himself that a ninja must be someone with enough patience, the most he could do was to calm himself on the surface. No wonder ninjas like Zabuza and Kakashi have to wear masks in the future. It's too difficult to control the expression of emotions. But Jian Chuanju didn't suffer for too long. 3 days later, in the morning, just as the students were getting ready and waiting for class as usual, the head teacher entered the classroom and brought them some surprising news. What? Who wants to be a medical ninja? Exactly. Are medical ninjas also considered ninjas? Don't underestimate us, Mr. Ueda. We are the Blood Mist Ninja. Only a coward would want to be a doctor. I don't want to hide behind the battlefield. Most of the students showed disdain for the news brought by their head teacher. Even if there are some losers who are aware of their own abilities, they don't want to participate in the medical ninja selection under the ridicule of their classmates. Regardless of their abilities, students were trying hard to show their bravery at this time. Such was the ethos of the Hidden Mist Village. Even the homeroom teacher at the podium did not point out the common-sense mistake that the so-called medical ninjas were actually supposed to follow the team and fight, rather than being as powerless as doctors. But at this moment, Jian Chuanju stood up. Mr. Ueda, I hope to participate in the medical ninja selection. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Light Piercing the Mist. Chapter 8, Light Piercing the Mist. As Jian Chuanju stood up to sign up, the whole class fell silent. Even Zabuza Mamakai, who was usually indifferent to everything, turned around and looked in the direction of Tachibana Jiangawa. Mr. Ueda, I hope to participate in the medical ninja selection. Seeing that the head teacher did not give him any feedback, Jian Chuanju had to remind him again. Jian Chuan, you can go to the indoor training ground on the first floor to take the test now. Teacher Ueda seemed to be hesitant to speak at this time. No wonder, recently Jian Chuanju not only improved his theoretical scores, but also got stronger in practical tests. Teacher Ueda has already tacitly agreed that Jian Chuanju will help their class add 1 passing spot in the graduation examination. Now that I have the graduation spot I want, I am actually going to become a medical ninja. The way Mr. Ueda looked at Jian Chuanju at this time was probably like in the previous life, when suddenly one day, a young student from Peking University or Tsinghua University in the class said, "Teacher, I don't want to study anymore, I want to learn how to operate an excavator." It was probably something like this. However, Jian Chuanju didn't need anyone's understanding. He nodded to Teacher Ueda in front of the podium and walked straight out of the classroom. After Jian Chuanju left, the classroom immediately became an uproar. I didn't expect Jian Chuan to be such a coward. Surely not? Hasn't Ju been practicing hard in the past month or so? Why would he participate in this kind of assessment? I thought this guy had gotten smarter lately, but he's still the same fool as before. All right. Let the class begin. Most of the students who had some sense could see that Mr. Ueda was not in a good mood, so they all quieted down. As if he was still a little angry, Mr. Ueda added another sentence. The most important thing for a ninja is strength. If you don't pay attention now, you may die at any time during a mission in the future. However, at this moment, Zabuza Mamakai, who was sitting in the front row, was a little uneasy, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Could it be that Jian Chuanju guy knows something? Since Jian Chuanju had performed very well in recent actual combat tests, Zabuza had already used him as an imaginary enemy and had conducted many simulated battles with him. But now this guy quietly said that he wanted to be a medical ninja. Or was it because he was mentioned to Karatachi Yagura before, so he was pressured and kicked out, no matter how suspicious Zabuza is in the classroom? On the other hand, after arriving at the selection site, Jian Chuanju felt a little regretful that Aunt Huiza was not the examiner. Including himself, there were only 3 other candidates at the scene. Jian Chuanju knew the other 2 people. They were the bottom-ranked girls in Class 3 and Class 5. They probably came to participate in the selection because they were worried that they would not pass the graduation exam. However, not only were the number of people taking the test small, but even the invigilators did not seem to take this selection seriously. 2 teachers were talking and laughing in a corner of the classroom, discussing something. After a while, when there were no new candidates, one of the younger teachers spoke. Each of you perform the 3-body technique once. If all of you succeed, you can go to the hospital and report. Excuse me, isn't this a medical ninja selection? A round-faced girl asked the question weakly. It seemed that she was quite confident in her medical ninjutsu. However, this is also what Jian Chuanju is confused about. Although the 3-body technique is not difficult, it seems a bit redundant for him to cram medical knowledge these days. The young examiner seemed a little impatient. We are selecting qualified ninjas for medical training. We are not testing the 3-body technique? Do you know anything else? Well, that does seem to make some sense. However, even Keiko Saiguji probably didn't expect such a casual selection of medical ninjas. Having spent 3 years in ninja school without learning any of the 3-body techniques, he had some problems of his own, and Jian Chuanju didn't care about the 2 girls next to him. He just started to make seals and performed the 3-body techniques one by one. There was no fancy showmanship. After completing the simple release, he looked at the 2 examiners. Okay, just fill out this form and report to the hospital today. The examiner took out a blank form with a stamp on it and motioned for Jian Chuanju to leave quickly. Ding! Graduated from ninja school, unlocked the achievement, the first step to becoming the richest man. How can I be considered a dropout? And I'm the richest man. Jian Chuanju walked out of the school while complaining about this unscrupulous system achievement, completely ignoring the helpless looks of the 2 girls behind him. They chose to participate in the medical ninja selection but failed. It is estimated that their days in the ninja school will be even more difficult. The Hidden Mist Village Hospital. Everything in front of me was still shrouded in the mist of the Hidden Mist Village that lingered all year round, and seemed a little hazy. Although his strength might surpass Mamakai Zabuza in 3 months, although the Third Ninja World War was on the verge of breaking out, and although all that he had accomplished with all his efforts was just an escape. But at this moment, it seemed that a ray of light penetrated the fog and reached the depths of his soul. There was a glimmer in Jian Chuanju's dark pupils, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a gentle arc. This was the first time he smiled from the bottom of his heart since he traveled through time. Jian Chuanju took a deep breath, and even the humid air of the Hidden Mist Village seemed to have a hint of sweetness. Hey! Kid, what are you doing blocking the hospital entrance? You're sniffing around, are you a pervert? A female voice that was still a little childish but full of anger came from behind Jian Chuanju. Okay, Ming. This kid might be thinking about something important. Jian Chuanju turned around and saw 2 people, one tall and one short, who were also dressed as ninjas. The person who spoke at this time was a man in his 20s, wearing a jonin vest and with grey-blue hair and a coxcomb. The girl standing next to him, who was about the same height as him and had short reddish-brown hair, was staring at him angrily. Sorry. I'll be right in. Jian Chuanju hid the look in his eyes for a moment, apologized to the 2 of them with a somewhat embarrassed expression, and walked quickly towards the hospital. He turned back and asked as he walked. I'm quite familiar with this part of the hospital. What do you two need? I can help. I want you to take care of it. The girl obviously didn't appreciate it and walked towards the hospital stairs without even looking at Jian Chuanju. The young jonin simply nodded to Jian Chuanju and followed. Mei Terumi and Ao? They seemed to be instructing the jonin and the team members. It was morning and there were not many people on the first floor of the hospital. Jian Chuanju stood there, watching the two people going upstairs, and touched his chin, thinking. I didn't expect these two knew each other so long ago. No wonder after Mei Terumi became the Mizukage, Aoki was able to serve as the cage's confidant and bodyguard. But I didn't expect that when she was little, Mei Terumi was a complete tomboy. She didn't have any trace of the mature lady she became later. What Jian Chuanju didn't know was that the two people who went upstairs were also talking about him. That kid just now seemed to recognize us. Qing sensed that someone was looking at them when they went upstairs just now. I think he recognized you, sensei? After all, you are still a young jonin in the village. It's not surprising that he recognized you. Maybe. He doesn't have a forehead protector, so he looks like a student from a ninja school. I just don't know why he's in the hospital at this time. Never mind, none of this matters. Kota and Bonkawa are injured and in the hospital again. This mission wasn't difficult at all. We must teach them a lesson this time. The angry Mei Terumi obviously didn't take the person who just happened to her seriously, but was ready to teach her two reckless teammates a lesson first. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Another Draw. Chapter 9 Another Draw. The 2-month medical ninja training passed in a flash as Jian Chuanju studied day and night. If Jian Chuanju hadn't reminded everyone to pack their bags after the training yesterday, he wouldn't have even realized that 2 months had passed. Ju, what are you going to do after the training is over? A genin who was only a few years older than Jian Chuan Tachibana greeted him and asked. You ninjas must have returned to your original teams. Tachibana should be returning to the hospital with us to await the village's arrangements, right? The young man next to him, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and looked neither like a doctor nor a ninja, gave the answer on behalf of Jian Chuanju. What do you mean by us ninjas? Now you are a ninja too. Don't embarrass us blood mist ninjas. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Jian Chuanju immediately spoke up to interrupt the quarrel. I plan to go home first. After all, I haven't been back for 2 months. After that, I have to go to the village to register as a ninja. The next step depends on the village's arrangements. Before coming, Jian Chuanju had not expected that this training would be a closed training camp of a group nature. On the first day of the training, everyone was taken to a small island near the hidden mist village. There was no one else except the trainees and a few persons in charge. This time, it was actually more about mutual learning between the doctors and ninjas who came for training. Finally, several senior doctors and senior ninjas will complete the teaching of the designated courses. At first, everyone looked down on Jian Chuanju because of his identity as a ninja student. However, after a few days of study, everyone discovered that this 9-year-old boy had made certain achievements in both ninja and medical care. Later on, what surprised everyone was that the medical ninjutsu water-style * water flow ring that they learned in class was actually developed by this boy who hadn't even graduated from the ninja school yet. Of course, there is no rule in the hidden mist village that requires ninjas to hand over the ninjutsu they have developed to the village, otherwise those secret technique families would simply rebel. However, Jian Chuanju considered that the water flow ring was not a very advanced ninjutsu, and after discussing with Saiguji Keiko, he decided to hand it over to the village as a basic ninjutsu for medical ninjas for everyone to learn, as a stepping stone for himself. After that, Jian Chuanju's popularity on the entire island suddenly improved. Whether it is ninjas or doctors who can come to participate in the medical ninja training, they are more or less different from the cold atmosphere of the hidden mist village. There was no competition in this training, but rather we learned from each other, so after 2 months everyone had a pretty good relationship. I don't want to chat with you anymore. I'm leaving first. As soon as the boat carrying the students back to the port docked, Jian Chuanju hurriedly picked up Lanzai and ran home. This kid, is it necessary to be so anxious to go home? Jian Chuanju was of course anxious, because he still had 4,120 gold coins on him and was waiting to go home and do 2 10-draw combos. Because the training on the island was closed before, Jian Chuanju only tried to draw once when he had accumulated 10 consecutive draws not long after arriving on the island. Considering that although there are a lot of good things in the general reward pool, there are also a lot of disappointing items and skills. If I drew something like wagging the tail or clapping hands that had no clear meaning, I would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. At this stage when his strength is relatively weak, the improvement of the water attribute prize pool is more stable, so Jian Chuanju decisively went for the water attribute prize pool. After drawing the lottery, Jian Chuanju realized that it would be difficult to explain if he didn't go anywhere but suddenly had a bunch of messy things on his body. In the end, I only received 1 purple item magic candy and ate it. I didn't rush to claim the other prizes I drew. After all, once the prizes were materialized, they could not be put back. If all the prizes have not been collected, you will naturally not be able to continue the lottery. Fortunately, daily tasks and achievements have little impact. The system even humanely provides tasks such as cut down 5 trees, catch a pound of fish, practice and study, which can be easily completed even on the island. Jian Chuanju watched the gold coins grow in agony but could not immediately convert them into strength. After entering the house, Jian Chuanju took 2 deep breaths to calm down. First, take out the prizes that were not taken out before. Except for the magic candy Jian Chuan orange which was taken out and eaten before, the other 9 items are sound bomb, blue item. When thrown to the ground, it will make a loud noise, disturbing the enemy and causing a small amount of sonic damage. Big Pearl Ratata's front teeth Vulpix's hair blue male yarn ball orange cup oil *2. After Jian Chuanju received the prize, he just glanced at it and put it aside, planning to sort it out together after finishing the 2 10-draw draws. After all, I have looked at these items to be collected countless times when I was bored on the island before. After rubbing his hands and praying silently in his heart, Jian Chuanju opened the water attribute up pool again. Click, 20 consecutive draws. The lottery light ball that had been seen 3 times this time turned into 2 balls jumping at the same time, but the purple light this time was obviously much weaker than the previous explosion. 3 colors of light shot out, transforming into 20 prizes that were presented one by one. Move learning tool, water style * flying water shuriken, purple item, water style ninjutsu. After performing the hand seal, a water shuriken will be formed. The water shuriken will fly out at a very high speed to attack the enemy. Performing it in a water environment can save chakra consumption. Move learning tool, water style * water jet, purple item, water style ninjutsu. After performing the hand seal, a strong jet of water will condense under the feet, allowing the caster to move at high speed. Performing it in a water environment can save chakra consumption. Strength ankle guard, blue item, wearing it will reduce your own speed, but increase the efficiency of speed training. Antidote, blue item, after taking it, it can remove most harmful toxins. White sea lion's whiskers, goldfish's horn, insecticide, small bamboo shoots, sweet honey, wood 2, energy cube 3, tree fruit *6. After Jian Chuanju took out all the items, his happy eyes narrowed into slits. He picked up the still somewhat confused Lanzai, grabbed its little hand without saying a word and gave it a high five. Haha, now I have the ability to attack, move and heal. Please call me an all-round warrior. And Lanzai, I actually learned your signature skill first. What do you think? Are you envious? Quack. Seeing Jian Chuanju going crazy, the little frog had no choice but to cooperate and croaked. After a while, Jian Chuanju calmed down and decided to learn the 2 ninjutsu scrolls first. Although the system only instills the basic use of the ninjutsu, you still need to practice more on your own later, but it is much more convenient than for ordinary people to learn ninjutsu, and you will have a general understanding of the ninjutsu you draw. As for the rest, the strength ankle brace is a good training item, a bit similar to Xiao Li's leg weights. Although it is a blue item, it should also have a good training effect. Jian Chuanju directly tied the prop around his ankle to feel it. The speed will indeed decrease, but it will not affect daily life. In this case, Jian Chuanju plans to wear this ankle brace all the time. Nothing is too much when it comes to helping improve one's strength. What a pity! I am now a standard water-style ninja. My combat power will drop rapidly if I leave the water environment. With my current chakra level, I can't use these ninjutsu many times unless I'm near water. Although he has eaten the magic candy twice, according to Jian Chuan Tachibana's self-perception, the chakra in his body may not have reached the level of an ordinary chunin. As expected, since he has no special physique and is still too young, his chakra capacity must be a shortcoming. It would be best if I could learn another jutsu to create water. The Great Explosion Water Shock Wave is probably too much of a luxury with my chakra. I think I can find a chance to learn the Water Shock Wave or the Water Chaos Wave. Jian Chuanju regretted that he did not exchange for a corresponding ninjutsu when he handed in the water-style * water flow ring. Before, I felt that the sea-level ninjutsu given by the village were a bit bad. Water ninjutsu can be obtained through lottery, and medical ninjutsu can be taught by Keiko Saiguji. In the end, I just exchanged it for monetary compensation. Unexpectedly, he just lacked a ninjutsu to create water. But I don't have a teacher right now, and I won't become a ninja until tomorrow. I don't even have a channel to learn ninjutsu. Jian Chuanju thought as he packed other things. Although there are still many shortcomings, the nearly 2 months of waiting did not disappoint me. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Limited Time Event Prize Pool. Chapter 10 Limited Time Event Prize Pool. The next morning, Jian Chuanju packed up early today and went to the Mizukage building to register as a ninja. This was the first time that Jian Chuanju walked into this cylindrical building with a big water character on it. Before, he had only seen it from a distance. The creator of this world seems to have a special fondness for cylindrical buildings. In Jian Chuanju's impression of his previous life, among the 5 major countries, it seems that only the Konoha village where the protagonist is located has some architectural combinations of various shapes and colors. The other 4 major countries and even some small countries are mainly cylindrical buildings. However, although they are also cylindrical in shape, the buildings in the Hidden Mist village also have their own characteristics. Because the location of the Hidden Mist village is full of ups and downs, most of the buildings are distributed between the mountains. Sometimes, a distance that is not far in a straight line requires walking around for hundreds of meters of stone steps. Perhaps in order to highlight the status of the Mizukage building is built on the gentle slope of a high mountain. Below the mountain is a semi-open square that has been hollowed out and looks a bit like a giant bridge hole. It is used to receive ordinary civilians who are issued tasks. The circular building above the bridge is where the Mizukage and Kirigakure senior executives work. To enter the Mizukage building, one has to climb a long stone staircase. Fortunately, most of the people coming and going on the upper floors are ninjas, so it is not a hassle. The teams that are currently short of personnel and need to be supplemented have already been assigned medical ninjas who have been transferred from doctors to join them. As for you, there is exactly 1 month left before this class of ninja school students will graduate. There will be many new genin teams, and we will arrange for you to form a team with genin of the same period as you, so that it will be easier for you to get along with each other. The 2 ninjas at the registry, one fat and one thin, simply checked Jian Chuanju's information. After filling out the form, they arranged Jian Chuanju's future appointments one by one. We are still genin of the same period. If Zabuza goes on a killing spree in a month, we probably won't even be able to put together a team. I'm not going to team up with Zabuza, am I? Jian Chuanju silently complained in his heart. So what plans does the village have for me during this month? Since we are already here, Jian Chuanju might as well ask one more question to avoid missing anything. You can make your own arrangements, but I suggest you go to the Kirigakure hospital. Yes, there are several medical ninjas who have not yet been assigned to a team. Due to their previous roles as doctors, they are currently back at work at the hospital awaiting assignment. Otherwise, if you practice at home by yourself, don't forget about you when the graduates are divided into classes. Looking at the two people singing in unison as if they were performing a crosstalk, Jian Chuanju felt that his head was full of black lines. These two ninjas were actually pretty good, and they were very enthusiastic, unlike the people in the blood mist. Maybe the work at the ninja registry was too idle, so these two were a bit talkative. This made Jian Chuanju think of the two Konoha gate gods, Kong Etsu Izumo and Tsuyoshi Tetsu. Thank you both, farewell. Seeing that the two people seemed to have not talked enough, Jian Chuanju decisively took his forehead protector and turned away. Ding! Become a genin and unlock the achievement. You are now invincible, go save the world. I'm not a genin from Konoha. The genin from the Hidden Mist village are saving the world with their heads. Jian Chuanju complained in his heart while opening the achievement panel. I was instantly filled with surprise. I didn't expect that the achievement of becoming a genin would come with a reward of 300 gold coins. Such an achievement reward had only happened once before, and it was a reward for time travel. It's a ninja world after all. If that's the case, the rewards for Chunin and Jonin should be pretty good, right? It's a pity that there are only Jonin, Zongnin and Genin. Other than Konoha, other villages don't have the luxury to set up the position of special Jonin. After receiving a large reward, Jian Chuanju walked out of the Mizukage building with some joy, tying the ninja forehead protector on his left arm as he walked. Although this thing is called a forehead protector, if you get hit on the head in a real battle, it probably won't save your life. It's more convenient to wear it on your arm, as an armband that can both show your identity and not affect your daily activities. Maybe it will be possible. After defeating the enemy, I will tear off the forehead protector tied on my arm and shout, "Actually, I am a top chef." Jian Chuanju smiled happily, with all these jokes that no one in this world could understand active in his mind, as he walked towards the Kirigakure hospital, ready to tell Aunt Keiko the good news. The other ninjas nearby did not find it strange to see Jian Chuan Tachibana grinning foolishly. I guess this is a child from a certain family who is just too happy to have just passed the qualification to become a ninja. However, it seemed that God couldn't bear to see Jian Chuanju so happy over such a small thing. Ding! The Third Ninja World War has officially begun, unlocking the achievement S3. Ding! The limited time event lottery pool survival up pool is open. The prize pool will be closed after the event ends. The sudden system prompt instantly interrupted Jian Chuanju's good mood. He didn't expect that the Ninja World War would begin just after he became a genin. The limited time event prize pool prompted by the system also gave Jian Chuanju a bad feeling, and he quickly opened the system panel. Although the achievement unlocked during the Third Ninja World War also gives 300 gold coins, there are a lot of good things in the event's survival up pool. But Jian Chuanju was not happy at all at this moment. Why is the limited time event only 30 days? Jian Chuanju carefully looked through this survival prize pool and found that it was full of life-saving items and skills. Among the purple items alone, there are prizes that can be called magical skills such as Protect, Mirror Reflection, and Painted Skin. Even the characteristics of legendary Pokemon such as Unyielding Shield and Prism Armor were seen in golden items. Even without mentioning the quality of the prizes, Jian Chuanju saw several skills with different attributes in this non-attribute prize pool. If he could draw a few more skills, he might be able to unlock some new attribute prize pools. But I remembered that I had just drawn 2 10-draws yesterday. My remaining gold coins, plus the 600 gold coins from today's 2 achievement rewards, are only a total of 1,520 gold coins. Even if I add the daily tasks and achievements for the next 30 days, it will probably be only about 20 consecutive draws. Jian Chuanju has never believed that his luck could go beyond the guaranteed payout, and with each of these life-saving prizes, his chances of survival on the battlefield will increase by 1 point. Rounding it off, I feel like I missed out on 100 million. What makes him even more uncomfortable is that the guaranteed times for different prize pools do not accumulate with each other. However, considering his own safety, Jian Chuanju still decided to draw from the event prize pool even if it would waste the guaranteed number of times. Jian Chuanju now feels like he has just come out of the mall after buying discounted vegetables and has only 2 yuan left, and then he runs into a restaurant on the corner that says it has just opened and offers unlimited meals for 9.9 yuan. Forget it. Life is unpredictable. I guess I need to save some gold coins properly in the future. However, the system prompted that the Third War had begun, and it should only be the war between Tsunagakuer and Konoha, and he would have a short period of time to develop. After thinking about it, Jian Chuanju decided to follow his original plan and continue to go to the Kirigakuer hospital to meet Saiguji Keiko first. However, in the Mizukage building where Jian Chuan Tachibana had just left, the third Mizukage, who had received an urgent secret report from the outpost Ninja Eagle, also frowned. Call all the jonin in the village who are not currently on a mission to come to a meeting. Newbie, please collect and comment. It's a bit boring to write a book alone. Passers-by, please help to comment, so that the author can know where the writing is not good and avoid bad comments later. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Jonin Meeting. Chapter 11 Jonin Meeting in the Mizukage building, in the meeting room where the Jonin meetings were held. The third Mizukage sat at the front of the conference room, and the elder Yuanshi sat in the position below the Mizukage. The jonin in the village who received the notice arrived here one after another. Mizukage-sama, all the jonin in the village who are not currently on missions have arrived. The leader of the jonin squad, Karatachi Yagura, reported quietly to the Mizukage. No emotion could be seen on his slightly aged face. As the third Mizukage who had participated in the first 5 Kage Council, he was the oldest among the 5 current cages. The third Mizukage has been in charge of the Hidden Mist village for nearly 40 years. His long rule and cruel blood mist policy have made the majesty of this cage deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although he was just sitting on an ordinary chair, he exuded an unquestionable aura. The meticulous grooming of his graying hair seemed to illustrate the old man's rigor and self-discipline. Those sharp eyes seemed to be able to see into people's hearts as they scanned the faces of the patriarchs of the major ninja families, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the young jonin below. Suddenly realizing that there were only a few ninjas who had truly survived the Warring States period, the third Mizukage suddenly felt a little bored. Master Yuan, please tell me about the situation. Okay, Mizukage-sama. Elder Yuanshi stood up and spoke, leaning on a cane that was taller than himself. We received an urgent report this morning that the 4th Kazekage has succeeded to the throne. The Sand Village condemned the Hidden Leaf Village for secretly killing the 3rd Kazekage. They also pushed the Wind Country to formally declare war on the Fire Country. This news did not cause any commotion. After all, the Kazekage had disappeared more than 2 months ago, and subsequent news came out saying that Konoha was related to this matter. Some of the more perceptive jonin have realized that war may not be far away. Seeing this, Elder Yuanshi continued speaking. Just when the meeting was called, the second piece of information was delivered. The advance team of the Sand Village has entered the border of the Land of Rivers, and the supporting ninjas from Konoha should arrive at the border of the Land of Fire soon. The Kingdom of Rivers is a small country between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire. In times of peace, it serves as a buffer zone between the 2 major countries, but in times of war it often becomes a battlefield between the major powers. After hearing the latest information, the senior ninjas below began to discuss a little. It seems that the Sand Village had clearly planned to declare war in advance. Although it was the Land of Fire that was attacked, the advance troops had already entered the Land of Rivers, and the Hidden Mist Village did not receive any news in advance. It is obvious that this time the Sand Village does not want to stop the war within the borders of the river country, but wants to go deep into the fire country and bite off a piece of meat from Konoha. Currently, the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have not issued any statement. The first purpose of this meeting is to give the daimyo the intelligence we received from the Hidden Mist Village and the internal opinions on this war. Secondly, no matter what the outcome of the meeting is, the Hidden Mist Village will begin preparations for war. Starting tomorrow, some of the village's daily tasks will be reduced to ensure that there is sufficient combat power when needed. After saying this, the elder Yuanshi coughed twice, then turned and looked at the third Mizukage. I know Onoki and Sandai AI. They are not quiet guys. They will definitely take some actions later. The third Mizukage also made some comments after seeing the elder Yuanshi finish speaking, but the only one who could call a 50-year-old Nokia brat was probably this Mizukage. Third Sama, there is no problem with preparing for war. Our Kagaya clan is ready to fight at any time. But if the number of missions is reduced, I will not be able to explain to my clan members. The speaker was Kagaya Ryuya, the current patriarch of the Shikatsu clan. The other Jonin were no longer surprised by this situation. As for this family that was not very smart and only knew how to fight, everyone thought that whatever was said was natural. This is not what this meeting is about. This is an order from the village. The third Mizukage did not get angry, but expressed his dissatisfaction in a slightly heavier tone. It was obvious that he did not want to bother with such a brainless guy. Then, Sandame-sama, do we need to let some students of the ninja school graduate early? A ninja from the bloodline family next to Kagaya Ryuya mentioned this. In another month, a new batch of genin will graduate. Now the war hasn't even started, so it shouldn't be that serious, right? When Karatagi Yagura heard the ninja's suggestion, he immediately retorted nervously. That's not necessary at the moment. The third Mizukage looked at Karatagi Yagura meaningfully, but also expressed his approval of what he said. Some familiar jonin had already started discussing in groups of 3 or 4. Master Third, the Hidden Mist Village has been developing well in recent years. Given our geographical location, no major country will take the initiative to attack us. Do we not need to participate in the battlefield of Konoha continent? Among the jonin present, Ching was one of the younger ones, but he still took the initiative to put forward his own ideas. The daimyo has always been very dissatisfied with the fact that our Kirigakure did not participate in the last Ninja World War. He has repeatedly mentioned that he hopes we can seize a few ports in the Land of Fire so as to expand the trade market in the Land of Water. This time it was Elder Yuanshi who gave the answer. As an elder who often dealt with village affairs, he had to communicate with the Daiming Mansion on a daily basis. Ching, what nonsense are you talking about? It has only been a few years since the Second Ninja World War. Konoha must not have recovered yet. Now is a good opportunity for us in the Hidden Mist Village. The tall figure of the Zigwashan puffer ghost looked down at Ching, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Indeed, the Land and Thunder nations will certainly not miss the opportunity to take a bite out of Konoha. The Fire Nation has occupied those lands for too long. Biwajozu also gave a cruel smile and echoed it at the right time. As members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, although none of them were convinced of each other, they all clearly shared the same desire to kill the enemy on the battlefield. In response to this, more jonin also responded and echoed one by one. Obviously, most of the ninjas in the Blood Mist Village were still feeling a bit resentful about the Hidden Mist Village not participating in the last Ninja World War. However, due to the suppression of the third Mizukage, there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, it has only been a few years, and it is clear that the conflict between the Sand Village and Konoha is no longer a small-scale conflict. With the war on the verge of breaking out, actively participating in this war is what the warmongers in the Hidden Mist village want. It seems that everyone is still eager for war, so I will inform the daimyo after the meeting. Issue a condemnation to Konoha in the name of the water country as soon as possible. At this moment, a hint of cruelty flashed in the slightly old eyes of the third Mizukage. At the first 5-Kage conference, the guards brought by the Kage from each village eventually became the second generation Kage of their respective villages, and only he became the third generation. Although at that time it was the second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu who was supposed to serve as a bodyguard, but he was seriously injured and unconscious due to a battle with his mortal enemy, the second Tsuchikage Mu, and was unable to attend. Only then did he have the opportunity to accompany the first Mizukage Byakuran to attend the 5-Kage conference. And that guy Wu ended up accompanying the first Tsuchikage to the meeting, covered in bandages. However, the third Mizukage has always been brooding over this matter, and has always wanted to prove that he is a more qualified Mizukage. However, in the First Ninja World War, the man with a mustache and Wushuan, who was already the second-generation Mizukage, were both killed in the battle. Although he was appointed as the third Mizukage in a time of crisis, the Hidden Mist village was no longer able to participate in the war and was forced to retreat back to the water country, resulting in the third Mizukage not being able to prove himself at the best time. Later, during the Second Ninja World War, the Hidden Mist village had just experienced a rebellion and its strength was somewhat lacking. They could only restrain the Kingdom of Thunder, which also did not participate in the war, and watch the other 3 countries fighting fiercely. In the end, even Hanzo of the Hidden Rain village gained the reputation of a demigod by stepping on the 3 major countries. The third Mizukage, who had never been able to prove himself in the ninja world, was actually the one who most wanted the water country to join the war among those present. At this moment, the Hidden Mist village is already strong in manpower and the elderly third Mizukage will never miss such an opportunity again. But no shadow dies of old age in this position. This oldest shadow, who has fought all the way back from the Warring States period, can no longer hide the fierceness in his eyes. Everyone, get ready for the coming war. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Mei Terumi. Chapter 12 Mei Terumi. Wednesday, Training Ground Number 11 in Kirigakure Village. Obviously, the Jounin meeting of the Hidden Mist Village a few days ago would not reach the ears of the new genin Jianchuan Tachibana. Jianchuanju still trains as usual every day, accumulating gold coins and improving his strength. Although he has accumulated enough gold coins for a 10 draw, both the medical knowledge and the newly acquired water-style ninjutsu are enough for Jianchuanju to study for a while. So after thinking about it, I decided to withdraw all of them at once when the event is almost over. It's just that I'm not a student at a ninja school now, and I don't have a mentor to lead the team. These days, after getting off work at the hospital, Jianchuanju came to this small training ground in a remote area of the Hidden Mist village to practice. After completing his daily training as usual, Jianchuanju looked at the time and prepared to have a sparring session with Lanzai before going home. After one man and one frog stood facing each other, Jianchuanju signaled Lanzai to start the sparring immediately. "Blue, get ready, it's about to begin." Lanzai also called out with a serious face. Quack. Recently, Jianchuanju's strength has improved very quickly. Even though the little frog has been training every day, the gap between the two in strength is getting bigger and bigger, which makes it very annoyed. Following the sound of Jianchuanju, "Start!" The 2 shurikens in his hands were thrown out instantly, drawing 2 graceful arcs in the air and flying towards Lanzai. The little guy didn't panic at all. He pulled 2 bubbles off his bubble scarf with his hands. He threw one to the left and one to the right, intercepting the 2 incoming shurikens in midair and shooting them down. This kind of bubble is the innate ability of the bubble frog. Although it is not very effective for attack and it will not hurt even if hit by the bubble, its defensive ability is very good. With the strength of an ordinary genin, even if Lanzai didn't throw the bubble out but was attacked on the neck, he wouldn't be able to hurt it at all. Seeing that the shuriken was intercepted, Jian Chuanju was not discouraged. He just quickened his pace to get closer to Lanzai. Due to his body size, Lanzai is currently always at a disadvantage in strength confrontations. After a few simple rounds of fighting, he immediately changed his strategy, tensed his legs to accumulate strength, and used the lightning flash to create distance. Although Jian Chuanju looked at this with some envy, he was not without a solution. As he ran forward, he immediately formed seals with his hands and released ninjutsu. Water style * water jet. 2 streams of water immediately gushed out from under Jian Chuanju's feet. The strong thrust also increased his forward speed sharply, and Jian Chuanju's body was lifted slightly off the ground by the strong thrust of the water. But this is not the end yet. Jian Chuanju continued to make seals. Water style * flying water shuriken. As the second ninjutsu was released, the water sprayed from the feet behind him miraculously flowed back into Jian Chuan Tachibana's hands, gradually condensing into a shuriken made of water. As the water shuriken spun rapidly in Jian Chuanju's hand, it expanded to a diameter of nearly 30 centimeters in an instant. You should know that ordinary standard shurikens are often less than 10 centimeters in size for easy carrying and use. Looking at the water shuriken in his master's hand, which was almost as big as himself, Lanzai's face turned pale instantly. He immediately leaped into the air quickly, opened his mouth and used the water gun, using the reaction force of the water flow to fly backwards. Unexpectedly, Jian Chuanju dodged the water gun with a light flash, and then continued to move forward. What was even more surprising was that after the water flow from the water gun flew over Jian Chuanju, it drew a U-shape in the air and merged into the water shuriken that was still growing. Seeing this, Lanzai could only kick the tree trunk behind him with his legs and use lightning flash again. His small body borrowed momentum twice in the forest, like a blue lightning, and quickly avoided his master's pursuit. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju smiled, stretched his right arm backwards, and his whole body was like a fully drawn bow. He suddenly swung the water shuriken in his hand towards the big tree that Lanzai had used for leverage. However, at the moment when the water shuriken flew out, Jian Chuanju was also dumbfounded. WC. Why is it so big? A large shuriken with a diameter of more than 60 centimeters, accompanied by the sound of wind and water splashes, flew out at high speed like an afterimage, instantly cutting down several large trees that could be hugged by one person. It then hit an open space and exploded with a loud bang. The violent explosion turned the area into a mess in an instant. The soil flew everywhere, and the lawn and low bushes were knocked all over the place by the exploding airflow and flying water droplets. Seeing this scene, even though he was the instigator of all this, Jian Chuanju couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Since he had been looking forward when he rushed forward, Jian Chuanju only knew through a rough feel before throwing the water shuriken that this shuriken that condensed all his remaining chakras should be a bit big. Naturally, he couldn't throw this kind of attack ninjutsu directly at Lanzai. Jian Chuanju only threw it towards the open space after seeing Lanzai completely avoid it. I just didn't expect it to be so outrageously powerful. When Jian Chuanju sat down on the spot exhausted, Lanzai came to his side with an angry expression. Haha, Lanzai, you win this time. I have no chakra left. Jian Chuanju looked at Lanzai's expression and wanted to reach out and touch his head to comfort him. Quack. However, Lanzai, who was a little angry, turned away and avoided the touch. Sorry. It was just a sudden idea at the beginning that I used the large amount of water generated by the water jet to perform the flying water shuriken. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Seeing his little frog so angry, Jian Chuanju immediately clasped his hands together and sincerely apologized to Lanzai. Perhaps thinking of the scene where the water gun he used was also sucked in, Lanzai stopped making a fuss. He jumped and skipped to pick up the 2 shurikens that Jian Chuanju had thrown before. Jian Chuanju lay down on the grass and looked at the sun in the sky through the thick fog on the training ground. It would be nice if I could live such a simple life forever. Jian Chuanju was lying down and thinking about life when a figure suddenly stretched out his head from above him and blocked the sunlight. Hey! Kid! It was you who just released it randomly in the training ground. Why is it you? Because the person was facing away from the sun, Jian Chuanju didn't recognize who he was at first, but the voice sounded familiar. However, out of precaution, Jian Chuanju turned over and stood up immediately. What he didn't expect was that the person who came was Mei Terumi, whom he had met once before. Also wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt, the black-haired boy brushed off the grass debris on his body and stood up in embarrassment, while the girl with short brown hair stood with her hands on her hips, waiting for the other person angrily. Why are you here again? Last time you were blocking the door at the hospital, and this time you were randomly throwing ninjutsu at the training ground. Don't you know if there are any other people first? I'm sorry, I haven't seen anyone here at this training ground these past few days, so I wasn't paying much attention just now. Jian Chuanju naturally didn't want to have any conflict with a kid of this age, so he didn't pay too much attention to the other person's tone. Seeing Jian Chuanju's good attitude, Terumi Mei herself felt a little embarrassed. But she still spoke stubbornly. I am a formal ninja, but I have been on a mission and have not been here for training. I have been training in this training ground before. At this point, Mei Terumi noticed that the Kirigakuer ninja emblem on Tachibana Jianchuan's arm had been changed into an armband. Are you the village's genin? How come I haven't heard of you before? Last time we met you didn't seem to be wearing a forehead protector. The three questions were asked in rapid succession, leaving Jian Chuanju speechless. Are we familiar? I don't mind having a good relationship with the future 5th Mizukage, but wasn't Mei Terumi too cocky when she was a child? But never mind, all little kids are probably like this. I just became a medical ninja a few days ago. It's normal that you don't know me. After saying this, I felt that if I didn't interrupt, Mei Terumi would probably keep asking questions one after another. Just at this moment, Lanzai also jumped over with 2 shurikens in his arms. Jian Chuanju picked up Lanzai and put him on his shoulder, ready to leave. Seeing that Jian Chuan Tachibana seemed to be leaving, Terumi Mei couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The powerful jutsu just now doesn't look like something from a medical professional. And what's your name? Medical ninjas are also ninjas, and they are different from ordinary medical personnel. Besides, shouldn't you tell your own name before asking someone else's name? My name is Mei Terumi, and I'm the woman who will become the Mizukage in the future. When asked her name, Mei Terumi seemed to be well prepared and she blurted out this ideal that she had repeated in her mind countless times. At this time, Jian Chuanju had already turned around and walked a few steps. He didn't even look back, but just waved his right hand to say goodbye. My name is Jian Chuanju. In the future, I will be a man who can live to old age. Looking at the figure that gradually merged into the fog, Mei Terumi curled her lips. What? I thought he was a powerful guy, but he turned out to be so unambitious. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 I and number 039, I'm a medical ninja. Chapter 13 I'm a medical ninja. In the next few days, Jian Chuanju came to the number 11 training ground as usual as soon as he got off work at the hospital, practicing and completing his daily tasks. Sometimes you can also see Mei Terumi practicing water jutsu. It's strange to say, the reason why not many people come to this training ground is, firstly, because it is located in a remote area, and another reason is that there are no water resources such as lakes or rivers in the training ground. I don't know what Mei Terumi was thinking, practicing water-style ninjutsu in a place like this. However, after all these days, Jian Chuanju had never seen Mei Terumi practice her signature bloodline ninjutsu dissolution and boiling. I don't know if it's not developed yet, or if it's hidden because I'm here. Although they often come to the training ground at the same time, there is very little communication between the two. They basically practice separately and only say hello occasionally. It happened that today was Sunday, and Jian Chuanju did not go to the hospital for internship, so he came to the training ground in the morning. At this moment, he and Lanze were doing strength training, holding up 2 wooden stakes, one large and one small, when they suddenly saw Mei Terumi walking towards them from a distance in a somewhat awkward manner. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju simply threw away the wooden stake in his hand and signaled Lanze to stop and rest. After Mei Terumi came over, she spoke hesitantly, completely unlike the arrogant tomboy she was before. "Well, I'm currently practicing a water-style defensive ninjutsu. Can you come over and help me test it?" Before Jian Chuan Tachibana could say anything, Mei Terumi continued. "It just so happens that my teammates and the instructor are busy, and the ninjutsu you released that day seemed quite powerful, so. Mei Terumi talked there for a long time without saying anything, and Jian Chuan Tachibana was still waiting for her to finish speaking before agreeing to help her with this small favor. After all, he is the future 5th Mizukage, so it would be a good idea to make friends with him early on. Who would have thought that after seeing that Jian Chuanju didn't say anything for a long time, Mei Terumi seemed to think that she was rejected, and she actually lowered her head and prepared to turn around and leave. Hey, it's just a small matter, of course it's no problem. You are also helping me test the power of ninjutsu attacks." Seeing that this girl, who usually never asks for help from others, was about to leave, Jian Chuanju quickly spoke up and said that it was no problem. "Let's go Lanze, let's go over and train together today." Jian Chuanju waved his hand to signal the little guy to follow. Just testing a ninjutsu." Mei Terumi seemed dissatisfied with her performance just now. As she spoke, she kicked the innocent grass beside her. A moment later, the 2 men came to the other side of the training ground. Jian Chuanju usually likes to train on the west side of the training ground, where there are trees. You can use complex terrain to train your flexibility in movement, and you can also use trees as targets to test the power of your ninjutsu. At this time, the east side where the 2 were was much more open, which was one of the rare flat terrains in the Hidden Mist village. However, the puddles of varying sizes on the ground at this moment were obviously left by Mei Terumi when she was practicing ninjutsu. "This is the ninjutsu I just learned recently, water style * water array wall. But I'm not very proficient in using it yet, so I need someone to help me practice the timing and speed of release and test the defensive strength of the ninjutsu." After saying this, Mei Terumi seemed a little embarrassed. However, what Jian Chuanju's focus was on was that he didn't expect that what Mei Terumi was practicing was actually the water genbei, a very famous water-style ninjutsu. B-rank ninjutsu? But he has already started learning this level of ninjutsu at the same age as me. You know, in the original work, Kakashi was shocked when he saw the newly graduated Uchiha Sasuke use a sea-level fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Of course, Sasuke was actually much younger when he mastered the Great Fireball than Kakashi was shocked by. However, it was still surprising enough that a 10-year-old genin like Terumi Mei could master a B-level ninjutsu. As for Jian Chuanju himself, if the Flying Water Shuriken were to be rated as a ninjutsu, it would probably be ranked B. But in fact, it mainly depends on the systematic inculcation of knowledge. Only after mastering the basics can you learn and practice. I can only sigh that the geniuses in the ninja world are really unreasonable. No problem. I will test you one by one according to the power of my moves. How many times can you release the water array wall? Jian Chuan Tachibana looked at Mei Terumi and asked. I can still release it 4 times now, so there's no need to test the shuriken and kunao. I still have confidence in this. The girl seemed very proud of this. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju ordered Lanze to stand where he was, while he took a few steps sideways to form an angle. Okay, then let's get started, Lanze, water gun. While directing the little frog to use the water gun, Jian Chuanju also took out 2 kunao from his ninja tool bag and threw them out in a very unsportsmanlike manner. Mei Terumi didn't expect that this guy with a bright smile on his face would be so insidious and sneak attack right from the start. She immediately formed seals with both hands. Water style * water wall. A large amount of water formed by chakra was spit out from Mei Terumi's mouth, forming a thick arc-shaped water curtain in front of her to block the attacks from two directions. Whether it was the kunao or the water gun, they were blocked outside by the water curtain that rose from the ground. Jian Chuanju didn't expect that the 4 releases that Mei Terumi mentioned referred to this kind of water array wall that was released without the help of water in the environment. It was a pity that he was conscious enough to make the attack paths of himself and Lanzai pass through the puddles on the ground. It seems that these genius ninjas, even if they don't have the physique of a Senja or Uzumaki, have chakra levels far exceeding those of ordinary people. Jian Chuanju was admiring in his heart while sighing silently. However, unexpectedly, after the water array wall dissipated, Mei Terumi stared at him angrily and said, "You can only release it once now." Seeing Mei Terumi's expression, Tachibana Jian Chuan also understood, and immediately held his forehead in silence with a frown on his face. "It turned out that I was overthinking it just now." Mei Terumi's attack was too sudden, so she didn't have time to use the water in the puddle in front of her to release the ninjutsu. "You said it yourself. You need to practice the timing and speed of release. Woman, your name is fickle." Mei Terumi seemed to feel humiliated and urged him angrily. "You can only release it once, so just use your strongest attack." "The strongest attack, are you sure?" Mei Terumi just stood there with a cool look on her face, her chin slightly raised, and she didn't reply. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju had no choice but to quickly form seals with his hands. This time, since he was shooting at a fixed target and there was plenty of water around, there was no need to release the water jet first. Water style * flying water shuriken. In an instant, the water shuriken condensed and began to rotate in Jian Chuanju's hand. As the water shuriken's rotation speed gradually increased, clear water streams flowed out from several puddles around it, quickly converging and constantly merging into the water shuriken. Seeing that the diameter of the water shuriken was approaching the one released yesterday, Jian Chuanju didn't dare to continue to accumulate water. Although the water shuriken created by the ninjutsu of Hiki Shui Shuriken can be thrown directly, Jian Chuanju still habitually rooted his feet on the ground and stretched his body, accumulating strength like a fully drawn longbow. Then he swung his arm forward quickly, and the water shuriken shot out instantly with this smooth movement. The ninjutsu's own flying speed and the whole body's throwing force combined together, cutting through the air and flying towards Mei Terumi. Water style * water wall. Because she had prepared in advance, this time Terumi Mei stared at Jian Chuan Tachibana intently, and after predicting the seal in advance, she slapped the ground with both hands. With the help of the puddle in front and the large amount of clean water produced by the water array wall just now, he performed ninjutsu, and a water curtain that was several times thicker than before rose again. However, the whistling water shuriken was like a ferocious beast raising its claws. After only a brief pause after contact with the water curtain, a large hole was torn in the water curtain with a harsh friction sound. Then, the flying water shuriken, which was still powerful, drew an arc from the left side of Terumi Mei's cheek and flew towards a huge rock not far behind her. Bang sizzle bong! With a strange cutting sound, the flying water shuriken left a deep cut on the surface of the boulder and then exploded with a loud bang. Just now, when the flying water shuriken flew past Terumi Mei with a whistling sound that tore through the air, she even felt the breath of death for a moment. After standing there in a daze for a moment, Terumi Mei finally came back to her senses. Her face was full of fear, and she looked quickly between Jian Chuan Tachibana and the huge rock behind her. "Are you really a genin? A medical genin?" Jian Chuanju was about to say something when he was interrupted by a system prompt. Ding! Defeat a genin for the first time, unlock the achievement. How dare you call yourself a genin? Quack! Lanzi let out a soft cry and looked at Jian Chuanju, who was in a daze beside him, with a strange look. "Look, what did you hit me with before?" End of this chapter. Chapter 14 3 People. Chapter 14 3 People. After leaving the training ground, I made an appointment with Keiko Saiguchi to have lunch near my home at noon. Jian Chuanju decided to go back home and pack up before going to the appointment. On the way, Jian Chuan Tachibana recalled the ninjutsu test with Terumi Mei in the morning. Although he used the flying water shuriken to penetrate Terumi Mei's water formation wall, he did not feel complacent. First of all, that flying water shuriken almost used up more than half of his chakra. And no one knew how long Mei Terumi had been practicing before she came to find him, so much so that her chakra was only enough to release the water array wall for the last time. Secondly, Mei Terumi is still practicing the water array wall ninjutsu. However, his own flying water shuriken was instilled in him by the system and he had mastered it. The most important thing is that Mei Terumi is now just a genin of the same age as herself. Alas, my strength still needs to be improved. Just as Jian Chuanju walked to the door of the barbecue restaurant and was about to step in, he saw two people walking towards him. He just happened to know one of them, Jian Chuanju, or rather, he knew both of them, but he knew one of them from watching anime in his previous life. The people who came were Zabuza Momokai and Yagura Karitachi. In fact, because today is Sunday and Yagura Karitachi didn't have any missions, he gave Zabuza some special training nearby in the morning. Coincidentally, the place for lunch is also here. Zabuza recognized Jian Chuan Tachibana, who was about to enter the door, at a glance. After all, he was an imaginary enemy before, and then inexplicably became a medical ninja. Zabuza had a deep impression of Jian Chuan Tachibana. However, later on, Zabuza Momokai specifically asked Yagura Karitachi if it was possible that Tachibana Kanigawa knew about his plan. After a brief investigation, Karitachi Yagura said it was probably just a coincidence, and Zabuza never paid any attention to this person again. "I didn't expect to meet you here again today." However, given Zabuza's personality, he would not say hello to Jian Chuan Tachibana or anything like that. His gaze only lingered for a moment on the ninja forehead guard on Jian Chuan Tachibana's left arm before he passed by and walked out of the store. "That young man just now is the Jian Chuanju you mentioned before, right?" Karuichi Yagura, who also walked out of the store, asked casually. Obviously he noticed Zabuza Momokai's little movements, and combined with his appearance, it was not difficult to guess who this was. Not important, just an insignificant person. Although Zabuza said so, Karitagi Yagura still kept Kanigawa Tachibana in his heart. Jian Chuan Tachibana knew Zabuza Momokai's character, so she naturally didn't take his disregard to heart. "I'm just a little curious as to why he is here with Karuju Yagura. But it doesn't matter anymore. I have become a genin now, and the graduation exam of the ninja school is destined to be an insignificant matter to me." After walking a few steps into the store, Jian Chuanju saw a blue-haired figure waiting there. "Aunt Huizi, long time no see." When seeing Jian Chuan Tachibana greeting her, Saiguchi Keiko also raised her head and smiled faintly. "Yes, the village has been quite busy lately, and I haven't even congratulated you on becoming a genin yet." Jian Chuanju had long been accustomed to this kind of tone of voice that was somewhat like coaxing a child, and he just responded with a subconscious smile. "Aunt Huizi is the dean, so she must have a lot of things to do. You haven't been assigned a team to intern in the hospital yet, are you used to it?" asked Keiko Saiguchi. "Not bad. It's much easier than the previous medical ninja training. And I've been learning the fine injury extraction technique recently." As an elder, Keiko Saiguchi's concern for Tachibana Kanigawa came naturally from all aspects. The two of them ate and talked, and it was basically Keiko Saiguchi who asked the questions and Tachibana Kanigawa who answered. From the previous training on the island to how life has been recently, time passed by gradually with questions and answers. It was not until Jian Chuanju saw that they had almost finished eating that he suddenly asked, "Aunt Huizi, is there going to be a war soon? Saiguji Keiko was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and looked at Jianchuan Tachibana's familiar face. Although the Hidden Mist Village did not participate in the last Ninja World War, the child's parents also died in the mission because of the war. Now the village has issued a notice that a new war is about to begin. As one of the first batch of medical ninjas piloted by the village, Jianchuanju will inevitably participate in the war. I don't know whether it's right or wrong to make him a medical ninja. Keiko Saiguji thought silently in her heart. Seeing that Saiguji Keiko fell silent, Jianchuan Tachibana did not rush to ask further questions. After all, he already knew that the water country would definitely participate in the war this time, and he asked the question only to take the opportunity to understand the current developments of the village. As the director of the Kirigakure Hospital, even though Keiko Saiguji is not a senior member of the village, if the village is ready to intervene in the war, she will definitely make arrangements for medical personnel. Jianchuanju's guess was not wrong. Saiguji Keiko had recently received a notice from the village and was busy with preparations for the war. She did not hide anything about this, but for the first time she treated Jianchuanju as an adult and spoke directly to him. Yes, the war will come soon, and the village is already communicating with the daimyo-sama. After a brief pause, Saiguji Keiko continued. The Fire Nation and the Wind Nation have already gone to war, and the Earth Nation has also issued a statement to the Fire Nation. Currently, only we and the Lightning Nation are still waiting and watching. However, the voices in the village for joining the war are basically one-sided. Jianchuan Tachibana had anticipated this and simply responded to Saiguji Keiko. Thank you Aunt Huizi, I will make some preparations. Tachibana, I want you to remember that you are not only a ninja, but also a very talented doctor. No matter what happens, you must keep yourself safe. Saiguji Keiko stared into Jianchuan Tachibana's eyes and said with a serious expression. As an ordinary person, she could not interfere with the village's mission arrangements for the ninjas, and could only remind Jianchuanju to be careful in this way. I know, Aunt Huizi. I'm most afraid of death. Jianchuanju answered with a smile on his face but a firm tone. I am a man who will live to the end. So the two of them returned to the hospital together after dinner. On the other side, Mei Terumi, who had been training with Tachibana Jianchuan in the morning, was also discussing the upcoming war with others. Teacher Qing, if the village joins the war, will you still lead our team? The flat-faced girl looked at her leading jonin with a worried look on her face. It should be possible. Even if a war really breaks out, the village will not easily break up a team that cooperates well. Qing didn't take Terumi Mei's worries too seriously. As a relatively young jonin in the village, Qing is not an important fighting force that needs special mobilization at this moment. In this case, they usually accept war missions in the form of small teams. But those two idiots, Guda and Kyugawa, were badly injured again. If the village sends us a mission. Seeing that his most valued disciple was still worried, Qing had no choice but to change the subject. You just said that the genin who trained with you this morning used a ninjutsu that you had never seen before to break through your water barrier. When talking about this matter, Mei Terumi's attention was immediately diverted and she said with an indignant look on her face. Last time when those two idiots, Guda and Bonkawa, were injured, we saw that guy when we went to the hospital. He said he was a medical ninja. I didn't see any medical ninjutsu, but his water jutsu attack was terrifyingly powerful. Qing also remembered the black-haired boy at this moment. After all, Jianchuanju's handsome face was still very memorable. But I didn't expect that he was also the medical ninja that the village had recently started to promote. Qing was also aroused with a hint of curiosity, and then asked. What's his name? His name is Jianchuanju. It doesn't sound like the name of a medical ninja. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Hoshigaki Kisame. Chapter 15 Hoshigaki Kisame. Name is Hoshigaki Kisame, I'm 12 years old, and I'm a new chunin in the Hidden Mist Village. A few days ago, I was on a mission with my Jonin captain and 2 teammates to escort merchants from the Land of Fire back to their country. Unexpectedly, this businessman actually concealed the fact that he was competing with his own brother for the position of head of the family. Not long after we set foot in the Land of Fire, we encountered the ninjas that the merchant's brother hired to kill him. I just don't know what kind of promise his younger brother made, and the person he invited was Yekang, the scorch release of Sand Village. Obviously, there is a huge gap in strength between the captain, who is also a Jonin, and Yekang, who has already made a name for himself. The Fire Nation merchant died on the spot because of his stinginess. And Yekang, who was using Scorching Escape, seemed to have other tasks and did not want to reveal his whereabouts. After killing the target, he also wanted to silence our team. Without much words, endless orange fireballs came one after another, and his captain's water-style ninjutsu could hardly do anything to effectively block them. Fortunately, Yekang's perception ability seems to be relatively poor, and his target is mainly focused on the captain, who is a senior ninja. Even so, I was finally hit by a fireball and managed to escape with the help of the mist hidden technique. In the end, with the help of the Hoshigaki clan's talent, he replenished a large amount of water and was able to escape back to the village alone with his seriously injured body. After reporting the information about Yekang's scorch release, he was immediately sent to the Kirigakure hospital for treatment. But, who can tell me? Why is my primary doctor a 9-year-old kid? 5 minutes ago. Jian Chuanju is observing and learning in operating room number 3. A fruit stall owner was resting in his shop when he was hit on the head by a tile accidentally kicked off by a ninja running across his roof. He is currently undergoing surgery to stitch his wound. Jian Chuanju, who has been interning at the Kirigakure hospital recently, has already mastered several medical ninjutsu and has a solid foundation in basic medical knowledge. In addition, although he is a ninja, he is not arrogant and is kind to others, so he is very popular in the hospital. There are often some ordinary doctors who do not have chakram mastery, and they ask him to come as an assistant when they are performing surgery to treat the wounded, and use medical ninjutsu to solve some more troublesome problems. Jian Chuanju can also use this opportunity to accumulate medical experience, which is a win-win situation. Just when Jian Chuanju was still marveling at this unlucky boss, a nurse rushed in, saw Jian Chuanju just watching from the side, and immediately spoke. Dr. Jian Chuan, a ninja has been sent to the hospital with severe burns and dehydration. The director is in another operation. I want you to go over and stabilize the injured person's condition first. Upon hearing this, Jian Chuanju stood up immediately. He thought that Aunt Keiko must have believed that her water flow ring ninjutsu had a strong therapeutic effect on external injuries and burns, but there were too few people in the hospital who were proficient in this ninjutsu, so she let him go first when she was busy. Just like that, Jian Chuan Tachibana, wearing a custom-made mini white coat, hurried into the ward and was seen by Hoshigaki Kisame, who happened to know that his attending physician would be here soon. Jian Chuanju naturally had no idea about Hoshigaki Kisame's complicated psychological activities at this time, and even if he knew, he would not care. In the past, some patients would even directly question his identity, but most civilians would immediately shut up after knowing that he was a ninja. After entering the ward, Jian Chuanju was slightly surprised after taking the form recording the patient's condition. Kisame Hoshigaki was injured by Hagura's scorch release. Wow, they are all celebrities. Although the Hoshigaki clan is a small ninja clan with very few members, their physique is special and their body structure is slightly different from that of ordinary people. Moreover, Yekang's burning escape attack method and the damage caused are very special, so this information will be recorded in advance to facilitate doctors to understand the condition of the injured. Jian Chuanju didn't waste any time. After briefly checking Hoshigaki Kisame's injuries, he asked the nurse to bring a bucket of water and began to form seals with his hands to perform ninjutsu. Water style ** water flow ring. 2 streams of water flew out of the bucket in an instant, floating on Jian Chuanju's left and right palms to form water rings. In fact, Yakang's burning escape mainly causes burns on the outside of the body, dehydration, and respiratory system damage due to inhalation of high-temperature air. However, since Hoshigaki Kisame did not die on the spot and has survived until now, it is not too difficult to treat him. However, the treatment of the lungs requires more precise and detailed chakra control. Tachibana Jianchuan placed his left hand just above Hoshigaki Kisame's body to treat the external burns. His right hand was placed above Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth and nose, ready to guide the water into its body. Don't worry, this is a healing jutsu. Open your mouth. Hoshigaki Kisame was lying on the bed at this moment, staring at Jianchuan Tachibana with his little eyes. Although this doctor looks young, he performs ninjutsu very skillfully. And for some reason, when I saw him forming hand seals and performing water escape, I felt inexplicably familiar with him. So he opened his mouth obediently. However, when he saw Hoshigaki Kisame open his mouth, Jianchuan Tachibana was a little hesitant. After thinking about it carefully, he divided the water in his hand into several more streams, which flowed to the gills on both sides of Hoshigaki Kisame's cheeks and left and right shoulders. Treatment of respiratory burns. Fish gills are also considered respiratory tract, right? Jian Chuanju was distracted while treating the patient and almost choked Hoshigaki Kisame, the shark man who could breathe underwater. He quickly focused his attention on the treatment. Hoshigaki Kisame immediately felt a hint of coolness from the water and the unique warm healing power of the yang attribute chakra flowing through his burns at the same time, quickly relieving the pain caused by the burn escape. During this period, when Keiko Saiguchi arrived, she found that Tachibana Kenkawa had already started the treatment and did not interrupt. He just pointed out some precautions with some relief, then asked the nurse to get some targeted burn medicines, and instructed her to help Hoshigaki Kisame apply medicine and bandage after Jianchuan Tachibana's treatment was completed, and then left the ward directly. Half an hour later. Okay, after the initial treatment, the injury has stabilized. All that remains is to change the dressing on time and observe in the hospital. Jianchuan Tachibana wiped the sweat from his head and said to Hoshigaki Kisame, "This is how healing ninjutsu works. Although it consumes a lot of physical strength and chakra, it consumes more mental energy because of the need for meticulous control." Jian Chuanju looked at the external ointment prescribed by Saiguchi Keiko, wrote down his own medical instructions, and prepared to leave. "Doctor, what is your name?" Hoshigaki Kisame forced a smile and asked, but his sharp teeth were exposed when he opened his mouth, which scared the nurse who was preparing to apply medicine next to him so much that she took a step back. However, Jianchuan Tachibana knew the true character of Hoshigaki Kisame. Moreover, in the original work, Kisame is an honest character that he likes, so he can ignore his hideous appearance. "My name is Jian Chuanju, and I'm a medical ninja." Jian Chuanju gave Kisame a thumbs up and gave him a faint smile. In the next few days, Jian Chuanju often came to Hoshigaki Kisame's ward when he was in the hospital to inquire about his recovery. After all, I am his actual attending physician, and the character in the original novel has some filters. Later, Hoshigaki Kisame learned that the water flow ring was actually a ninjutsu created by Tachibana Kanagawa. During the period of recuperation, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had nothing to do, began to frequently discuss some water-style ninjutsu and hand seal techniques with Jianchuan Tachibana. Jian Chuanju also gained a lot in this regard. After a while, the two of them became friends who could talk to each other. In this way, Jian Chuanju practiced in the hospital and exchanged ninjutsu with Hoshigaki Kisame during the day, and practiced with Mei Terumi in the training ground at night. His level in all aspects was improving rapidly. Is there anyone reading this book? If so, please leave a review. Writing a book is a bit boring. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, A Night Destined to be Restless. Chapter 16, A Night Destined to be Restless. Today is the last day of the limited time sweepstakes event. After a month of hard work and accumulation, Jian Chuanju's gold coins increased from 1,520 to 3,875. This is not just the gold coins obtained from daily tasks. During this month, in order to accumulate more gold coins to draw the limited time prize pool, Jian Chuanju was teasing cats and dogs, bullying children, and rescuing poor neighbors. Do whatever it takes and use all your rest time to trigger system achievements. He even went to the village mission hall to take on ninja missions to try and see if he could trigger a new way to earn gold coins. Unfortunately, the number of regular missions in the village has been greatly reduced recently, and most of the genin missions need to be taken up by a team. Without a team, Jian Chuanju couldn't stay in the mission hall for 24 hours waiting for the right mission, so he had to give up regretfully in the end. When the event ends tomorrow, the prize pool will disappear. Although I haven't saved enough for the third 10 draw, I still have to start the draw. Having drawn lots of prizes many times, Jian Chuanju is quite familiar with it. After washing his hands, face, and praying to the gods, he opened the system panel. Although the water attribute up pool had accumulated a guaranteed 30 draws, Jian Chuanju did not hesitate any longer and directly chose the survival up pool. Let's do 20 consecutive draws first. 2 balls of light in the system panel rotated and shook at high speed, and then exploded. Dazzling streams of light flew out in all directions. Alas, there is no gold. Although he said that with his luck, there was no guarantee that the gold prize would come out, he still had some expectations. Unfortunately, reality always fulfills your wishes when you least expect it. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, quack. Although the little frog didn't understand why Jian Chuanju sighed, he also echoed him. When Jian Chuanju shook his head, perked up and focused his eyes on the reward panel, a hint of joy still appeared on his face. Prize. Characteristics asterisk danger premonition, purple item, passive effect without consumption, enables the owner of this trait to sense the surrounding dangers in advance. Move learning tool, mystical guardian, purple item, attributeless secret technique. After forming a seal and releasing the secret technique, you will be granted an effect that allows you to be immune to most abnormal states. This effect continuously consumes mental energy. Momentum belt, purple item, even if you are hit by a fatal attack, you will not die after carrying it. You will only fall into a coma due to serious injuries. The item will enter a cooldown period of 1 year after taking effect once. Powerful wound medicine, blue item, can be taken orally or used externally, greatly recovers the user's injuries. Good wound medicine asterisk 3, blue item, can be taken orally or used externally, moderately restores the user's injuries. White items asterisk 13 it really is worthy of being an event prize pool, the 3 purple prizes all look pretty good. First of all, danger prediction is a god-level passive skill that is no less than a golden item. It is often the protagonist's life-saving weapon in major works. For Jian Chuanju who may have to go to the battlefield later, it is a very practical feature. Jian Chuanju integrated the characteristic light ball into his body without saying a word, and later found an opportunity to test the actual effect of this passive skill. Since the mysterious guardian was an esoteric scroll, Jian Chuanju immediately had a general understanding of this esoteric art after the knowledge was instilled. It's a little different from what I imagined at first. The immunity to most abnormal conditions mentioned in the item description is not as invincible as it seems. This secret technique is mainly used to target abnormal conditions caused by control-type ninjutsu, such as various illusions and the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique. Control effects can be immune to it during the duration of the secret technique. It's not like in the Pokemon games, where you can be immune to any abnormal condition such as burns, frostbite, and poisoning. Moreover, as an active skill, it needs to be released in advance, which greatly reduces the value of this ninjutsu. It can only be said that it is very useful in specific scenarios. What should I say about the final momentum zone? It looks like it has a very strong effect, and it is actually very strong, but the conditions for use are a bit too harsh. It's not that the effect of saving life once a year is too little, but after this thing saves your life, it will cause you to fall into a coma with serious injuries. If you were seriously injured and fell unconscious on the battlefield, it would probably not be much different from dying directly. It can only be said that his life was saved, but not completely. Having said that, Jian Chuanju still tied the momentum belt to his arm very sincerely. After all, being alive is better than dying directly. Jian Chuanju even planned to install his own Kirigakuer village emblem on it, and weld it to his left arm and never take it off again. Although the last two prizes were not as perfect as he had imagined, Jian Chuanju felt that the danger prediction alone was worth the money. As usual, he put away the blue and white items, then picked out the ones he could use and put them in his ninja tool bag to carry with him. Jian Chuanju began to feel a little confused. I currently have 675 gold coins left, and I can make 4 single draws. I am a little confused about whether to use it directly in the prize pool of this event. And although 3 purple items have been drawn today, the only move learning device is still a scroll without attributes. I didn't draw any ninjutsu of other attributes, and when I opened a new permanent prize pool, I always felt like something was missing. Lanzai, do you think I should continue the lottery? Jian Chuanju, who was a little undecided, began to ask Lanzai for help pitifully. Underscore? Quack. Lanzai looked at his master who was asking him the question and shook his head in confusion. Although Lanzai's shaking head did not mean he didn't want it, it gave Jian Chuanju a way out and made him give up the idea of taking a gamble. After all, 4 draws require 11 days of daily tasks. If used in this event prize pool that will end tomorrow, there will be neither a guaranteed 10 draw purple nor a cumulative number of guaranteed gold items. If I draw 4 white prizes such as daily necessities, my good mood of getting 3 life-saving items today will probably disappear completely. Let's just stay in the water attribute pool and draw from it. Let yourself get a golden reward of water attribute first, maybe it will bring about a qualitative improvement in your combat power. Letting go of the little obsession in his heart, Jian Chuanju could finally fall asleep peacefully in a good mood after drawing the reward. It's just that some people are destined not to sleep tonight. On a small island near the hidden mist village. It just happened to be the island where Jian Chuanju and other medical ninjas were undergoing closed training. The few temporary buildings left over from that time are still in the center of the island. Although there were obviously many people moving around on the island at the moment, no one planned to spend the night in the building. From noon today until now, more than 100 ninja school students on this small island have been fighting each other for their graduation examinations. If anyone wants to rest in such a conspicuous building in the center of the island, he will definitely become the target of public criticism. It's somewhat ironic that 3 months ago, a group of doctors and ninjas who had never met each other helped and guided each other in their studies in order to become medical ninjas. At this moment, a group of teenagers who are only about 10 years old have to kill at least one classmate they have known for several years and seize the token in the other party's hand in order to pass the assessment and become a genin. According to the original plan of the ninja school, all students would receive a token and board the island, and then the ship would leave. When the ship arrives again at noon the next day, students with 2 tokens can board the ship and leave, officially becoming a genin in the Blood Mist village. However, at this moment on the island, there is a student who seems to disagree with the ninja school's plan. I looked at the night which was getting darker and darker, approaching complete darkness. Zabuza Mamakai clenched the kunao in his hand and prepared to take action. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Weapons and Tools. Chapter 17 Weapons and Tools. Since arriving on the island at noon, Zabuza Mamakai has been wandering around, observing the terrain of the entire island. Although it is just a small island, it can be used as an assessment site for more than 100 ninja school students. Its actual area is more than 2 million square meters, and it is full of trees, mountains, and rocks. Even with Zabuza Mamakai's strength, it would be difficult to wipe out so many students scattered on the island. So even though Kirudayagura had already given him the map of the island in advance, Zabuza still went to confirm a few unclear places on the first day of arriving on the island. In order to prevent being attacked by all the students, Zabuza did not choose to take action during the day, but simply dealt with 2 unlucky guys he met on the way. With Zabuza's strength and fame in the ninja school, the 2 ordinary students were ready to hand over their tokens to save their lives the moment they saw Zabuza. This is also allowed in the ninja school. After all, the purpose of the assessment is to eliminate the weak. When you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, you have to hand over your token, and then eliminate 2 people who are weaker than you. This is the normal situation in an exam. But for Zabuza Mamakai, everyone in this test is his prey. Zabuza, who has already taken action, only has the enemy in his eyes. Puff. The 11th. With a slight sound and blood splashing, Zabuza slowly pulled out the kunai from the back of a girl's neck. 23rd. Zabuza's gaze swept across the 2 corpses at his feet without stopping for a moment. He just walked silently towards the opponent's ninja tool bag, simply replenished the supplies, and then turned around to continue his hunting. Whizzing! 2 shurikens suddenly shot out from the dense forest. Zabuza alertly dodged sideways and at the same time stretched out his fingers and accurately inserted them into the hole in the middle of the flying shurikens. With a sudden swing of his arm, the shuriken shot back at a faster speed and hit the target in the dense forest. 30. After completing this series of actions, Zabuza Mamakai counted subconsciously. 56, 57, 58. As the sky gradually brightened, Zabuza's expression changed from bloodthirstiness at first, to calmness later, and then to confusion, until finally his eyes gradually became dead silent. Although his expression returned to calm, the murderous aura on his body became more intense, and mottled bloodstains extended from the collar all the way to the trouser legs. Just like that, before he knew it, Zabuza had arrived at the gathering point at the island port. Although the sun had already risen, the fog on the island was getting thicker. A dozen students were gathering here in 2s and 3s. Apparently, these were students who had obtained 2 tokens and were waiting for the ship to pick them up. There were several corpses lying randomly on the ground, still bleeding. I don't know whether he died here because someone tried to snatch the token, or he was a fool who was killed because he thought he was strong enough to snatch the token at the finish line. Seeing Zabuza Mamakai slowly walking out of the thick fog, a student in Zabuza's class walked up to him and greeted him with a somewhat gloating look. "Hey, Mamakai Zabuza, with your strength, why did you come so late? Don't go over there." One of his companions next to him seemed to notice that something was wrong with Zabuza's condition. However, the words did not fall. Puff! Hot blood spurted out from the boy's neck. The student's wide eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, even though he had clearly passed the test. He tried in vain to grab the kunai stuck in his throat with both hands, and then slowly fell down. "Zabuza! You!" Originally, only the dead student's companions wanted to scold Zabuza, while everyone else was just watching coldly. Everyone just thought that Zabuza didn't get the token for some reason and came to the finish line to snatch it. However, Zabuza Mamakai ignored the man's words, stood still and began to form seals with his hands rapidly. What is he doing? Hey! The dead guy has 2 tokens on him. No! Stop him! The students who can come here at this time are all of the upper middle level of this class. Some of those who reacted quickly realized that something was wrong and quickly rushed towards Zabuza. Cut! Seeing Senbon, kunai, shuriken, and all kinds of attacks coming towards you, Zabuza had no choice but to interrupt the water dragon bullet technique that he was forming in his hands, and took out 2 kunai again, holding one in the left and one in the right hands, and rushed directly into the crowd and started killing. Are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense and kill him. However, no matter how these people curse, they are being ruthlessly harvested one by one as time goes by. At this moment, the evil aura emanating from Zabuza Mamakai was so strong that it was almost tangible, as if it were real. When the last surviving student looked at the boy who was a few inches shorter than him, perhaps it was fear that distorted his vision. He seemed to see the evil spirit behind the young man condensed into a several-meter-tall evil ghost head, which was hideous and terrifying. At this moment, Zabuza Mamakai was surrounded by a strong smell of blood, and the purple-red evil ghost heads were twisting and circling behind him, gradually enveloping him. The head was like a hungry beast, emitting a suffocating aura of fear. Finally, the student's eyes became empty, the dagger in his hand slipped, and he fell to the ground powerlessly, welcoming his own death and the birth of a ghost. The scorching sun at noon finally dispelled the thick fog on the island, and a large ship arrived at the island on time. However, as the ship slowly approached the shore, everyone on board witnessed a scene that was completely different from previous years. A boy, covered in blood and without eyebrows, was sitting alone at the harbor, hugging his knees tightly with his hands. At this moment, there were more than 20 corpses lying around him, both male and female, all of them were students of the ninja school. Blood, kunao, and shurikens were scattered all over the ground, and even the sea water near the port was dyed a shocking red. The young man sat in the midst of chaos and death, his eyes dull, as if he was isolated from the world. He stared blankly at the approaching ship, his face expressionless, as if he had lost all reaction to everything around him. "Quick, go down and see what happened." A man dressed as a chunin was eager to rush to the shore. However, a green-haired figure got there first and blocked his way. Kuruhi Yagura, the person who was supposed to be hiding behind the scenes, now appeared on the boat. It is not known whether his appearance was to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, or to protect Zabuza Mamakai who had completed the mission, or perhaps both. "Everyone, stay on board." As Kuruju Yagura finished his words, several figures quickly rushed out of the cabin and blocked the bow. At the same time, 4 chunins walked out of the island. It was the invigilator who seemed to have not existed all day who joined the interception team. Then, Kuruhi Yagura jumped onto the shore alone. With complicated eyes, he slowly walked towards Zabuza Mamakai who was curled up there. "Little devil, you are just a weapon and a tool to carry out orders. All the killings and sins are borne by me who issued the orders." Karitachi Yagura leaned over, gently ruffled Zabuza's hair with his hands, and continued. "So now, your mission is accomplished. Congratulations on your graduation, kid. Weapons and tools." The young man had a dull look in his eyes from beginning to end, but only at this moment did a faint light seem to appear in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Follow-up to the graduation exam. Chapter 18, Follow-up to the graduation exam. At 3 p.m. that day, a high-level meeting of the Hidden Mist Village was held. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the appropriate time to intervene in the war and how to deal with the sudden change in the daimyo of the water country's ambiguous attitude towards participating in the war. Unexpectedly, everyone learned the news of the accident in the ninja graduation exam first. The atmosphere in the conference room was a little heavy at this moment. The third Mizukage sat behind his desk with an expressionless face, and standing obediently beside him was Karitachi Yagura with a frown on his face. When something like this happened in the ninja school, naturally someone informed the third Mizukage of the news immediately. Then Elder Yuanshi spoke up and briefly introduced what had happened. The patriarch of the Snow Clan, Suifeng, had a gloomy expression on his face. He immediately stood up and expressed his intention to severely punish Mamakai Zabuza. The village's combat power has been reduced at this critical moment. I think Mamakai Zabuza is very likely a spy from another village and should be interrogated immediately. Suifeng said coldly. As the representative of the ninja clan, the Hidden Mist Village is about to join the war. The decrease in the number of lower-level civilian ninjas means that the ninja clan may need to send more family members to the battlefield, which obviously greatly damages the interests of the ninja clan. And since this Zabuza Mamakai was able to kill all the candidates alone at this age, he must be a very talented young man. It would be better for such a genius who came from a civilian ninja to die. Just as Karatagi Yagura was about to speak up to defend Zabuza, a rough laugh suddenly rang out. Ha, Yukikaze, that's nothing. We are the Blood Mist ninjas, and the weak ones should be eliminated. I think this kid is pretty good. Although Kagai Ryuya said that Zabuza was a good person, judging from his impatient look, it was obvious that he didn't care about this matter. The existence of the ninja school is to train ninjas for the village. People who disrupt the exam must be severely punished. Seeing that Kagaya Tatsuya, this idiot, actually refuted him at this time, the Yukikaze clan leader felt his veins popping out instantly. He simply ignored Kagaya Tatsuya and looked directly at the calm third Mizukage. Seeing that the time seemed to be right, Kiruta Yagura, who was standing next to the third Mizukage, immediately spoke. Although Mamakai Zabuza's behavior was extreme, the content of the exam was to kill other candidates, so he did not violate the exam rules. Having said this, Karatagi Yagura glanced at the third Mizukage, and seeing that he did not speak, he simply continued speaking. I think the important thing is not to deal with him, but to consider whether to change the rules of the ninja school's graduation exam. Upon hearing this, the third Mizukage looked at Karatagi Yagura with a smile and said, Kuro Tachibana Jonin, are you questioning the rules I set? For some reason, even though this was not the first time he had made this suggestion, Kiruta Yagura felt himself breaking out in a cold sweat. That's not the case, Mizukage-sama. It's just that the war is about to begin, and I think the battlefield should be more helpful in training future students rather than letting them die at the hands of their companions. Having said that, Karatagi Yagura's gaze gradually became firm, and he raised his head and looked directly into the eyes of the third Mizukage. And if this rule is not changed, something like this may happen again in the future. At this moment, the eyes of the third Mizukage, whose slightly old face, suddenly became sharp. Really? Will it happen again? The Kirigakure high-level officials present at the scene also vaguely realized that the matter seemed complicated, so they all kept silent. Just when Karajima Yagura was beginning to be unable to withstand the pressure brought by the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage did not wait for Karajima Yagura to say anything else. He slowly stood up, glanced at everyone, and spoke calmly. The invigilator of this exam was seriously derelict in his duty. He will be transferred to the intelligence department immediately and sent to the Land of Fire to gather intelligence. Zigwashin Fugugui, you will be in charge of the arrangements. Yes. After hearing this, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost immediately stood up and responded. There is a loophole in the ninja school graduation exam rules, so they will be temporarily suspended. Sata, you will arrange for a new exam plan, which will then be submitted to the Yuanshi elders for review. The third generation Mizukage mentioned Seidaiji, who is the current vice principal of the ninja school. However, because the third generation Mizukage is only the principal in name only, the affairs of the ninja school are basically handled by him. Yes, yes. Zhou Tianxir, who had not been on a mission for many years and gradually became a civilian staff, was very frightened when he heard that he was asked to handle such a difficult matter. However, he did not dare to question the order of the Mizukage-sama, and could only agree tremblingly and then retreat. Finally, as for that brat called Mamakai Zabuza, the third Mizukage glanced at the somewhat nervous Yagura Karatachi and continued, Master Yuanchi, I remember that the Blue Jonin came to report this morning that he wanted to add 2 more members from this batch of students, right? It is true that 2 members of Aoki's team were seriously injured during the mission and can no longer continue to serve as ninjas. The elder Yuanchi nodded slowly and answered the question of the third Mizukage. Then let Zabuza go to Aoki's team, and there is only 1 member left. The third Mizukage looked at the current leader of the Kizuna clan, Kizuna Yingyu, who had been silent. I heard that the Ghost Lantern clan has a young genius. At this moment, countless horses were galloping through Guideng Yingyu's heart. Ever since the former patriarch of the Guideng clan, the second-generation Mizukage Gui Deng Huanyu, died in battle and the third-generation Mizukage took over. The status of the Gui Deng family has been deteriorating. Now even his control over the 7 ninja swords is in name only, and he is extremely cautious and never speaks in high-level meetings. Who would have thought that it would happen to me? Our own genius, Mangetsu Hojiki, is only 7 years old now. Although he believed that he was definitely as strong as any genin, how could he be assigned to such a strange team? Lord Mizukage, it must be a rumor. There hasn't been any talented young man in the clan for a long time. Gui Deng Yingyu answered cautiously while thinking in her heart. Not many people know about Man Yu's training. I will go back and find out who spread the news. He didn't want the family's genius to be exposed to outsiders at such a young age. Really? The third Mizukage seemed to just say it casually and didn't ask any further questions. Mizukage-sama, the Aoi hero reported that there is a graduate this year who became a genin because he participated in the medical ninja selection before the graduation exam. The elder Yuanshi seemed to have some kind of inexplicable tacit understanding with the third Mizukage, and only mentioned another candidate at this time. It seems to be a boy named Jian Chuanju. Qing hopes that if this boy has no other plans, he can join his team. He's a lucky kid, so let's go with him. The third Mizukage didn't want to talk any more about the topic of a few genins, so he decided on it. The whole time, Gaji Yagura seemed to be hesitant to speak, but in the end, he said nothing. Although the 4 chunins who supervised the exam were his subordinates, they were eventually transferred to the front line. Although the talented boy Mamakai Zabuza did not stay under his command in the end. But my goal has been achieved in a way that I cannot understand. Karuhi Yagura looked at the old face of the third Mizukage with complicated eyes. Okay, let's continue talking about when the Hidden Mist Village will intervene in the war. The third Mizukage brought the topic back to the original content of the meeting, as if what had just happened had never happened. At this moment, Jian Chuan Tachibana, who was still in the Kirigakure hospital and chatting and bragging with Hoshigaki Kisame, had no idea that the appointment of his team was determined in the confrontation and testing between several bigwigs. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Team Assembling. Chapter 19 Team Assembling. I got up early and looked at the calendar. Jian Chuanju suddenly discovered that the day before yesterday was the day of the ninja school graduation exam. But recently, my life has been very regular, so I didn't pay much attention to the date. And it has been more than 3 months since I left the ninja school, so I didn't pay much attention to the graduation exam. This date was marked when Jian Chuanju had just traveled through time. At that time, I really was counting the days to live, and it felt like a countdown to the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Jian Chuanju couldn't help but smile. But now that the graduation exams are over, Zabuza should have officially debuted, right? All kinds of messy thoughts were surging in his mind. While eating breakfast, Jian Chuanju was thinking about whether he should go to the ninja registration office to inquire about the arrangements for his team. Lanze, do you think I will be assigned to form a team with Zabuza, or will there be a family ninja who happens to become a genin to form a team? Oh quack! Some little frogs that were still sleepy didn't hear clearly what their owners said and responded subconsciously. However, Jian Chuanju was just chatting about a random topic during the meal and didn't really expect any response. After dinner, Jian Chuan Tachibana, who had just arrived at the hospital to work, was called to the office by Keiko Saiguji. Zaiju, the village has already made arrangements for you. I heard that the captain of the Jonin will lead the team. As soon as I entered the door, I heard good news. Normally, there are too many genin graduating each year, and ordinary teams are led by chunin. It seems that I have to thank Zabuza. However, looking at Keiko Saiguji's expression, it didn't look like she was telling good news. Instead, she looked worried. When Jian Chuanju saw this, he immediately had some guesses in his mind. Sure enough, Keiko Saiguji briefly explained what happened in yesterday's graduation exam. That Mamakai Zabuza will be in the same team with you, so you should pay more attention to yourself. Don't worry, Aunt Huizi. Jian Chuan Tachibana gave Saiguji Keiko a reassuring look. I believe you. Get ready in the morning and report to training ground number 9 in the afternoon. In the morning, he went to say goodbye to Hoshigaki Kisame, who was still in the hospital. At noon, he had lunch with Saiguji Keiko. Then, Jian Chuan Tachibana came to the number 9 training ground with some nervousness. Unlike the number 11 training ground that he often went to before, the number 9 training ground is not big, but its facilities are more complete, with lakes, woods, rockery and everything else. As soon as Jian Chuanju entered the training ground, he found that 3 people, 1 adult and 2 children, had been waiting for him in the training ground for who knows how long. What's even more interesting is that all 3 of them are acquaintances. Sorry, Captain, I'm late. Jian Chuanju expressed his apologies to Qing, who had not yet received a transplant for his white eye and had both eyes intact. Mei Terumi, who was standing by, was not at all reserved when she saw Tachibana Kenkawa coming. Instead, she made a face at him and motioned him to look to the left. Zabuza on the left also had no expression. Or rather, no expression can be seen because the lower half of his face is wrapped in bandages, and now all that can be seen is the indifference in his eyes. At this moment, Zabuza Mamakai is already very close to his future look. The forehead guard was tilted on the side, with the bandage hanging down from the right side. White bandages were wrapped around his neck and the lower half of his face. He was wearing the same sleeveless shirt as Mirai, but the one on his back was not a beheading sword, but an ordinary short sword, which was just right for Zabuza's current height. When Qing heard Jian Chuanju's greeting, he did not show any displeasure, but spoke gently. You're not late. Mei Terumi and I took Mamakai Zabuza to register as a ninja this morning, so we came together. Okay, now that everyone is here and we're going to be carrying out missions together, let's introduce ourselves first. Qing clapped his hands, signaling the 3 to pay attention. Seeing that the 3 people were looking at him, Qing simply took the lead in introducing himself. My name is Qing. I will be your team leader. I'm good at water jutsu, wind jutsu and perception ninjutsu. I don't like people who don't follow the rules. After saying that, he looked at the 3 people's indifferent expressions and saw that no one wanted to speak first. Qing already had a premonition that this team would be a bit difficult to lead in the future. At this time, the still young Qing couldn't stand the awkward silence and had to frequently wink at Mei Terumi. However, Mei Terumi's attention was completely focused on Tachibana Kanigawa and Zabuza Mamakai at this time, and she didn't notice her captain's embarrassment at all. Seeing that Ao was about to roll his eyes in advance, Jian Chuanju, who had wanted to wait for Ao's old subordinate Terumi Mei to speak first, still spoke decisively to end the awkward atmosphere. My name is Jian Chuanju. I am good at water escape and medical ninjutsu. I like the feeling of increasing my strength and hate all dangers. My dream is to live happily until I die. What? This kind of dream is unacceptable no matter how many times I hear it. Mei Terumi, who was standing by, had obviously not said anything to respond to Qing's awkward silence before, but now she couldn't help but complain. After complaining about Jian Chuan Tachibana, as if to prove her previous words, Terumi Mei also began to introduce herself. My name is Mei Terumi. I'm a year older than you two, and I'm a senior who has been a genin for a year. Having said this, Mei Terumi paused briefly. But seeing that neither Jian Chuanju nor Zabuza reacted, he had no choice but to continue talking. I am good at water jutsu and earth jutsu. I don't want to tell you what I like, but my dream is to become a Mizukage. Looking at Mei Terumi, who was looking up at him with her little neck tilted back, Jian Chuanju cooperated by giving her a thumbs up. Finally, facing the gazes of the other 3 people, Zabuza finally couldn't hold it anymore and spoke. Zabuza Mamakai is good at taijutsu, kenjutsu, and water style. However, what Zabuza said seemed a bit forced. He didn't know whether he was good at water jutsu since he could use water dragon bullet, a B-level ninjutsu. Wow, a team of 4 is made up of all water-style ninjas. Is it true that except for the protagonist's Konoha village, all other villages are of a single attribute? Jian Chuanju complained silently in his heart. But Mei Terumi said she is good at water and earth jutsu. Has she not yet developed her own bloodline limit? In the future, she will become the first-generation bloodline limit owner, and a double bloodline, which can only be said to be worthy of being a genius. On the other side, seeing that Zabuza only said this little and then fell silent, Qing had no choice but to ask, what about the dream? Dream? Change this village? Zabuza looked a little confused when he said this. Several people present noticed this, but no one said anything more on the topic. Qing, the captain, thought for a moment and said, although everyone has already introduced themselves verbally, the main purpose of gathering at the training ground today is to allow everyone to get to know their future teammates better through actual combat. Ming, you, Zabuza, and Tachibana will be the attackers. Give you 3 minutes to come up with a strategy. I will be the defender. Before the 3 kids could ask any more questions, Qing instantly moved and rushed into the woods and the training ground without looking back. Looking at Qing's agile back, the 3 people who had not yet fully reacted looked at each other with frowns. Jian Chuanju looked at Terumi Mei speechlessly and asked, Captain Qing, have you always led the team in this efficient style? Although Zabuza's face under the bandage was still expressionless, he looked at Mei Terumi with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Mei Terumi raised her hand to her forehead, feeling a little embarrassed, but she still changed the subject. Just follow orders and make a plan first. Although Captain Qing has played very little role in the missions over the past year, I still have some intelligence to share. Seeking comments from living people. As long as you don't curse, everyone is welcome to give your opinions. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Practical Test. Chapter 20 Practical Test. Qing was standing casually under the shade of the tree at this moment, without making any preparations or defensive postures. After all, as a Jonin, if he needs to be highly alert when dealing with 3 genin, it really shows that he underestimates the Jonin's ability. Just as Qing was bored and thinking about how the 3 little guys would attack, thick fog quietly enveloped the small forest. The mist hiding technique will obscure your perception first? That's a good idea. However, Qing still did not make any movement, but instead raised the corners of his mouth slightly. These little guys seem to look down on people. As a Jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, how could Qing not be familiar with fighting in the fog? As the fog completely enveloped the area, suddenly, dozens of thousand-blade missiles flew out silently from both sides of Qing. Unlike Kunao and Shuriken, Senbon is smaller in size, so it doesn't make much noise when attacking. It can be considered a silent attack method commonly used in conjunction with the mist hidden technique, but its lethality is much smaller than that of Kunao and Shuriken. Qing casually took out a Kunao and put his index finger into the ring on the handle of the Kunao. With the smooth up and down movement of the Kunao, he knocked down all the incoming Senbon in just a few moves without even moving his feet. But right after Qian Ben, 2 figures immediately rushed out of the dense forest. It was Mei Terumi and Tachibana Kanigawa who were holding Kunao and attacked Ao, who was standing still from the left and right sides respectively. After so many days of training together, the 2 of them now seemed to have a very good understanding of each other. When she got close to Qing, Terumi Mei jumped up lightly and stabbed Qing in the face with her Kunao. Jian Chuanju kept leaning forward and moving close to the ground, intending to attack Qing's ankle. However, even if Qing was not a Jonin specialized in physical techniques, such an attack would not pose any threat to him. Qing kicked Jian Chuanju's chin with his left foot as fast as lightning. With his right hand, he grabbed the wrist of Mei Terumi, who was holding the Kunao. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, tightened his waist, and threw Mei Terumi towards Jian Chuan Tachibana, who was kicked into the air. But when Mei Terumi hit Jian Chuanju heavily, with a bang, the two of them exploded into splashes of water at the same time. Water clone, not bad. Since the water clone is used as a feint, the offensive will naturally not stop there. At this moment, Terumi Mei's true form appeared behind Qing without her knowing when. She had already completed the seals with both hands, and quickly squatted down and slapped the ground with both palms. Earth escape * splitting earth palm. As Mei Terumi growled, the ground quickly cracked from where her palms were touching the ground, spreading forward like a spider web, and in the blink of an eye it had spread to Qing's feet. The ground also shook violently and collapsed as these cracks spread wildly, and a large amount of soil was lifted up to form earth waves. King Yi finally couldn't remain calm and stood there any longer. He immediately concentrated his chakra in his feet and leaped into the air, preparing to jump out of the range of the earth-splitting palm ninjutsu. Of course Qing also knew that since they were in the air and had no leverage, this was the best time for these students to attack. Sure enough, a thick, high-speed rotating stream of water shot out from the fog. Qing looked at the speed of the water and its diameter, which was larger than his thigh, and knew that being hit would not feel good. Fortunately, Qing was prepared when he jumped. He quickly formed seals with his hands, then put his palms together and pushed out. Wind style * sky-splitting palm. A simple sea-level ninjutsu actually created a gust of wind that easily blew away the incoming water column. Not a bad match, though. Before Qing could finish praising him, he was about to fall. Jian Chuanju, with a small frog standing on his shoulder, had already flashed out from a tall tree crown and pounced towards Qing Fei with a dagger in his hand. Qing, who was in the air, had to twist his body forcefully and kick Jian Chuanju, who was attacking him, sideways, sending him flying. However, both Jian Chuanju, who was kicked to the ground, and the little frog left in the air, suddenly burst into smoke at the same time. The little frog in the air was actually disguised as Jian Chuanju using the transformation technique. At this moment, Jian Chuanju, who had completed his transformation, held high in his hand a water shuriken formed by the convergence of clear water and spinning at high speed. "Eat me, flying water shuriken!" Although he said fly the water shuriken, Jian Chuanju had no intention of throwing the shuriken at all, and just pressed it straight towards Qing. Qing's face was already full of black lines at this time. However, there was no time to use ninjutsu at this critical moment, so he could only raise his hand and slap Jian Chuan Tachibana's wrist. The flying water shuriken brushed against Qing's hair and flew into the woods with a whistling sound. No, a short sword. Since Jian Chuanju's real body is right in front of him, then what about the man with the dagger who was kicked away just now? Before Qing could think carefully, Jian Chuanju had already grabbed Qing's wrist with his backhand, smiling. The Kanakawa Tachibana, who had just been kicked away, also emerged from the exploding smoke. It was Mamakai Zabuza, who had been preparing for a long time. At this moment, Zabuza had already used the clone technique, splitting into three and rushing towards Qing, whose wrist was grabbed by Jian Chuan Tachibana. Three Mamakai Zabuza, each holding a short sword, attacked Qing from three different angles. Seeing this, Qing had no choice but to grab Jian Chuanju, who was holding his wrist with his backhand. He tensed the muscles in his right arm and used Jian Chuanju as a weapon to draw a huge semicircle in the air. "Hey, hey, don't!" accompanied by Jian Chuanju's shrill cries. Bang, bang, boom. The two Zabuza were knocked into smoke, and the last Zabuza's real body was directly hit by Jian Chuan Tachibana, causing stars to appear in his eyes, and they fell to the ground together. On the other side, Mei Terumi was dodging on the cracked ground and wanted to go forward to provide support. Seeing that his two teammates had lost their fighting power, he decided to go all out and directly formed hand seals and released ninjutsu. Water style * water rush wave. Terumi Mei let out a delicate cry, and the water that came out of her mouth turned into turbulent waves, carrying a large amount of soil created by the previous earth-splitting palm, and rushed towards Qing's location. As for whether the two people who had just been knocked to the ground by Ching were also within the attack range, that was not something Mei Terumi considered. Jian Chuanju, who was lying on the ground, felt something was wrong when he heard Mei Terumi's voice. Even when Ching grabbed him and flung him away just now, the danger forewarning that he had only given a slight warning about was now sending out a frantic alarm in Jian Chuanju's mind. Jian Chuanju, who was lying on Zabuza with a sore back, turned his head to look at the waves and boulders coming towards him and could only hum weakly. That's not in the plan. The surging waves slowly receded, and the grove in the training ground was now in ruins. Ching picked up Zabuza Mamakai and Tachibana Kanigawa in each hand, dispersed the chakra gathered in his feet, and landed steadily on the ground. Just now, I saw two people falling to the ground and they really had no other tricks. Ching, who was feeling a little overwhelmed by the wave after wave of attacks, decisively picked up the two people, leaped onto the waves created by the water rush, and avoided the final sneak attack from Mei Terumi unscathed. After Ching landed, he casually put down the two people he was carrying. But their expressions were completely different. Zabuza was turning his head away in a somewhat depressed manner, obviously dissatisfied with his unremarkable performance in the previous battle. As planned before, if the sneak attack fails, Terumi Mei will step forward and fight with Jian Chuanju in close combat to hold Ching back, and then find an opportunity to perform the water-style * water dragon bullet technique to try to make the final move. Who would have thought that not only would he be knocked to the ground by Jian Chuanju after his sneak attack failed, but he was also nearly swept away by the water wave created by Terumi Mei. Unlike Zabuza, who was still sulking on the other side, Jian Chuanju didn't think there was anything shameful in losing to Ao, a jonin. Instead, he looked at Mei Terumi, who was walking towards him with her tongue out, looking a little embarrassed. That last water wave of yours felt a bit like a water-earth combined ninjutsu, it's pretty powerful. Hearing this, Mei Terumi no longer felt guilty. She raised her little head and said proudly, "Right, I just saw you two fail, and I instantly thought of this method of attack." When Zabuza heard Mei Terumi say that his sneak attack failed, he became even angrier, but he had no way to refute it. At this time, Ching also spoke up, "Okay, as this is your first time teaming up, you guys have cooperated very well. Next, I'll treat everyone to a meal, and then we'll review this battle." The three of them looked at each other, then quickly followed Lai Qing's figure and walked out of the training ground together. Lan Zhe, who only released an oversized water gun during the whole process, saw the waves recede and jumped out of the forest. What he saw was the back of his master turning and leaving. Lan Zhe's little head was filled with doubts at this moment. Quack. Number. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Sea Level Mission. Chapter 21 Sea Level Mission. 3 days have passed since the reorganization of the Qing team. Apart from occasional instructions during these 3 days, Qing only led the 3 kids to complete 4 of the simplest D-level tasks. It was also to take care of the 2 people, Jian Chuan Tachibana and Mamakai Zabuza, who had just become genin. Through this simplest task, the 2 of them were familiar with the process of ninjas receiving and executing tasks. Ninja missions are divided into 5 levels, DS. D-level tasks are usually the simplest tasks that do not require combat, such as taking care of pets, fishing, and farming. C-level missions are slightly more difficult, meaning you may get hurt while performing the mission. However, they usually face ordinary people, such as capturing wild animals and eliminating bandits. B-level missions are more dangerous and may involve fighting with hostile ninjas. You need to be a chunin or above to accept them. The missions may even include dangerous activities such as assassinating ninjas and undercover spies. As for A-level and S-level missions, they can only be undertaken by jonin. These 2 types of missions often involve crises and secrets of the ninja village or the country, and require facing high-level combat forces from other countries or even destroying the entire ninja army. Although the team leader Qing is a jonin, in a newly formed team like this, the Jonin usually plays a more guiding role and will not participate in the mission. Therefore, the team still accepts missions according to the combat power standards of 3 genin, and accepts D-level and C-level missions. Ching was happy to see his disciples busying around, and to have a veteran like Terumi Mei, who had graduated a year ago, to guide him, while he could just sit back and do nothing and earn money. However, since the Hidden Mist Village is different from Konoha, the D-level missions themselves are not taken seriously by the village. In addition, due to the recent pre-war preparations, the number of such missions is even rarer. So Ching agreed and took on a C-level mission today for everyone to practice. Jian Chuanju felt good about this, as it was just as he had guessed before. The official mission issued by the ninja village was indeed approved by the system. In the 4 D-level tasks in the past 2 days, I got 5 gold coins for each one. This is equivalent to gaining a new channel for gold coins in addition to daily tasks and achievements. Just in time today, I can find out how much gold coin rewards there are for C-level tasks. After picking and choosing, the 4 of them left the mission center. After walking out of the Mizukage building, Mei Terumi still complained somewhat indignantly. "Teacher Ching, are you trying to make things difficult for us by choosing a mission like rescue a child kidnapped by pirates? It would be better to choose the previous one, which was to capture a pregnant tiger shark for the nobles of the water country." Ching was also a little embarrassed about this. But it's no wonder that Mei Terumi felt the mission was bad. This mission was issued by villagers in a remote area on the border of the water country. The low reward for the mission is only one aspect. At the same time, since the villagers themselves have little intelligence capabilities, this type of mission is usually only the simplest, such as basic information such as a certain pirate near a certain sea area. Moreover, most pirates' looting trips often last for a long time, so it is undoubtedly difficult to find these pirates in the vast ocean. The reward is low, the journey is long, and the task is complicated. It can be said to be the least cost-effective type of C-level task. We can't help it. The number of village missions has been reduced recently. The original intention was to prepare for war. However, in order to maintain the expenses of the tribesmen, the big families have been accepting missions crazily recently. C-level and B-level missions are too popular. Jian Chuan Tachibana had some understanding of this when chatting with Saiguji Keiko and Hoshigaki Kisame these 2 days, so she also spoke up to help Ching explain it. What Ju is saying is correct. But this mission is not without benefits. Since the mission was just issued, it seems that the issuer has not left the village yet. We can get some information from him first. Ching Jianchuanju spoke up to explain for himself and quickly took over the conversation. However, Ching also knew that Mei Terumi was only complaining verbally and would still perform her mission wholeheartedly. Zabuza was still standing there with a cool expression on his face and didn't say a word. Oh, no. It was a cool expression with a bandage on. The 3 arrived at the inn where the person who issued the task was staying. I can only say that I didn't expect that Kirigakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages, could have such a simple hotel. If the black sign on the door of the hotel was not a little uneven and not completely covered by dirt, no one would know that this was a hotel. Looking at the inn door, which was half covered by vines, the 4 of them pushed the door open with a bit of helplessness. For the purpose of training students, Ching basically just watched this simple task. "Hello, we're looking for Hugo." As a senior, Mei Terumi stepped forward and asked. The lady at the front desk didn't say a word, but just raised her chin and pointed it at a young man in simple clothes who was sitting in a daze in the corner of the lobby. The young man's haggard face had obvious features of a coastal fisherman. His clothes were very simple short-sleeved shirt and long pants, with many salt stains left by the sea water. His skin was tanned and rough from the sun and wind, and his arms and shoulders were particularly muscular from years of fishing and boating. It's just that he must have been worried recently and hasn't been eating or sleeping enough, which has caused him to look haggard and weak. Jian Chuanju subconsciously analyzed the person in the corner and concluded that he should be the one who issued the task. The three little ones walked quickly up to the man. Although Mei Terumi's voice was not small when she was at the front desk just now, given her mental state, she obviously did not notice the previous voice. It was not until the three people came closer that the middle-aged man raised his eyes and looked at the three people coming over. "Excuse me, what can I do for you, three ninja masters?" Since the three of them were obviously wearing ninja costumes and the Hidden Mist Village forehead protectors, Mr. Hugo naturally would not treat them as just ordinary children, and there was a hint of respect in his tone. With Mei Terumi's personality, she wouldn't be shy about it. She introduced the trio openly and explained that they were there to learn more details. The man began to narrate in a low voice with a sad face. "Our village is an ordinary village near the border of the water country. We make a living by fishing. Although our life is poor, we are very happy." Jian Chuanju saw that this person seemed to be preparing to speak for a long time and felt speechless, so he had to interrupt him. "Get to the point. Is there any useful information?" His emotions were suddenly interrupted and the fisherman was still a little dazed. Mei Terumi also looked at Tachibana Kanigawa with some reproach, but did not refute it. Seeing this, the man continued. "There were about 30 or 40 pirates who attacked our village, and they only had one ship. Not only was the property of our village looted, but 7 children were also kidnapped. Money is not important. I just hope that Master Ninja can rescue the children." The man restrained his emotions a little and looked at everyone expectantly. "The hostages kidnapped by pirates may not be alive." Zabuza pointed out the problem calmly. Mei Terumi felt a little sorry for the situation and said, "Since the pirates specifically kidnapped children, there must be a reason. They wouldn't kill them so quickly. If we find the pirates' lair, maybe we can rescue these children. The prerequisite is to find the pirates' lair." Jian Chuanju also reminded Terumi Mei in time. However, the man named Hugo said weakly at this time, "I may know where the pirates' lair is." End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Apple Village. Chapter 22, Apple Village. After Mr. Hugo's introduction, everyone knew the details of the cause of the incident. Apple Village is an ordinary small village on the southern edge of the main island of the Land of Water, close to the mainland of the Land of Fire. Although it is located on the seashore, the terrain is not suitable for building a port, and the land route outside the village is not smooth due to the complex terrain. The complex terrain has resulted in an underdeveloped economy in the village, but thanks to this environment, the small Apple Village has never been visited by the rampant pirates around the Water Kingdom. However, just a dozen days ago, fishermen from the village found a merchant ship that had run aground on a reef. Out of kindness, the villagers spent a lot of effort to save the merchant ship, and fortunately there were no casualties on the merchant ship. In this way, the merchant ship repaired in Apple Village for several days, and the villagers also learned that the merchant was an arms merchant from the country of craftsmen. However, when the villagers asked the merchant where in the Water Kingdom he was going to trade, the merchant hesitated and evaded the question. The villagers thought that the merchant wanted to protect his business secrets and did not ask any more questions. Afterwards, the merchant ship was finally repaired with the help of the villagers, and the merchant said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he left some money and several weapons to thank the villagers for their help. However, because this ordinary small village was not accurately marked on the map and the villagers had no geographical knowledge, the merchant asked the local fishermen in detail about the conditions of the surrounding sea areas before leaving. The businessman specifically asked us about the islands to our east and described the characteristics of a certain island. Only one elderly fisherman in our village said he had seen the island from afar. Hugo emphasized this point. Later, the village chief said that the nearest port from river country to water country is to the west of the village. It is precisely because of the existence of that port that few people come to the village. So, when that merchant ship left, it headed for the small island in the east, right? Upon hearing this, Jian Chuanju also guessed at the right time. Yes, the village chief said at the time that this businessman probably wasn't doing any legitimate business. Hugo also confirmed Jian Chuanju's guess. A few days after the merchant left, pirates came to attack our village. The only people who escaped were those who went out to sea to fish and some old, weak, women and children who hid in the mountains. When he said this, Hugo's eyes were already moist. There is nothing valuable in our village, but those pirates not only robbed money, but also robbed children. My daughter was also kidnapped by pirates. That merchant must have made a deal with the pirates and sold the location of our village to them. The survivors in the village said that the weapons of those pirates were exactly the same as those on the merchant's ship. Maybe it's just that merchant ship was unlucky and was robbed by pirates. Although Zabuza saw that Hugo was a little emotionally unstable, he still asked directly. After hearing what Zabuza said, Jian Chuanju thought for a moment and then refuted, it shouldn't be possible. First of all, the merchant's target is clearly an overseas island. And if they were robbed by pirates, the victims usually wouldn't specifically mention a remote village with little money, not to mention that this village has done him a favor. Jian Chuanju touched his chin and thought that the merchant ship Hugo was talking about should be the one going to trade with pirates. Yes, everyone in the village thinks so. In that case, let's set off. It's always better to have a target than to search aimlessly on the sea. Seeing that she had almost all the intelligence, Mei Terumi decided to set off as soon as possible. However, Jian Chuanju still asked Hugo one more question: can the people in your village still find the location of that island? It's no problem. Most of the fishermen and fishing boats in the village are still there. Although no one has been to the island, it's easy to find if you know its approximate location. In the end, everyone decided not to take Hugo with them and go directly to Apple Village. After all, it's not an escort mission. Hugo also said that there are other people in the village who can lead the way. Rescue missions still require speed, and bringing an ordinary person along will definitely greatly slow down the progress. Qing Ziyi did not interrupt from beginning to end, but silently watched his disciples make preparations before the mission. A day later, the Qing team traveled day and night to reach Apple Village. Although the buildings in the village looked relatively intact, they were obviously repaired everywhere, and there were still some unwashed bloodstains on the streets. There were almost no pedestrians walking on the streets in the whole village, and the one or two passers-by in cloth clothes looked at everyone with numbness and a hint of vigilance. Just by looking at the dilapidated village in front of us, we can already imagine the devastation this remote little village has suffered. However, since they had already arrived here overnight, there was no point in delaying any longer. Mei Terumi signaled to Tachibana Kanigawa with her eyes. Jian Chuanju understood and stepped forward to stop a middle-aged man, and asked, "We are the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village who have received a mission to rescue the captives. May I ask where the village chief's house is?" When he heard this, the numb-looking middle-aged man seemed to have a little light in his eyes, and then quickly fell into sadness again. The village chief has been killed by pirates. His son Daz is in charge now. I will take you to find him. Having said that, the middle-aged man turned around and led the way. Several people came to a relatively clean courtyard. Before they could speak, a sturdy young man wearing a bamboo hat walked out of the stone house. When the young man went out, he was stunned for a moment when he saw so many strangers standing in the yard. However, he immediately realized what was happening when he saw the emblems of the Hidden Mist village on several of them. He asked, "Are you the ninjas that Hugo invited?" With the customs of the water country, no one anywhere would look down on ninjas because of their age, not to mention that there is Qing, an adult wearing a jonin vest, in charge. This saved Jian Chuanju and the other two a lot of trouble. After a brief introduction, everyone turned their attention to the young acting village chief. "Then let me be responsible for leading everyone to the island." The young man named Daz looked at everyone with a determined expression. The middle-aged man who was leading the Qing team seemed to be hesitant to speak after hearing what Daz said, but in the end he just sighed softly and didn't say anything else. As if afraid that the ninjas might misunderstand him, Dawes explained, "I am the best fisherman in our village. I am also very familiar with the nearby sea area. I can take you there by myself." Mei Terumi said, "No problem. You just need to take us to the island. After we get to the island, you can return directly. After the mission is completed, we will bring the kidnapped children back to the village." Mei Terumi seemed to be particularly sensible today, and even her usual tsundere tone was gone when she spoke. Seeing the worries of the two ordinary people present, Jian Chuanju also comforted them, "Don't worry, as ninjas, we have no problem dealing with ordinary pirates." After that, Dawes simply gave a brief explanation to the middle-aged man and led the four people out of the yard. In this way, without disturbing other people in the village, the group came straight to the shore where several fishing boats were anchored. It is probably because recently, people in the village have no mood to go fishing, so the fishing boats on the shore are just parked there in a lopsided manner. Considering that this trip was for rescue and that Dawes would return early, several people also helped to tow an empty ship together. However, Jian Chuanju, who came into close contact with the fishing boat, couldn't help but complain in his heart. These wooden fishing boats are all equipped with engines and propellers. Fortunately, no one thought of chasing pirates at sea. Could the pirates' ships be ironclad ships? End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Emergency Situation. Chapter 23 Emergency Situation. A group of 5 people took a fishing boat and arrived at an inconspicuous and nameless island under the cover of night. However, before they got close, they could basically confirm that this was the place. Because on this remote island that is not even marked on the map, there is a small camp built around a simple port. There were flickering lights at the port, and several small boats were moored there. Deeper in the forest, there were all kinds of strange wooden and stone houses scattered in the sparse woods, and some figures could be vaguely seen walking around in the camp. Fortunately, Dawes's fishing boat was not very big. Seeing this, he began to slow down the speed of the fishing boat from a distance and spoke in a low voice. "Master Ninja, the pirate ship doesn't seem to be here." Those who survived the previous pirate attack in the village said that the pirates were sailing a medium-sized sailing ship. Naturally, several people also saw the situation at that port. It might be that a pirate ship has left. Judging from the architectural style, we should have found the right place. Jian Chuanju frowned after he said this. It would be nice to say that the pirate ship had just left. But if the pirates had looted Apple Village and never returned, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for everyone to rescue the target of the mission. After all, it has not been more than 10 days since Apple Village was attacked, and the pirate ship is likely still sailing. Let's go to the island first. Mr. Dawes, don't go close to the port. Go a little further east and find a more secluded place to dock. There are still pirates left on the island, so don't alarm them yet. Perhaps he was worried that the 3 disciples were inexperienced and would affect the rescue. At this critical moment, Qing directly spoke up and made arrangements. Although we have already made a certain assessment of the situation, the specific conditions of the camp and whether the mission target is on the island still require further investigation. Since the leading Jonin has already made arrangements, everyone will naturally have no objections. Then Dawes carefully turned the bow of the boat, tried to lower the noise of the engine as much as possible, and slowly drove the fishing boat towards a shallow beach in the blind spot on the east side of the port. However, just as the boat was about to slowly approach the shore, the danger premonition in Jian Chuanju's mind suddenly sent a rapid warning. The degree of danger was no less than the previous time when it was enveloped by the water waves of Terumi Mei. Without any time to delay, Jian Chuanju hurriedly said to Qing beside him, "Captain, there is danger, sense ninjutsu." At the same time, without waiting for the boat to stop, he immediately took out a kunao from the ninja tool bag and jumped directly onto the shore. As a senior ninja who had experienced countless dangers, Qing naturally would not have any hesitation at this time. After seeing Jian Chuanju's series of abnormal behaviors, he closed his eyes, formed the way seal with one hand, and concentrated his mind, and began to perform perception ninjutsu. Zabuza and Mei Terumi did not say anything when they saw this, but jumped off the boat in tacit understanding and formed a formation with Jianchuan Tachibana to protect the small boat behind them. Faintly, an invisible ripple spread out from Qing's body to the surroundings. The enemies hiding in the dark naturally noticed the alert posture of the three little ones and Qing, who was performing perception ninjutsu. Without waiting for Qing, who had already discovered their hiding place, to launch any attack, two masked ninjas walked out from behind a huge rock on the shallows. Judging from their figures, they should be a man and a woman, both dressed as members of the Hidden Mist Village assassination team. They are wearing ANBU vests and cloaked masks on their faces, with the Hidden Mist Village logo printed between their eyebrows. Only the ANBU of the Hidden Mist Village are so stupid that they would print the village logo on their masks, as if they were afraid that when they did something bad, others would not know which village did it. The two men just walked out so openly, without any attacking gesture, and seemed to have no hostility at all. However, Jian Chuanju's mind still had the danger foreboding that did not stop, so he did not dare to relax. The male ninja ignored the three little ones who were still on guard, and spoke directly to Qing. Qing Jonan, we are carrying out an ANBU mission to search for a group of missing people from the Land of Water, and we do not want to conflict with you. When they saw that the other party was dressed in ANBU attire and directly pointed out Qing's identity, they let down their guard a little, but still held their weapons tightly and waited for Qing's order. After Qing pondered for a moment, he explained the situation. I am leading a team to carry out a C-rank mission. I do not intend to offend you, and it will not affect your mission. After all, the Hidden Mist Village is not entirely harmonious, and Qing doesn't want to have any conflicts with these ANBU members during the mission. The two ANBU members didn't seem to want to stay any longer, and didn't say anything after hearing that. They just glanced at the people, turned around without saying a word, and quickly left towards the back of the island. Seeing the other party finally leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and put away their weapons. The three little ones were still waiting for Qing's next order, but Qing stood there motionless with a thoughtful look on his face. Teacher Ao. Mei Terumi called out after approaching Ao. After being awakened by Mei Terumi, Qing spoke to everyone with a serious expression. Those two are not right. The ANBU will not casually tell others about the mission. And from what I perceive, the woman is the Jonin, but the one who spoke is a Chunin man. Seeing Qing raising doubts, and thinking of the previous crazy alarm of danger prediction, Jian Chuanju also became suspicious of the two people, and continued to speculate along the lines of Qing's words. There aren't many female Jonin in the village. Maybe that Jonin happened to be known by Qing-sensei, and she didn't want to be known by others when she spoke. Fake ANBU. Mei Terumi and Zabuza exclaimed in surprise. Qing did not continue analyzing, but turned back to look at Dawes, who still did not quite understand the situation. Mr. Dawes, you should return to the village first. Leave the rescue to us. It's not safe to stay here. Then I'll trouble you all, ninja masters. Dawes also knew that he, an ordinary person, could not play any role here. He immediately untied the chain, left the empty ship behind, and returned alone. When Qing saw Dawes start the engine, he immediately stopped hesitating and ordered the three disciples, Ming, you will lead the team to continue the mission. I will catch up with the two and confirm the situation. There won't be too many pirates left on the island. If the mission is completed, wait for me near the port. If there is any danger, fire flares in time. Yes, Captain. The three answered in unison. After saying this, Qing was still a little worried and added another sentence. It doesn't matter if the target of the mission is not on the island. After you deal with the remaining pirates, I will consider how to find the pirate ship when I come back. Teacher Qing, don't worry. We can deal with these ordinary pirates. Mei Terumi frowned and said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Seeing Mei Terumi speak confidently, Ching said no more. He turned around and quickly chased in the direction the two men had just left. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Let them see one ninja. Chapter 24 Let them see ninja. Looking at Ching's quickly leaving back, Zabuza, who rarely showed concern for others, asked. Captain Ching, it won't be dangerous if he chases after them alone, right? However, when he turned around, he saw that Mei Terumi seemed to be indifferent, and suddenly he felt that his words seemed a bit redundant. Don't worry, Mr. Ao's ability to save his life is one of the best among the village's jonin. You should just focus on the next mission. Mei Terumi spoke directly to ease Zabuza's worries. Jian Chuanju heard this and complained in his heart. Don't underestimate Ching's ability to save his life. He is a man who can survive even if he is hit by the 10-tailed beast ball in the future. Mei Terumi naturally couldn't hear the complaints in Tachibana Jianchuan's heart. She just thought that as the acting captain, she had done a good job in calming the mentality of her two teammates at the moment. Then he began to call the two of them to move towards the pirate camp. However, in order to bypass observation at the port, the shoal where the fishing boat was docked was a little far from the port where the pirate camp was located. The three of them moved quickly through the forest, but Zabuza was still thinking about the two ninjas who were suspected of impersonating Anbu. After hesitating for a moment, Zabuza spoke first. Those two people just now seemed to have a deep hostility towards us. Jian Chuanju, who was concentrating on his journey and jumping onto the next tree, was a little surprised at Zabuza's sharpness. Indeed, the enemy initially intended to launch a surprise attack when we landed. Jian Chuanju was very sure of this, as he had seen other ninjas in the village before. When those passerby ninjas have no hostility or desire to attack you, they will not trigger the danger prediction alarm, and it will not be such a strong warning. If they had not discovered the other party in advance and taken precautions first, they might have been attacked by the other party's ninjutsu the moment the ship docked. And now that I think about it, the other party does not look like an Anbu ninja. Almost all Anbu ninjas in the village carry swords, and their clothes have hoods to hide their identities. Mei Terumi joined in the conversation as she walked forward. But what she said was something Jian Chuanju had not noticed before. As for hiding his identity, Jian Chuanju was too embarrassed to directly complain about his village to his teammates. So, what is the other party's purpose in coming to this remote island and pretending to be an Anbu? This time, neither Mei Terumi nor Tachibana Kengawa could answer Zabuza's questions. Although he had some guesses in his heart, Jian Chuanju did not speak them out at this time. Instead, he quickened his pace. Okay, it's Mr. Ching's job to track down those two people. We can just focus on the rescue. In the end, it was Mei Terumi who ended the conversation. Although the three were discussing the two ninjas, it did not delay their journey. They gradually slowed down their pace until they approached a low hill in front of the camp. It was a little different from what they had expected. It was clearly past midnight, and they thought that even if there were some pirates in the camp, they should have rested and fallen asleep by now. But there were actually many figures moving around in the camp below the hill. With the help of the light from the torches in the camp, the three of them looked down carefully. The most eye-catching thing was an open space like a training ground surrounded by a group of houses. At this moment, there were more than 5 children fighting each other in the open space, and at the edge of the open space, there were several pirates in shabby clothes standing in 2s and 3s, pointing at these children. The three even saw a child who was estimated to be only 6 or years old, who was stabbed in the vitals by his opponent's kunao and fell to the ground with injuries and life or death unknown. One of the pirates who was on guard nearby walked up to the fallen child very skillfully and picked him up with one hand, as if he was throwing away garbage, and threw him to a corner at the edge of the venue. At this time Jian Chuanju also noticed that in that corner there were several children piled up in a mess, their lives or deaths unknown, and no one was paying attention to them. While doing all this, the pirate never stopped chatting and laughing with his companions. The child who had just defeated his opponent threw away the kunao in his hand regardless of his injuries. He staggered to a table with food on the other side of the open space, grabbed the food and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. This caused the pirates to laugh wildly. When the other children who were still fighting saw this scene, they only paused for less than a second before immediately continuing their fierce fight. Is this a battle, training? Are the pirates selecting backup personnel? Mei Terumi, who witnessed it all, spoke with anger in her voice. Jian Chuanju hurriedly held down Terumi Mei's shoulders to prevent her from being too impulsive. While holding down Terumi Mei's palms, he could clearly feel her slight tremors. Jian Chuanju naturally knew that this was not fear, but a trembling of anger. Calm down. Pirates are desperate people who don't think about the future, let alone spend time training their children. Hearing this, Mei Terumi suppressed the anger in her heart and looked at the pirates below. Zabuza also spoke up, those pirates in charge of guarding are very weak, they are basically ordinary people. The three of them were not too far away from the camp at this time. It was not difficult to see the strength of these pirates from their figures and movements. It could even be said that most of them were not as good as the students who had not yet graduated from the Kirigakure Ninja School. And judging from the weapon configuration and attire, he doesn't look like a ninja. On the contrary, the children who were fighting were all holding kunao, and their movements during the battle also vaguely had some of the style of the mist ninja. Then, the three of them looked at each other. Those two fake Enbu. Jian Chuanju said with a serious look on his face. This is a serious matter. However, although Mei Terumi said that things were serious, there was no trace of retreat in her tone. Even Zabuza, who was standing by, although he appeared calm on the surface, was actually filled with anger in his heart. Zabuza has always considered himself a reformer, and from the beginning to the end he could not stand the so-called blood mist policy of the hidden mist village. However, he had just used the most cruel means and paid a huge price to end the bloody assessment in the hidden mist village that had lasted for decades. These despicable pirates before us are still in this unknown corner, clumsily imitating these dregs that should be eliminated. Give the orders, Captain. Zabuza reached for the short knife behind him and said to Mei Terumi. Jian Chuan Tachibana also looked at Terumi Mei with a serious expression. He took another look at the pirates who were talking and laughing. Mei Terumi's voice was different from usual, with a hint of bloodiness, as she spoke to her two teammates. Since these pirates want to train ninjas so much, let them see what real ninjas are like. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 First Blood. Chapter 25 First Blood. Mei Terumi, who was temporarily leading the team, looked at the two of them with a determined gaze. After so many days of sparring, Mei Terumi was very clear about the strength of her two teammates, and she had long known that Tachibana Giankawa was by no means just a simple medical ninja. Although the three of them are still young, they all have strength close to that of a chunin. The only thing they lack may be experience in fighting enemies. After a simple tactical arrangement, they began to act separately in tacit understanding. After a while, taking Lanze with him, they sneaked quietly to the two largest adjacent stone houses inside the camp, and Jian Chuanju nimbly rolled over and hid by the window of the house. Really? There was no need for Jian Chuanju to even confirm it, as he could clearly hear deafening snoring coming from one of the rooms. Jian Chuanju didn't make any sound, but gestured to Lanze to go to another room to investigate. He clenched the kunao in his hand, and with his other hand, he grabbed the bottom edge of the window, exerted a little force, and then nimbly climbed into the house. Without caring about the strength of the person who was sleeping soundly in the room, Jian Chuanju's toes just touched the ground and he slightly arched his feet and exerted force again. He rushed to the bed in one step, and the kunao instantly pierced into the throat of the sleeping pirate. Pfft! The pirate just struggled slightly, splashed a small amount of blood, and then died. From climbing into the house to killing the pirate, Jian Chuanju didn't even think too much. He simply followed the steps taught in the ninja school classroom and easily killed the other party. Life is such a fragile thing. Ding! Kill the enemy for the first time, unlock the achievement First Blood. The cold system prompt sounded in his mind, making Jian Chuanju feel somewhat complicated. After knowing that he had come to this chaotic ninja world, Jian Chuanju had already prepared himself mentally to have blood on his hands. However, the system prompt sounded as if it was mocking Jian Chuanju. At this moment, there was no pirate's snoring or system prompts. In the quiet room, a faint breathing sound in the corner came clearly into Jian Chuanju's ears. Without time to think, Jian Chuanju's body tensed up in an instant, and he pulled out the kunai that was stuck in the pirate's neck with his backhand, and threw it hard towards the corner behind him where the sound came from. At the same time, he turned around quickly, bursting chakra under his feet, and was ready to launch a follow-up attack. Boom! The kunai hit a wooden wardrobe squarely and missed its target. However, Jian Chuanju, who had rushed to the opponent in a flash, did not launch any follow-up attacks. Instead, he just stood there in a daze, looking at the enemy in front of him. The reason why the kunai missed the target was not because of a mistake, but because the opponent was too short. In front of Jian Chuanju at this moment was a red-haired child who looked only 4 or 5 years old and was tied to the ground with an iron chain. This dirty child, whose gender could not be identified, had a thin body and empty eyes. It is obvious that the child's spirit has been devastated. He didn't react at all to the kunai that was stuck less than a centimeter away from his head, or the fist that stopped in front of him. If it weren't for the faint sound of breathing, Jian Chuanju would even doubt whether the other person was alive. Quack oh! Lan Zai's gentle call from the window brought Jian Chuanju back to his senses. Go get some sleep first, and you'll be free when you wake up. There was no time to mourn for the other person. He knocked the other person unconscious with a gentle knife. Jian Chuanju turned around and walked out of the house with Lan Zai. Thanks to this kid, at least I don't have any psychological burden for my first kill. After searching several houses quickly, he didn't see any other pirates resting. The fog in the camp was getting thicker and thicker, so Jian Chuanju gave up searching other rooms. Has Zabuza finished his mission? The task that Mei Terumi had previously assigned to Tachibana Kanigawa was to investigate whether there were any high-level pirates in the 2 houses that were obviously better off, and to decide on his own whether to launch a sneak attack or sound the alarm. It was just that the opponent happened to be sleeping soundly, so Jian Chuanju chose to kill him directly. Zabuza went to the port to kill the pirates guarding the ship, and used the sea water to perform a large-scale fog-hiding technique. At this moment, both sides have completed it, and Jian Chuanju also sneaked all the way and approached the most important training ground. I could already hear the pirates' noisy shouting and cursing. What the hell is this weather? Is the fog usually this thick? Okay, stop complaining. Wyushin and the other kids don't have to train, so we can rest early. What a bullshit! If those masters come to inspect the goods and the pass rate is not high enough, will you pay with your life? Shut the fuck up! All you little devils! Stop it! Get the hell back into your cages! Although the thick fog had successfully separated the pirates and the children, Jian Chuanju did not take immediate action. Instead, he continued to move forward according to the plan with a cold expression. On the other side, on a low hill close to the camp. Seeing that the thick fog still covered the entire camp, Mei Terumi's frown finally relaxed a little. There was no signal in the camp at this time, which meant that both teammates were making good progress. However, because she couldn't hear the sound below, she naturally didn't know that the pirates had stopped the fighting of the children because of the fog. After all, when the 3 of them made the plan before, they still considered it from the perspective of ninja. Mei Terumi still followed the plan and formed seals with her hands to perform ninjutsu. Earth escape * splitting earth palm. In an instant, a part of the mountain collapsed and slid towards the camp below with a boom. Of course, in order not to accidentally hurt the children in the camp. The landslide caused by Mei Terumi was only to make noise and attract the attention of the pirates, and did not consume too much chakra. The broken pieces of earth stopped moving forward before they reached the edge of the camp. What the hell is going on? Is there a landslide? Send 2 people over to see what's going on. And hurry up and get these little devils into the cages. At this time, Jianchuan Tachibana and Zabuza, who finally received the attack signal below, immediately launched an attack on all the pirates around them. Although they couldn't see far away in the fog, most of the pirates subconsciously looked in the direction of the loud noise. The 2 men and the frog quietly eliminated a large number of pirates, but their tracks were eventually discovered. Enemy attack! Be careful! The remaining dozen or so pirates then realized that the camp was under attack and immediately approached the person who made the sound. Fortunately, by this time Jian Chuanju and his companion had already dealt with all the pirates who were close to the children. Since there is nothing to worry about. Jian Chuanju roughly sensed that the remaining pirates seemed to be gathering towards him, and did not choose to hide in the fog again. Instead, he stood there and suddenly laughed. Since you guys are so cooperative, I won't be polite. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Successful Rescue. Chapter 26 Successful Rescue. Watching the pirates approaching in such a cooperative manner, Jian Chuanju smiled for the first time after landing on the island, but if other people saw it, they would probably think that this smile was a little hideous. He stood still and formed seals with his hands quickly. Water style * flying water shuriken. Jian Chuanju stepped suddenly with one foot towards a puddle on the ground, and instantly a large amount of water splashed around him. As the seal was completed, the water splashes immediately began to gather into a stream at more than 20 points. In the blink of an eye, all the water splashes around Jian Chuanju disappeared, and turned into more than 20 water shurikens slightly larger than ordinary shurikens that were spinning at high speed in the air. Jian Chuanju put his hands together, and instantly all the water shurikens flew through the air with splashes of water, spinning towards the pirates who were attacking from all directions. Puff puff! The sound of sharp weapons hitting flesh could be heard continuously. Faced with such a large-scale ninjutsu attack, the pirates in the front were instantly hit by several water shurikens and fell to the ground. Many of the pirates running behind were also cut by the high-speed rotating blades and suffered multiple wounds. Seeing such results, Jian Chuanju was quite satisfied with his new method of using the flying water shuriken. Before, because a single water shuriken was easier to control and more powerful, Jian Chuan Tachibana would usually only create one water shuriken and continue to add more chakra. However, thanks to the continuous improvement in medical ninjutsu, chakra control has also improved, which allows the flying water shuriken to be used in group attacks. On the other side, seeing that the battle was coming to an end, Zabuza, who had already lifted the mist-hidden technique, just happened to see Jian Chuan Tachibana displaying his powerful ninjutsu. He also raised his hands, ready to form seals and use the water dragon bullet technique to harvest. However, when he saw the remaining few pirates and the child not far away, he simply gave up the idea, drew the dagger from his back again, and rushed forward with Lanzai. Among them, the short-statured Lanzai used lightning flash first and passed by several pirates in the blink of an eye. Lanzai's figure is like a blue phantom, and he will only appear when he rushes to the enemy's feet. This moment of pause is often accompanied by Lanzai stretching out his little hand and slapping the pirates on their calves. The crisp sounds of breaking bones rang out one after another, and the pirates fell to the ground wailing in pain, holding their broken legs. But they should be considered lucky. If Zabuza had rushed up first, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to wail. On the other side, after dealing with the pirates who were heading to the landslide, Mei Terumi also quickly rushed over. What happened to be seen was Zabuza pulling the dagger out of the heart of the last pirate still standing. It has ended. Well, I still overestimated the combat effectiveness of these pirates. Jian Chuanju knocked out a pirate who was still wailing and covering his broken leg, while answering Terumi Mei. Upon hearing this, Mei Terumi did not refute anything, but walked forward and kicked an injured pirate hard, knocking him unconscious. Zabuza also turned around at this time, holding his dagger as if ready to end the pirate's life. "Don't kill. Leave a few alive." Jian Chuanju hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Zabuza glanced at Jian Chuanju with a somewhat cold look, neither speaking nor putting down his dagger. Faintly, there seemed to be a flash of purple aura on his body. "Maybe I am dazzled." Seeing that Zabuza seemed to be in a bad state, Jian Chuanju didn't pay attention to his look and explained. "We haven't confirmed whether the target child is in the camp. Maybe the pirates haven't returned after looting the Apple Village. And don't forget the 2 Anbu. We may need to get information." Tachibana is right. "Let's knock out the surviving pirates first." Mei Terumi also agreed. "Okay." Zabuza's eyes returned to normal and he silently put away his dagger. However, although the 3 men are not planning to kill all the pirates for the time being, they obviously will not treat the prisoners well or anything. Those pirates whose injuries were not fatal were simply walked over and kicked unconscious, while those with more serious injuries were simply helped to relieve their pain. While the 3 were dealing with the pirates, the captured children noticed that the battle here was over. The incident happened suddenly and most of the cages were not closed, but the fighting never stopped, so no children came out. At this moment, some people are still peeking around to see what's going on here, while some braver ones have already come out. "It's over. We are here to rescue you." Seeing these children, the oldest of whom were only 7 or 8 years old and the youngest of whom were only 4 or 5 years old, Mei Terumi spoke particularly gently. Perhaps because the 3 of them were only a few years older than the other children, more children began to walk out of the cages. One of the older kids bravely walked up to the 3 of them and asked, "Excuse me, are you Ninja-sama?" "We are ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. We have been tasked with rescuing a child that was kidnapped by pirates." Although the mission was only to rescue the 7 children in Apple Village, Jian Chuanju would naturally not say such a depressing thing at this time. As a result, Zabuza on the side asked directly with some impatience, "Are any of you kidnapped from Apple Village?" "Ah? I'm from Apple Village." Although he was frightened by Zabuza, the youngest boy who came over still spoke up and answered. "Are all 7 of you here?" Mei Terumi asked immediately. "Ah, several people from our village were just captured, and only one person was taken away." The boy looked a little sad when he said this. Jian Chuanju suddenly thought of the red-haired kid who was knocked unconscious in the house by him before, and turned to Mei Ming and said, "Ming, tell these kids about the situation. I'll go search these houses to see if there's any information or any fish that slipped through the net." "I'll go too." As if he was not very good at dealing with these children younger than himself, Zabuza turned and walked towards the other side of the house. When Jian Chuanju had searched all the houses and returned to the center of the camp carrying the red-haired child on his back, Mei Terumi and Zabuza had gathered all the living children together and were giving simple bandages to a few injured children. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju walked over and took over the treatment, while telling his search results. "There's only one child like this, and there's no intelligence letter. Let's let the people of Apple Village identify him." "I didn't find anything here either," Zabuza said casually after hearing this. Fortunately, it was confirmed that the red-haired child was indeed captured from Apple Village, and the team's mission objectives were found. And after the brief communication with these children just now, Mei Terumi also learned some general information. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Bad Luck. Chapter 27 Bad Lucky heard this from several older children. Not only the 7 children from Apple Village, but all the other children were abducted by pirates from some remote villages nearby. The so-called camp here is not a training ground, it is just a transit point. The pirates would usually only teach these captured children some simple fighting skills and then let them fight each other. Those who perform well will have the opportunity to survive and eventually be sent to other places by ship. These children only knew that the people who were taken away were going to serve the noble adults, but they had no idea where they were taken or who they were going to serve. As for the red-haired child, he behaved well but hid food in the hope of escaping. He was eventually discovered by pirates and locked up alone, and everyone else thought he was dead. The more she listened to the information Mai Terumi relayed to her, the more depressed Tachibana Kanigawa's heart sank. It's just a C-rank mission, why is it so complicated? This seemingly ambiguous style of the Anbu, could it be that the erratic fog also has its own roots? Could it be that we had breached the talent base of some shady organization? As if she noticed the worry in Jianchuan Tachibana's expression, Terumi Mai patted his shoulder generously and spoke. These are things that Teacher Ching needs to worry about. Let's check the ships in the harbor and wait for Teacher Ching to come back. This is indeed an important matter. Team Green had never thought that there would be so many kidnapped children. The small fishing boat left behind by Dawes could not accommodate so many people. Fortunately, there were several small boats anchored in the pirate port. Jian Chuanzhu suppressed the anxiety in his heart, stood up and walked over with Terumi Mai. And at this moment, Ching is being expected by his team members. Sensing the speedboat moving at high speed hundreds of meters away on the sea, Ching poked his head out from the water with a bit of suffocation. I thought that with my perception and tracking skills, I would be able to quickly catch up with the two ninjas who were suspected to be fake Anbu. It would be best if we could communicate directly and prove the other party's identity as an Anbu member. But Ching believes more in his own judgment that the other party is most likely an imposter. Then according to Tachibana's previous speculation, he might know the female Jonin, and he would be able to confirm her identity through a fight. However, who would have thought that the two men seemed to have known that someone was following them? Just when Ching was about to catch up with the other party, the two of them actually got on a small boat on a hidden shore and used water escape to speed up and leave the island. Considering the war is approaching, the matter of someone impersonating the ANBU could be a big deal or a small one. And his three subordinates should have no problem dealing with some ordinary pirates. Ching decided to continue tracking the two men. However, it is always inconvenient to track by diving in the sea using water-style ninjutsu, and the opponent's ship is also accelerating continuously using water-style ninjutsu. At this time, the speedboat was finally about to leave Ching's perception range. Let's not talk about how Ching, whose pursuit was fruitless, will return. After checking the small boat in the port and confirming it was intact, Jian Chuanzhu and the other two found some supplies stored by the pirates and began distributing food to the children. This is the time when the excellent handling ability of Mai Terumi, a genin with a full year of experience, can be demonstrated. It seems that Mai Terumi, at such a young age, can manage these messy kids in an orderly manner. And he soothed the children's emotions with a gentle tone that was completely different from before. This made Jian Chuanzhu, a guy with an adult soul, feel ashamed. This is nothing. I've done a D-rank mission before, playing a ninja game with a rich merchant's kid. That's called. It seemed that some bad memories were brought back to her, and Mai Terumi shuddered involuntarily. Jian Chuanzhu immediately thought of the series of actions of a certain golden release ninja in the original work, and couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at Mai Terumi. Take away that weird look of yours. Seeing Mai Terumi's expression, which was like a frightened kitten, Jian Chuan Tachibana decisively gave in and moved closer to Zabuza. Zabuza looked at the interaction between the two with disdain and continued to clean his short sword. But he seemed to have thought of something and looked up at the two again. After Captain Ching comes back, will he let us continue to chase the pirate ships that are out? Mai Terumi thought for a moment and then gave her answer. Probably not. It's too difficult to find a pirate ship on the sea. That's why there are so many pirate groups composed of ordinary people around the water country. Besides, we are on a rescue mission after all. We still have so many children to bring back. We can't just wait here for the pirates to come back and die. Oh. Zabuza seemed to be just asking casually. After hearing the answer, he just replied coldly and continued to wipe the dagger with his head down. But what Mei Terumi said makes sense. Previously, a few people woke up a few pirates. Although they were all small fry, they didn't know much more information than those kids. But the three also learned that the pirate ship left the port again yesterday. Usually, it would stay out for at least 10 days and at most a month. It is indeed impossible for the Qing team to stay here and wait for opportunities. We can only rush back to the village as soon as possible and report the situation here. Then the village may issue tasks and send other teams to deal with the remaining pirates. Oh, by the way, there is another piece of information. We learned from these pirates that their captain and deputy captain are extremely powerful and can control strong winds and so on. However, the three of them were dismissive of this. With the weak strength of these cannon fodder pirates, any random genin who could use wind escape would probably be as powerful as they said. Even if Zabuza formed a seal and released his water dragon bullet technique, the pirates would think that he was a powerful man who controlled the sea. Just when the three of them were bored and waiting for Qing to come back from investigation, the danger prediction in Jian Chuanju's mind suddenly sent out a series of warnings. Although not in a hurry, he still subconsciously turned his head to look at the sea. Then his pupils dilated slightly and he muttered to himself. "Why are you back at this time?" In sight, a ship with a black sail was slowly heading towards the island. It was the pirate ship that the three had just discussed. "What?" Zabuza, who was standing by, heard Jian Chuan Tachibana mumbling something and asked. Jian Chuanju quickly stood up and motioned his two teammates to look over. "That pirate ship is back. Let these kids find a house to hide in first." Fortunately, thanks to Jian Chuanju's early discovery, the pirate ship was still quite far away from the island. The three of them immediately directed the children, who did not yet understand what was happening, to hide in several houses far from the coast. Seeing that the children were all hidden, the three men leaned over behind a wooden house at the back of the harbor and watched the pirate ship slowly approaching the island in the distance. Jian Chuanju was still somewhat confused. "Didn't you say you left the island yesterday? Why are you back now?" Instead, Zabuza on the side said in a sinister tone. "That's just bad luck for them." End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Sneak Attack. Chapter 28 Sneak Attack. The sky was already beginning to turn white. Seeing that they were about to return to their home lair, most of the pirates on the ship relaxed a little. There was no other way. The original intention of this voyage was to rob a merchant ship, and the preliminary intelligence had already been obtained. Who would have thought that less than a day after setting sail, their captain seemed to have received some news and angrily ordered everyone to prepare to return. In view of the captain's long accumulated power, all the pirates did their jobs honestly and no one wanted to provoke him at this time. Only now, when they were about to reach the shore, did the pirates become a little more unbridled. As the sailboat slowly entered the harbor, a pirate threw down a rope and shouted. "Old York! The ships are all in the harbor, why aren't they coming out? Haha, this old guy must be slacking off again. I guess Old York didn't expect us to come back so soon." The many pirates on the ship laughed and put down the planks, preparing to disembark. However, when a middle-aged man with a big beard and a tricorn hat walked out of the cabin with a gloomy face, everyone fell silent and shrank out of the way like quails. "Captain, Old York is probably slacking off again. I'll go call him now." The pirate, who had been smiling just now, immediately slid down the boat nimbly along the rope and ran towards the cabin at the harbor. At this time, another younger scarred man walked out of the cabin, ignored the pirates cowering on the side, looked at the big man standing on the side of the ship, and spoke. "Fish Ghost, is the campsite a little too quiet today?" The bearded middle-aged man called Fish Ghost did not turn around, but just snorted and said. "It's probably because of those two people, but you should still go and take a look. Otherwise, they will gossip about you to the master of the house again." After hearing this, the scarred man didn't say anything else and jumped directly from the boat to the shore. But just at this moment, the small wooden house at the port slowly opened. An old man in tattered clothes walked out of the wooden house with an anxious look on his face. "York, you he!" Before the first pirate to get off the boat could open his mouth to reprimand, a man and a woman, both wearing masks and dressed as ninjas, came out of the wooden house behind old York. Just when all the pirates were still a little surprised, the scarred man stepped forward quickly. "Master Coral, Jew. Why are you here directly this time?" The scarred man's voice became weaker as he spoke. The two masked men did not seem to pay attention to his words, and were still led by old York in front of them, approaching the pirate ship. The scarred man lowered his head slightly in embarrassment and made some room, but he had no intention of stopping the other party. However, the scarred man who lowered his head and retreated did not notice that old York, who was approaching him in the boat, had a strange smile on his face. Just then, a loud shout came from the pirate ship. "Fish Fang! Get out of the way!" A moment ago, the scarred man named Yuya was still looking down and daydreaming. When he heard his captain's shout, he subconsciously stepped back. However, he was still a little slow, as old York, who had approached him at some point, suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. Choke! All he saw was a flash of white light passing by. Yuya had no time to pull out his weapon, so he could only quickly stretch out his arm to block the attack. Blood splattered everywhere in an instant, and Yuya's forearm was actually cut off on the spot. Yuya endured the pain of his broken arm and kicked old York away, while using the force to continue dodging backwards. However, the attack was not over yet. The two masked ninjas each pulled out several shurikens and threw them at Yuya. Just when Yuya thought he was doomed, a strong wind came and pushed Yuya several meters away, and at the same time blew away all the shurikens that were flying towards him, allowing him to avoid the fatal blow. Only then did Yuya see that after the kicked old York fell to the ground, a cloud of white smoke exploded with a pong sound, and then it turned into a bandaged boy without eyebrows. It was none other than Mizukage Zabuza. It was not until this time that these ordinary pirates realized what was happening and immediately shouted loudly, "Protect the deputy captain!" All this just happened in a flash. Many pirates were still wondering who the two people behind old York were, but in the blink of an eye, their own deputy captain had been ambushed and injured. All the pirates on the ship jumped down one after another, drew their weapons and protected their captain. The captain Yugui, who had just used the wind-style ninjutsu to save his companion, also flashed in front of Yuya and stopped his bleeding. Seeing the pirates on the opposite side looking at the three of them with eager eyes, Zabuza rubbed his kicked chest and stood up from the ground and said coldly, "At least he's a chunin." Zabuza didn't think that an ordinary genin could dodge his sneak attack, and judging from the strength of the opponent's subconscious counterattack, it was obvious that his physical skills were not weak either. Pong x2two more puffs of smoke burst out, and Mei Terumi and Tachibana Kanagawa also revealed their figures. "Zabuza, your smile just now was too obvious." Jian Chuanju didn't feel sorry for Zabuza who was kicked. If this guy hadn't shown such a creepy smile before the sneak attack, he wouldn't have been discovered by the other opponent and warned. "If you had just followed my instructions and attacked them before they even reached the shore, there wouldn't be so much trouble." When Zabuza discovered the pirate ship before, he wanted to use the water dragon bullet technique to sink it before it reached the shore. However, Jian Chuanju took into consideration that if there were kidnapped civilians on the pirate ship, innocent people might be harmed. That's why the three of them finally decided to transform and launch a sneak attack, which also served as a good opportunity to test the relationship between the two ninjas and the pirates. But before taking action, the three of them had never thought that there was an opponent with the strength of a chunin among the pirates. And that man is only the deputy captain. After hearing the shouts of the pirate minions just now, Mei Terumi spoke to her two teammates in a serious tone. Jian Chuanju also looked over there, at Yuya who was protected by the pirates and the bearded captain who was bandaging him. Fortunately, we managed to cripple one of the enemy's combat capabilities. I hope that Captain is not a jonin. Seeing that Zabuza was no longer seriously injured, Terumi Mei was not going to give him a chance to continue bandaging him and immediately gave the order. Tachibana, you deal with the pirate minions. Zabuza goes to deal with the Chunin with a broken arm. I'll hold back the other pirate captain. As the acting captain, although she is also good at using large-scale ninjutsu to deal with miscellaneous soldiers, Mei Terumi still took on the task of delaying the enemy's strong men. She also believed that her two teammates could quickly deal with the opponent and come to help her. No need. I will deal with that guy together with you. Leave the small fry to Lanzai and Zabuza. Jian Chuanju hurriedly stopped Terumi Mei's impulsive decision. If he was really a jonin, would Terumi Mei use her head to hold the other person back? He didn't want the future fifth Mizukage to fall here. Quack oh, Lanzai immediately patted his chest and accepted the order. Seeing this, Mei Terumi, who had already started to form hand seals, didn't say anything more, but just nodded slightly in agreement. Zabuza, who had been unable to hold back any longer, immediately drew a dagger from his back and rushed towards the pirates with Lanzai on the left and right. After completing the seal, Mei Terumi tilted her head back and took a deep breath. Water style * water rush wave. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Old Silver Coin. Chapter 29 Old Silver Coin. Terumi Mei Ying opened her mouth slightly and a stream of water spurted out of her mouth. The water flow gradually expanded, and in a flash it turned into turbulent waves rushing towards the group of pirates. This time, Mei Terumi did not hold back at all. The surging waves powered by her chakra knocked the group of pirates over. However, water rush wave is only a sea-level ninjutsu after all, so it naturally cannot do anything to Yugui and Yuya. Both of them jumped up lightly and avoided the attack of the waves. Fortunately, Mei Terumi's goal was only to disperse the opponent and divide the battlefield. This is to prevent himself and Jian Chuanju from having to guard against sneak attacks from the pirate minions while dealing with the fish ghosts. Seeing the enemies dispersed, Zabuza and Lanzai rushed towards Yuya with a broken arm and the pirate minions who were still struggling to get up. Tachibana Jiangawa and Mei Terumi immediately threw out several kunao and shurikens to distract the fish demon and prevent it from rescuing other pirates. Yugui didn't expect that these two little kids, about 10 years old, would dare to rush towards him like this. He snorted coldly, and without paying any attention to the other crew members, he directly drew the scimitar from his waist, ready to deal with the two little devils first. As Jian Chuanju was running, he saw the opponent pulling out a scimitar, and his brain started working fast. Just now, when the other party rescued his companion from a distance, he clearly used wind escape ninjutsu, so it is clear that he is not without ninjutsu ability. But now that he saw the two of us charging forward, his first reaction was not to use ninjutsu to fight back, but to draw out a weapon like a scimitar. If he didn't simply look down on the two of us, then it might be that the other party is better at close combat. At that distance, with the speed of a taijutsu jonin, he could have chosen to rescue the person directly. There was no need to use wind escape and cause his teammates to be injured again. A Chuyunin who prefers physical skills? No, that vice captain is a Chuyunin. So, an elite Chuyunin? We'll fight him. Although I thought a lot in my mind, it was actually just a matter of a moment. While running, Tachibana Jianchuan and Mei Terumi looked at each other and made hand gestures, Formation B. Mei Terumi immediately understood and stopped preparing to release the water array wall. The two of them stopped rushing forward tacitly, and instantly separated to the sides, stepping on the water surface just created by Mei Terumi, surrounding the fish ghost on the left and right. First, he threw out a few more shurikens to interfere, and then formed seals with both hands at the same time, preparing for ninjutsu. Oh, you arrogant brat! The fish ghost immediately realized that the two little ghosts were trying to restrain him through long-range attacks. As if he was angry at being looked down upon, he pulled out several throwing knives from his waist and shot down the shurikens shot from the direction of Jianchuan Tachibana. Then he waved his scimitar and rushed directly towards Terumi Mei. Fortunately, by this time, Terumi Mei's ninjutsu had been completed, and the water beneath her feet was violently turbulent. Dozens of water bullets rushed out of the water and shot at the enemy who was attacking her. The water wave just now was not just used for attack. In this kind of waterlogged environment, both himself and Jian Chuanju could better exert their combat effectiveness. However, the fish ghost was completely unmoved. He swung his sword continuously to easily disperse the water bullets attacking him, and continued to rush towards Mei Terumi. On the other side, Tachibana Jianchuan would naturally not just watch the enemy attack Mei Terumi. More than a dozen small flying water shurikens were shot at the fish ghost's body in a covering manner. However, the fish ghost did not look back, and based on the sound of the breaking wind, he jumped into the air with his toes touching the ground. In the air, he dodged all the attacks of the flying water shuriken in an extremely strange posture. Fortunately, this round of attack also delayed some time, allowing Mei Terumi to create distance again. Is it not possible to use a blanket attack? Jian Chuanju sighed silently in his heart, because he was worried that a single-shot flying water shuriken would not be able to hit the target. He originally thought that this covering attack could cause some damage to the enemy and reduce the opponent's combat power. Who would have thought that in the end it only served to delay the process? These taijutsu ninjas are really hard to deal with. In fact, Yugui also thought so. He thought that he could easily deal with the two genin ghosts. Unexpectedly, they were so difficult to deal with. Now it is difficult to even get close to them. Seeing that the other party did not continue to attack, Jian Chuan and Ju took a break on the spot. Due to his young age and the fact that his strength is still developing, ordinary shurikens lack both lethality and flying speed, and are barely enough to be used to restrain him. However, if you use ninjutsu attacks frequently, even if there is a large area of water around that can save chakra and cannot cause harm to the opponent, it is ultimately not a long-term solution. While Jian Chuanju was still thinking about countermeasures, the fish ghost on the opposite side had already launched another attack. The target is still Mei Terumi. The fish ghost leaned forward, gradually increasing in speed, before Mei Terumi could estimate the distance and prepare to counterattack. The fish ghost actually threw the scimitar with one hand, letting it spin in front of him, and he quickly formed seals with his free hands. His cheeks puffed up and his head tilted back slightly. After completing the seal, the fish ghost caught the scimitar again. Puff puff puff. 3 wind bullets came out of his mouth one after another. The enemy suddenly switched to long-range attack, catching Mei Terumi off guard. Even though he tried his best to dodge in a hurry, he was still hit in the left leg by one of the wind bullets. In just a moment, the leggings were torn into pieces, and several cuts were made on the white calves. Blood gushed out, which was a terrifying sight. Seeing his teammates in danger, Jian Chuanju didn't care about saving chakra and hurriedly used water jet. A large amount of water burst out from his calves, pushing him to rush towards the back of the fish ghost at a very fast speed. Mei Terumi was also enduring the pain in her legs and trying her best to distance herself from them. But just as Jian Chuanju was about to continue to form seals and perform a combo of flying water shuriken, the danger foreknowledge alarm in his mind suddenly became dozens of times more intense, and an unprecedented strong premonition stung his brain. There is no time to hesitate. Jian Chuanju slightly raised his toes, tightened his calves, and tried his best to adjust the direction of the water jet to slow down his momentum. The next moment, a scimitar flashing with a dazzling cold light broke out from the ground, passed through the not-so-thick water surface, and slashed straight towards him. When no one expected that the fish ghost actually had a hidden earth escape ninjutsu, and used his clone to feint an attack, thereby ambushing Jian Chuanju, who was anxious to rescue him. Fortunately, there was a danger prediction warning. Although Jian Chuanju didn't have time to change the direction, he did slow down his sprint. The fish ghost misjudged the timing of the attack, giving Jian Chuanju a chance of survival. He took out a kunao and held it in front of himself, pretending to block. When the kunao and the scimitar collided with each other, but the crisp and pleasant sound of metal clashing did not mean that he had successfully blocked this fatal attack. At the moment the two weapons collided, the pirate's scimitar actually cut off the kunao directly, and continued to slash towards Jian Chuan Tachibana without stopping. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The residual force of the water jetting under his feet caused Jian Chuanju's body to be thrown backwards. Jian Chuanju, whose vision was a little blurry in the air, only then saw that a swaying and flickering blue-green chakra light had extended from the opponent's scimitar at some point in time. This old silver coin. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Counterattack. Chapter 30 Counterattack. Jian Chuanju spilled a lot of blood in the air, drew an arc, and fell heavily to the ground, splashing a large amount of water. The severe pain made him sober up a little. The fish ghost thought that his sneak attack would directly cut the little ghost in half, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so sharp and actually prepared in advance. But now that the other party was seriously injured, he naturally didn't want to let this kid go. He jumped out from the ground and immediately sprinted forward as soon as he landed on the ground. At this moment, a sharp dagger tore through the air and suddenly appeared in front of the fish ghost. The fish ghost subconsciously stopped and knocked the dagger in front of him away. Looking closely, it turned out that Zabuza had already dealt with Yuya with a broken arm and came to support his teammates. Yugui's eyes immediately turned red with anger. Although he and Yuya had just an average relationship, after all, they were both sent to manage this gang of pirates at the same time and had been together on the same ship for several years. He may not care about the lives of other pirates, but Fish Fang is different. The fish ghost took a look at Jian Chuanju, who was lying on the ground in the distance, and simply gave up chasing him and turned to rush towards Zabuza. In fact, Zabuza was not having a good time at this time. Although the pirate named Yuya had his arm broken by his sneak attack, he was also a Chuyunan who was good at physical skills, and other pirates made sneak attacks from time to time, which put Zabuza in a tough fight. Fortunately, the opponent's right arm was broken, so he could not form hand seals to perform ninjutsu, and the power of his left-hand sword was also greatly reduced. In the end, Zabuza was able to kill him with only minor injuries. Seeing the fish ghost rushing towards him with anger, even a stubborn man like him didn't dare to fight and dodged the opponent's attack in a panic. On the other side, Jian Chuanju, who had come to his senses, finally had the chance to check his injuries. There was a nearly 20-centimeter wound on the chest, deep enough to see the bone, and blood had completely soaked the front of the shirt. For the first time, he felt the shadow of death so close to him. However, the strongest emotion in Jian Chuanju's heart was not fear, but a strong anger and desire for destruction. At this moment, he only wants revenge and to destroy everything that threatens his life. Just after dealing with the pirate minions, he saw his master Lanzai was injured, so he hurried over, picked up Jian Chuanju's ninja tool bag and began to look for medicine. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju ignored the pain in his body, grabbed some ointment and smeared it randomly to stop the bleeding in his chest, then took out a few Bing Liang pills and threw them into his mouth. Without even casting a healing spell on himself, he stood up again and rushed towards the enemy. Although Jian Chuanju was extremely angry at this time, his mind was surprisingly clear. While running, he calculated his remaining chakra and quickly thought about how to win under the current conditions. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands, and a water clone immediately emerged from the water and stood beside him. Jian Chuanju did not stop, and threw several shurikens forward together with his clones. Lanzai, water gun, full force. Quack. == 3. A high-speed rotating stream of water came out from the mouth of Lanzai, who was lying on his back, and carried the shurikens with it, flying towards the fish ghost at a faster speed. It was not until this time that the fish ghost noticed that the little ghost, who he thought was seriously injured and dying, actually stood up. However, he did not panic. He nimbly turned sideways, preparing to avoid the water column attack. At the same time, he did not forget to kick Zabuza, who was trying to launch a sneak attack. However, this attack is not that simple. These shurikens were carried forward at high speed by the water column. Due to the rotation of the water flow itself, they were thrown out of the water column during flight and scattered around the water column like satellites. In an instant, the monotonous straight-line attack turned into a range attack. Seeing this change, the fish ghost still did not panic. He jumped up again and dodged all the shuriken attacks with his extremely strange posture. Just at this moment, a delicate cry came from a distance. Water style * water whip. A long whip made of water came from a distance and instantly entangled the fish ghost in mid-air. It was Mei Terumi who had come to help with her injured calf. Jian Chuan Tachibana's eyes immediately lit up, but he continued to give orders. Blue, foam mousse. Then, the little frog began to frantically tear off the foam on its neck and threw it at the fish ghost entangled by the water whip. The sticky foam mousse instantly covered the fish ghost's entire body, firmly restricting its movements. After seeing that the enemy was finally controlled, Jian Chuanju did not hesitate and quietly hid behind his own water body. The fish ghost, knowing that he was in danger, roared ferociously. "Don't underestimate me, little devils!" Although his body was restricted, causing the pirate scimitar in his hand to have no suitable attack angle, the fish ghost still forcibly twisted his wrist and activated the chakra wind blade. The blue-green blade light emerged from the scimitar again, instantly cutting off Terumi Mei's water whip, and the remaining force swept away some of the sticky foam. However, due to the angle, the fish ghost itself was also cut. The fish ghost, whose restrictions were partially lifted, threw the scimitar in his hand towards Jian Chuanju regardless of his injuries. Crack! The water clone blocking Jian Chuanju's main body exploded into a ball of water, but the fish ghost seemed to have anticipated it and roared as if to vent his anger. "Water clone! I knew it a long time ago." After throwing out the scimitar, the fish ghost immediately began to form hand seals, preparing to use ninjutsu to defeat this clever little ghost head-on. However, after the water clone exploded, what awaited him was not Jian Chuanju, who came forward for a close attack. A clear voice suddenly came from the sky directly in front of the fish ghost. "You guessed it. Then go to hell." At this moment, Jian Chuanju's body jumped high, holding a giant crystal clear water shuriken in his right hand, shining brightly in the morning sun. The water clone that exploded in front also turned into several streams of water and merged into the water shuriken, causing its size to further expand. Jian Chuanju had already accumulated enough power, and he was like a fully drawn longbow. Water style. Flying water shuriken. Following Jian Chuanju's roar, he tensed his body and swung his arms vigorously. This shuriken was infused with all of his chakra, and also absorbed a large amount of water in the environment. Finally, it was enhanced with the attack power of the turbulence characteristic, and it flew out of his hand in an instant. It cut through the air at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and flew towards the fish ghost with a violent spin. Squeak squeak boom! Because the attack distance was too close and Jian Chuanju was in the air, the flying water shuriken hit the ground immediately after it cut through the fish ghost. Immediately, a huge column of water exploded on the water surface which was about to recede. The impact of the explosion directly blew away Jian Chuanju, who was closest to him, and Zabuza, who was holding a kunao and preparing to launch a sneak attack. Boom! X2 TWO drops of ground were heard in quick succession. Mei Terumi, who came over from a distance, first took a look at the fish ghost who was already dead, then dragged her injured leg to the two of them. "Is it over?" Tachibana Jiangawa and Zabuza, who were lying motionless on the ground, both turned their gazes to Mei Terumi. "Well, it's over. End of this chapter." Chapter 31 So good. Chapter 31 So good. Ding! Defeat a Chunin opponent for the first time, unlock the achievement Chunin. It's like Mizukage, you know. You really are a chunin. Can a chunin be this strong? The belated system prompt sounded in his mind, making Jian Chuanju feel a little uncomfortable. Although he guessed at the beginning of the battle that the opponent might be an elite chunin, the difficult battle that followed made him think that the opponent had the strength of a jonin. I just didn't expect that. I was overthinking it. As for Mizukage mentioned in the achievement, he was almost defeated by Jian Chuanju. How could he be beaten so badly by a chunin like Mizukage who could only throw darts and talk nonsense? In fact, what Jian Chuanju did not consider was that Yugui, as a chunin who was nearly 30 years old, was at the prime of life and had rich experience. Although due to various reasons he does not have many abilities, and his hard power does not reach the level of a jonin. Judging from his actual performance, he only had 2 low-level wind escape techniques, 1 earth escape technique, and a decent sword technique. The only thing he could show off was the wind attribute chakra blade, which could barely be considered a signature skill. However, relying on these ordinary moves and his vast combat experience, the opponent is still very formidable and could be fully qualified for the position of a jonin in some small ninja villages. If Zabuza hadn't dealt with his opponent in advance and came to support, Jian Chuanju and the other 2 might have died here. It seemed that after not hearing Jian Chuanju's voice for a long time, Zabuza turned his head with some effort to look over here. Jian Chuan, are you okay? Although Zabuza was the least injured among the 3, he was still lying in a puddle on the ground, not wanting to move at all. There was no other way. In the last period of time, he relied on physical skills to hold back his opponent, and his energy and strength were consumed too seriously. Don't worry, he won't die. Mei Terumi sat down next to Tachibana Kengawa in a bad mood and was searching for medical supplies in his tool bag. She is in the best condition at the moment. Although her calf injury is quite serious, there are no other problems. Seeing that her 2 teammates are weak, she has no choice but to treat their injuries first. Sigh. Jian Chuanju, who was about to get up, gasped. I had been in a state of excitement until now, and only then did I feel the pain again. Not only the tearing sensation at the wound, but also the soreness and weakness all over my body caused by overusing chakra. Ming, don't bandage it yet. Take out all the soldier ration pills in my pocket, the black ones. Find them all? You should not eat in this state, right? Although Mei Terumi was helping to search, she still gave a reminder. Because most of the ordinary ration pills in the ninja world actually restore physical strength by replenishing nutrition, that is, cell energy, and then stimulate the spirit through drugs. Chakra is a combination of the 2, so it will naturally recover. However, not only do ordinary Bingliang pills recover slowly, but most of them also have certain side effects. Therefore, even though it is safe now, Mei Terumi still does not recommend Jian Chuanju to do this. Don't worry, this is my special Bingliang pill, it has no side effects. Besides, I, the medical ninja, am still here, so just wait for the treatment. The special Bingliang pills that Jian Chuanju mentioned were naturally the PP supplement Bingliang pills that he made after learning medical knowledge and drawing them through the reverse research system. However, although this kind of soldier pill has no side effects and the chakra recovery is immediate, the recovery amount can never be increased. The cost of continuing research and improvement was too high, so Jian Chuanju had to give up temporarily. Jian Chuanju took the Bingliang pills that Mei Terumi found, took a look at them, and stuffed them all into her mouth. If the recovery amount of a single pill is not enough, then eat more. In order to make these Bingliang pills, Jian Chuanju sold all the golden pearls and big pearls he had drawn before for money. Naturally, he has to bring some with him every time he goes out just in case. Come alive! Feeling the chakra recover, Jian Chuanju held up his body despite the pain, and formed seals with both hands to perform ninjutsu. After a large amount of water flowed from the ground into Jian Chuanju's hands, it immediately split into 3, turning into 3 circles formed by water flows, entangled the 3 people. However, Jian Chuanju did not completely heal the injuries of the 3 people. He only started to apply medicine and bandages to himself and his 2 teammates after they had recovered most of their injuries. Medical ninjutsu, after all, heals injuries by stimulating cell division. The battle is over now. All we need to do is treat the injuries until they are stable. Subsequent slow drug treatment will be better for the body. Seeing how Jian Chuanju skillfully manipulated the 3 water rings, and remembering the multiple flying water shurikens he performed today, Terumi Mei couldn't help but sigh. Tachibana, your control over ninjutsu has improved again. It can be considered as a side effect of practicing medical ninjutsu. After all, the precision of chakra control has been improved. In fact, whether it is the variant operation of water flow ring or flying water shuriken, Jian Chuanju had already had many ideas, and he did not feel particularly happy when he used them successfully. What he cared more about was the attack method of using water gun and shuriken that he came up with on the spur of the moment to cooperate with Lanzai in the final battle in order to save chakra. This was the inspiration from the water and earth combined ninjutsu that Mei Terumi used in her previous test. Lanzai's current long-range attack damage is worrying. If he just throws shurikens, it can be considered a good means of supplementing attack, both in terms of release speed and saving chakra. If I could go back and practice more diligently, maybe I could achieve the state of throwing out the shuriken when the water column attacks the enemy, catching the opponent off guard. Not bad, I'll practice more when I get home. But what's a good name for this move? Zabuza grinned as he looked at Jian Chuan Tachibana, who was daydreaming while bandaging himself, and he wanted to take out his dagger and hit him twice. It was a waste of his previous risk and hard work to help the other party lure the enemy away. But in the end, Zabuza did not dare to offend the only doctor in his team. Jian Chuanju patted the bandaged area twice and nodded with great satisfaction. Yeah, not bad. Zabuza, look at my bandaging technique, and then look at the messy bandages wrapped around your face. An angry Zabuza ignored the pain and weakness in his body and sat up on the spot. Afterwards, the 3 small, weak and disabled people supported each other and found a rock to sit on near the harbor. Hey! When did this kid come here? The other 2 turned their heads and saw the little red-haired girl who was rescued by Jian Chuanju before, standing next to the 3 of them with a dazed look on her face. He just looked at the injured trio with a distracted look. The 3 of them looked back past each other's figures and found that many of the kidnapped children were holding their previous training weapons and running out of the camp one after another. However, after seeing Jian Chuanju and the other 2, all the children who came out realized that the battle was over, and they all solemnly and silently put away their weapons. The children slowed down their pace and quietly walked towards the 3 people one by one. At this time, the red-haired child who ran over first spoke to the 3 people with some difficulty. Thanks. The 3 of them looked at each other and relaxed even more. So good, new books in stock, please collect and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Mission ended. Chapter 32 Mission ended. Ching returned empty-handed, and when he got back to the island, this was the scene he saw. 20 or so children, big and small, sat in a circle, with 3 slightly older kids in the middle, chattering about something. It feels like children taking a nap on the playground of an ordinary kindergarten. But the messy battlefield in the distance, the blood, the weapons, and the bodies of pirates lying on the ground, brought the picture back to what the ninja world should be like. Ching suddenly appeared in the crowd in an instant. Seeing an adult dressed as a ninja suddenly appear here, it immediately caused a commotion. Many children took out the weapons they had just hidden and looked at Ching with unfriendly eyes. It wasn't until Mei Terumi spoke first that all the children let down their guard a little. Teacher Ching, you are finally back. Ah. Ching nodded subconsciously and answered, then called the 3 people aside to find out what was going on. However, while walking, he still looked at Jian Chuanju with a puzzled look. After Ching instantly came over, he saw that it was Zabuza and subconsciously looked towards his own position. On the contrary, Jian Chuanju, who he always thought had a keen sense and might have the talent of a perceptive ninja, did not notice his arrival at all. Jian Chuanju also noticed Qing's strange look, but seeing that the other party had empty hands and a strange expression, he probably didn't get the results he wanted, so he didn't say anything more. But it just so happens that there is a guy in Jian Chuanju's team who never acts according to other people's feelings. "Captain Qing, how's the tracking going over there?" With the appearance of the epic mouth substitute Zabuza, Qing no longer worried about the level of perception. He said with a somewhat ugly expression, "I lost them. When they were at sea, they used water ninjutsu to increase the speed of the boat. They were obviously aware of my pursuit and were on guard." After tracking the two men on the sea for a while, Qing found that he could not get closer. He was also a little worried about his three disciples, so he simply gave up the pursuit and chose to return. When they got closer to the island, they noticed the pirate sailboat and were afraid that something might have happened, so they immediately sped up and rushed over. But after the reunion, Qing was still a little surprised to see the pirate corpses on the beach and so many children rescued by the three little ones. He looked at Zabuza, who was wrapped in bandages, and simply asked directly, "Let's not talk about that side. What happened on your side? How did Zabuza get hurt so badly?" The three of them were a little unresponsive for a moment, looking at each other. "Well, Mei Terumi only had her left calf injured, and after treatment and bandaging, it didn't look serious. Because Jian Chuanju's injury was on the chest, the bandage was basically covered by his outer clothes after it was wrapped. Only the scratches on the clothes and the bloodstains that could not be identified showed that he seemed to be injured. Only Zabuza, who had multiple bandages covering his body for minor injuries and whose lower face and neck were already wrapped in bandages, felt as if he had been chopped by a sword." It was Mei Terumi who broke the silence first. "Teacher Qing, after you leave." As the acting captain, Mei Terumi recounted in detail what happened to the three of them on the island that night. During this period, Qing did not interrupt Terumi Mei's narration, but at the end Qing still glanced at the three of them and spoke in a serious voice. "Why didn't you send out a flare for help?" When Qing opened his mouth, he controlled the three little ones for 2 seconds. Now they were really embarrassed. Zabuza spoke in a low voice, which was unusual for him. "I don't have any flares on me." Jian Chuanju didn't have any flares either, but it was hard to say. If he also passed the buck, then the entire responsibility would fall on Mei Terumi, the acting captain. But in fact, before attacking the camp, the three of them thought that there was no need to interrupt Qing's investigation when dealing with a group of ordinary pirates. Later, after they attacked the pirate ship and found that the opponent was really difficult to deal with, the three of them were so focused on the battle at hand that they completely forgot about asking for help. Terumum thought that perhaps it was because he, as the acting captain, did not consider things comprehensively enough, which led to his teammates getting hurt, and he admitted his mistake in a depressed mood. "Teacher Qing, yes." Ao's expression returned to gentleness and he interrupted Mei Terumi's words. "Judging from the results, you did a good job. This mission is quite complicated and the difficulty is far beyond the capabilities of a genin. I will report to the village in detail after I return." The three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. He immediately handed over some information that he had previously searched in the camp and on the pirate ship to Qing, but there was no crucial information. Qing then checked the bodies of the two Chunants, Yugui and Yuya, and unexpectedly, he made a discovery that the other three had not noticed. Holding two teeth engraved with strange curse marks in his hands, Qing examined them carefully in the sunlight. It's a very crude sealing technique. Nowadays, very few forces use this method to control their dead soldiers. Upon learning this information, the team members looked even more serious. After all, we knew before that there must be something complicated behind what these pirates did. However, the strength of Yugui and Yuya was witnessed by all three of them. Being able to hire such powerful pirates to work for you and being able to train such chunins as death warriors and instruct them to become pirates are two completely different concepts. Even ordinary small ninja villages would not be willing to waste their combat power in the latter way. After all, Ching, as a senior ninja, was able to keep his composure and spoke first. Let's take these kids back to Apple Village and complete the mission first. Yes, X3SINCE Ching had given the instructions. Jian Chuanju was the first to relax. He immediately ran to the port and organized the children to board the ship. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. I am just a new genin, and the most important thing is to think about how to improve my own strength. But we also have to thank the pirates for bringing back their main ship, otherwise with so many children, the four of them would have to control the small boats in the port to take them back to the Water Kingdom. Although this unnamed island is not far from the coastline of the Water Country, it is still difficult to control a ship through water escape at sea. For ninjas who are not skilled in operating boats, it would be more convenient for them to just run across the sea. Needless to say, the blue team sent all the kidnapped children to the pirate ship one after another, and also stuffed the bodies of the two chunins into the sealing scroll. Although there are sealing spells on the other party's teeth, the village's intelligence analysis team will most likely not be able to obtain any information from their heads. However, the corpse itself can sometimes provide some information, so Ching decided to leave this matter to professionals. Finally, Jian Chuanju escorted the dazed red-haired little girl onto the deck and looked back at the nameless island again. Is this mission completed in excess? I hope there won't be any more troubles in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Follow-up. Chapter 33 Follow-up. Return voyage was smooth and did not take much time. However, when the pirate ship approached Apple Village, they were greeted by villagers holding various weapons and with hatred on their faces. There was no way. Although several people took down the pirate flag, the black sails of the pirate ship were still too hateful. Besides, this ship had only just come to Apple Village to plunder, which meant that the villagers didn't have any long-range weapons, otherwise the welcome to Team Ching might have been even warmer. Fortunately, Dawes and Hugo had already returned to the village, and when they saw the few people get off the boat, there were no misunderstandings. Dad! Mom! Just as Jian Chuanju and his companions got off the boat with the 7 kidnapped children from Apple Village, all the other children ran crying to their surviving family members. Only the little red-haired girl who had been following Jian Chuanju since she got on the ship was still standing beside him in a daze. However, the little girl was not unresponsive. Her body was shaking, tears in her eyes were slowly flowing down her cheeks, and she stared blankly at the figure standing in front of the villagers. Hugo, the man rushed to the little girl like a madman and hugged the girl's thin body. Arai, my little apple, I'm so glad you're okay. Even though his daughter was kidnapped, this middle-aged man was still strong enough to rush to the Hidden Mist village alone to launch the mission. This middle-aged man, who looked haggard from beginning to end, now hugged his daughter tightly and burst into tears. Everyone felt emotional when seeing this scene. Even some children from other villages who were still on the boat were infected by the atmosphere and started crying uncontrollably. Seeing the scene around him, Jian Chuanju felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, but then he wondered if he was being too hypocritical. I had clearly never thought about saving those ninja school students from Zabuza before, but now I felt moved by saving a few strange children. I am really bad at this. And many more. Jian Chuanju suddenly widened his eyes and stared in amazement at the red-haired girl he had rescued. Yuri, you? Apple Village? Yuri Ringo. My goodness, this somewhat silly kid is actually the holder of the Thunder Blade *, among the future second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the lightning-style genius Ringo Auri who died young, the killer who, during the 4th Shinobi World War, used 2 lightning swords and superb lightning-style ninjutsu to strike down the lightning-style ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village and made them flee in all directions. Now that I think about it, the kid's shark-like fangs and red hair are Exactly the characteristics of Ringo Auri. But I don't know if there's a genetic problem on the water countryside, there are just too many people with fangs. People like Mangetsu Hojiki, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Jozubiwa, all of them have sharp teeth. So Jianchuanju never paid much attention to this before. No, if you think about it this way, these fangs are also members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ever since I traveled through time and found out that my name contained the character, I had secretly wondered if I could get into the fruit group of the 7 ninja swordsmen and get a ninja sword to play with. I just realized now that I have this neat row of white teeth. Will it make me look a little out of place in the future? Thinking of this, Jianchuan Tachibana turned his head and looked at Mamakai Zabuza, who was in a daze beside him. Jianchuanju knew that although this guy had a bandage on the lower half of his face, he actually had a mouth full of small fangs. Hey! What's that look in your eyes? Zabuza, who was watching the group of crying kids getting off the boat out of boredom, seemed to sense Jianchuan Tachibana's gaze and immediately glared back fiercely. Haha, don't be so sensitive, Zabuza, I just thought you seemed to have grown taller in the past few days. Go to hell! Zabuza became even more furious upon hearing this, and he wanted to draw his dagger immediately and fight to the death with Jianchuan Tachibana. Okay, you two. Mei Terumi stopped her 2 stupid teammates speechlessly, then walked up to Qing and asked. Teacher Qing, what are you going to do with these children from other villages? Let's talk to village chief Dawes first. After all, some of the children's hometowns may have been completely destroyed, and it won't be possible to send all the other children back in a short time. Do you want to entrust the villagers of Apple Village to send these children back? Jianchuanju also came over and interrupted. We just hope to let these children stay for a while. The water country has a special department to deal with such situations. Some of the children may be sent to ninja schools as war orphans. Qing still explained the situation to his 3 disciples. It was not uncommon to collect orphans during such missions in the chaotic ninja world. There were many such orphanages in various places in the Land of Water. For other children whose families were still alive, the daimyo would issue some D-level missions and arrange for the genin team to send them back home. It's just that because there are too many hidden secrets in this mission, Qing needs to return to the village as soon as possible to report the situation, so he wondered if he could let these children rest in Apple Village for a while. After imparting some mission experience to his 3 disciples, Qing went directly to find Dawes, who was comforting the villagers. He briefly explained his request. Of course, Dawes would not refuse such a thing. After all, it was just a temporary placement for these children for a few days, and people from the water country would come to take over later. Even because the village had just been attacked by pirates and many villagers were killed or injured, Dawes felt that it was acceptable to keep these children in the village. Apple Village itself is a village with abundant resources, but its economy is not developed due to its geographical location. Moreover, in this attack, the young and strong people in the village did not suffer much loss because they were out fishing, so it was not a problem to feed a few more children. After some explanation, everyone prepared to leave and return to the village early to report the situation. Thank you, Ninja-sama, for rescuing these children. Dawes knew that they were in a hurry to leave, so he didn't try to persuade them to stay, but just bowed deeply. Jianchuanju took a last look at Ringo Auri, who was still sobbing in her father's arms, and still didn't say much to Qing. Although he may become a genius ninja in the future. But first of all, I couldn't explain how I knew her future talent. Secondly, I was just an ordinary genin now, and even if I recommended a genius to the village, it wouldn't bring any substantial benefits. Besides, he has just been reunited with his father, and it is unknown whether he hopes to become the genius ninja with lightning escape technique in the future. So Jianchuan Tachibana only left a kunao for Ringo Auri before leaving. If you want to become a ninja in the future, you can ask your father to take you to the Hidden Mist village to find me. Jianchuanju rubbed the red hair of the little girl, who was only 4 or 5 years old, then turned around and left gracefully. leaving behind the middle-aged man who had a confused look on his face, not knowing what the kid was doing, and Ringo Auri who had a glimmer of light in her eyes. "Let's go, Ju. What are you dawdling about?" Hearing Mei Terumi's cry, Jian Chuanju also put Lanzai on his shoulders, swung his hands behind him, and started the ninja run mode. On the other side, in the Hidden Mist village, there is a ninja clan's territory. Two ninjas, a man and a woman, wearing ANBU masks, knelt on one knee in front of a desk. "Take off the mask, do you really think you are an ANBU ninja?" A somewhat cold male voice came into the ears of the two. "Yes, Patriarch X2UPON." Hearing this, the two of them obediently took off their ANBU masks and put them aside. The Jonin female ninja among them looked up at the head of her family and spoke. "Master Patriarch, Island number 2 has been discovered. When we were preparing to receive the seeds, we encountered Team Qing on their way to carry out a mission. Ju and I were not sure we could keep them, so we had to retreat." "Okay, I get it. Collecting seeds through pirates is not a good idea. Let's stop for now." The cold voice didn't seem to care much about it. "I remember that kid named Mamakai Zabuza was from the blue team, right?" "Yes, Chief. We also saw him on the island. Should we get rid of him?" "I don't know why the head of my family would mention a genin. Although Zabuza Mamakai is indeed quite famous in the village recently, he is just someone else's sword." "Nothing, you guys can leave first. Just accept some normal missions recently. The war is about to start, don't do anything unnecessary." After saying this, the man waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. After the two men left in an instant, the man looked into the dark corner and muttered to himself with some emotion in his voice. "The brat is indeed an eyesore, but the one who is even more of an eyesore is that guy Yagura Kuruhi." End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Ninjutsu and Bloodline. Chapter 34, Ninjutsu and Bloodline. 7 or 8 days have passed since Jian Chuanju and his companions returned to the Hidden Mist village. As soon as Qing returned to the village, he reported the situation of the mission to the higher UPS. "It is clearly a time of war now. Even if we don't count the kidnapping of water country civilians, the appearance of unidentified ninjas pretending to be the Anbu of the Hidden Mist village within the territory of the water country should be a very serious matter." However, the village did not seem to take this very seriously. They just said they understood it and let the youth team carry on as usual. Perhaps the village has already arranged for the Anbu to investigate the matter, and thinks we don't need to know the follow-up. This is how Qing explained to the team members. However, it doesn't matter what the village leaders think. After all, these things are too far away from them, a few genin. What made Jian Chuanju the most uncomfortable was that in this mission, when there were 2 Chunins in the battle between 3 of them, the ninja mission record only recorded that 1 sea level was completed. It was after this incident that Jian Chuanju realized that for missions issued by outsiders, if the ninja team finds that the difficulty of the mission does not match the published information while performing the mission, they can choose to give up. However, if the task is completed in excess, the village will not upgrade the task level afterwards. After all, the mission commission fee is limited. Since the person issuing the mission will not compensate the amount, the village leaders are even less likely to register a higher level mission. Of course, if it is a war mission issued within the village, it is possible to be given a higher level mission reward afterwards, but this treatment is generally only given for missions above level B. Anyway, this mission seems to have come to nothing. After returning to the village, everyone wanted to continue completing some sea-level tasks, but the number of tasks in the village was too small recently. Over the past few days, he only completed 1 sea-level mission, which was to protect a merchant in the Hidden Mist village. There were no accidents during the mission, and he just accompanied the merchant on a tour in the Hidden Mist village. Helplessly, he had to wait for the right task while carrying out his daily practice. Jian Chuanju was actually quite happy about this, but Hoshigaki Kisame had recovered and been discharged from the hospital a few days ago, which left him with one less person with whom he could exchange water-style ninjutsu. I don't know how his new team is going. Jian Chuanju completed his daily tasks as usual today, and then went to the training ground to do some routine training. These days, Lanzai said that he might be about to evolve, and now he just needs an opportunity. So Jian Chuanju wanted to accompany Lanzai to do some basic training. The next step is to try to see if you can learn the new skill Water Wave that Lanzai has just mastered after upgrading. There was no way. This skill was too similar to Prince Naruto's Raise Nan. Jian Chuanju felt that if he didn't learn it, he would be letting down his identity as a genin. Although the water waves condensed in the hand were not a pure chakra ball, but a light blue water ball, it did not cause high damage like the Raise Nan under the extreme form change of compressed chakra. However, the water balls created by water waves can be thrown, which is more advanced than ordinary Raise Nan. Just when Jian Chuanju was thinking about all these things, he found himself at the training ground. But Zabuza was not seen today. Only Mei Terumi was sitting alone at the edge of the training ground, holding a booklet and reading something. Jian Chuanju originally planned to walk over quietly, but he didn't expect that she would notice him first. Mei Terumi turned around and looked at him in a silly way. "What are you researching? Why do you feel like you've lost your soul?" It was rare to see Mei Terumi acting like this, and Jian Chuan Tachibana found it a little funny, so she asked. Mei Terumi hesitated for a moment, but still answered. "My father's previous research notes were about studying the fusion of water and earth attribute chakras and bloodline limits." Jian Chuanju was slightly surprised when he heard this. He knew about Mei Terumi's father, who was once a powerful jonin in the village and Ao's senior. According to Ao himself, he once took good care of him and helped him many times. It's just that he suffered serious injuries while on a mission a long time ago, and was unable to continue serving as a ninja. Fortunately, I am still alive and my previous connections are still there. Therefore, Mei Terumi's life in the village is much better than that of pure orphans like Tachibana Kanigawa and Zabuza. Jian Chuan Tachibana had always been puzzled. In the original work, Mei Terumi clearly had double bloodline limits, so why was she just an ordinary ninja now? It now appears that these two bloodline limits were indeed fused by Mei Terumi herself later, but she received some help from her father during the development process. There are roughly two types of bloodline limits. Physical bloodline limits such as the Shikotsuki bloodline, the Sharingan, and the Byakugan are mostly inherited from ancestors related to the Otsutsuki clan. The bloodline limits of jutsu such as ice release, molten release, and boiling release can be achieved by fusion of two chakras of different natures through the ninja's proficient mastery of the properties of chakra to form a new jutsu. After this bloodline limit is successfully fused, it can also be inherited by one's offspring. The future Mei Terumi should be considered the first generation of bloodline ninja. Hey, you're a genin now and you're already researching things like fusing bloodline limits. Although he admitted that Mei Terumi was definitely a genius, wasn't it a bit too early for her to start studying the fusion of two chakra properties at the age of 10? When Mei Terumi heard that Jian Chuan Tachibana actually looked down on her, she immediately became angry. What's wrong with a genin? You've developed several jutsu on your own, haven't you? Jian Chuanju then realized that the problem was with himself. But I'm cheating. Of course, it's not easy to tell Terumi this, so Jian Chuanju had to explain. I have no channels to learn more ninjutsu, so I have no choice but to do this. It is a waste of time and effort. And now, if you directly learn mature ninjutsu, you will definitely be able to improve your combat power faster. This kind of thing will definitely be more effective when you have a more detailed understanding of the nature of chakra in the future. Mei Terumi felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. Although her father could no longer be a ninja, at least he was still alive and could guide her in her training. Jian Chuanju's parents both died during the mission, so it seems that he can only rely on himself. I didn't say I had to try it now. I was just sitting here and taking a look because I was tired of practicing. Seeing that Mei Terumi sounded somewhat guilty and avoided his gaze while trying to make excuses, Jian Chuanju was somewhat confused. What's wrong with this little girl? She looked so fierce just now. But if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. As long as she doesn't worry about how to develop her ninjutsu, it will be fine. Jian Chuanju has always been good at enlightening himself. The little episode passed by in a daze, and the two began training as usual. However, for fear of irritating Mei Terumi again, Jian Chuanju was not in a hurry to study how to turn the water wave into a ninjutsu today. Instead, he concentrated on accompanying Lanzai to do basic training, so as to strive for early evolution. But today is a little strange. The two people and the frog have started training for a long time, but Qing and Zabuza have not yet arrived at the training ground. Normally, Jian Chuanju, who goes to do the daily system tasks first every day, is often the last to arrive. But the two didn't take it too seriously. After all, we are still in the village, so there will be no danger at all. I guess it was just something urgent. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Secret Talk. Chapter 35 Secret Talk. Time goes back to morning. Zabuza was the first to arrive at the training ground. When he saw Aya arrive, he immediately stepped forward. Captain Qing, the Jounin Kyujira wants to talk to you about something. Qing was a little stunned when Zabuza suddenly said this. I should barely be considered as a neutral person on the side of Elder Yuanqi, and I don't have much in common with Karatachi Yagura, the current leader of the civilian faction. But they were usually acquaintances, so why did he need Zabuza to tell him when he had something to ask? Besides, Zabuza is his subordinate now, so why did he come to invite him on behalf of Karatachi Yagura? What's the matter, Jounin Kyujira? Why don't you come to me directly? Qing asked Zabuza with a somewhat dark face. However, Zabuza was such a smart guy that he could not tell that Qing was in a bad mood at the moment, so he answered very straightforwardly. I'm not sure. It seems like I need your help with something, but it's inconvenient for too many people to know, so let me pass it on. Qing's expression improved a little after hearing this. When? Where shall we meet? Now, I'll take you there. Qing, whose mood had just calmed down a little, now had a completely dark face. He looked at his stupid subordinate and suppressed the anger in his chest. Go. After Qing followed Zabuza all the way to another remote training ground, he was even more upset. Does a secret meeting mean moving from one empty training ground to another empty training ground early in the morning? For a moment, Qing even felt that the senior Jounin, Yagura Karatachi, was not so reliable. But since he was already here, Qing decided to meet him first and hear what he wanted to say. Just as Qing and Zabuza walked into the empty training ground, a ninja with green hair, a baby face and a huge hook on his back appeared in front of them in an instant. The person who came was none other than Goju Yagura. Qing was also secretly shocked. Although he did not use any perception ninjutsu, the other party was able to appear in front of him so silently. His strength was indeed far superior to his own. I'm so sorry to bother you to come here just to meet me. Ami Mitsugu Yagura remained humble in this situation and did not care about him commanding his subordinates privately. Tell me what's important first. Kuruju Yagura also stated his purpose with a serious expression. It's like this. I suspect that the pirate mission your team carried out before was secretly cultivated by a family in the village. This is not a serious matter. Almost all ninja families have some hidden power. But cultivating power by arresting civilians and smuggling weapons still violates the bottom line of the village. It's just that the Mizukage-sama seems to want to suppress this matter temporarily because of the war that is about to begin. But I think that it is precisely because of the war that such things that may undermine the stability of the village cannot be allowed to happen. Besides, if the daimyo knew that someone in Kirigaku treated the people of water country like this, he would most likely reduce his support for the village in the upcoming war. Qing looked calmly at Goju Yagura as he spoke righteously about the dangers of the matter. I just don't know how much of what he said was for the Hidden Mist Village and how much was for factional struggles. However, although he belongs to the neutral faction, he is, after all, of common origin. Besides, kidnapping children is indeed against the ninja code, so Ching doesn't mind helping Yagura. How are you going to deal with this? I've read your mission report this time. The supplies and weapons of that pirate base were provided by a merchant from the Kingdom of Craftsmen. Based on my experience, this is 90% true. And since it's smuggling, it's definitely not just a small business of providing supplies and weapons to a few dozen small pirate groups. I will arrange for someone to issue a mission to the Kingdom of Craftsmen. I hope you can accept this mission and go to the Kingdom of Craftsmen to secretly investigate the situation and find out which family is secretly trading with the other party. After saying this, Gojo Yagura seemed to be afraid that Ching would not want to get involved in such troublesome matters, so he added. But don't worry, it doesn't matter even if you don't find out anything. As long as you complete the surface mission, it won't affect your team. I will also investigate this matter from other aspects at the same time. Ching was not surprised by the arrangement made by Godaki Yagura. This kind of open mission to cover up secret investigation was a common method used by ninjas. But there were still some doubts in his heart. Ching did not hide it and asked directly. Why do you want my team to investigate this? There should be many people in the village who you trust more to carry out the mission. Ching didn't tell you directly where your subordinates were. After all, Karatagi Yagura was only the squad leader of the Jonin squad, which was a nominal position as the representative of all the Jonin. He didn't actually hold any position in the village, and he had no actual command power in non-wartime. Most of his subordinates should be considered as defectors from the civilian faction. After all, my previous proposal for an investigation has been rejected by Mizukage-sama, and I am too big a target. Many families in the village are watching my every move. If someone who is too close to me investigates, I am worried that it will alert the enemy. Ching also accepted Karujutsu Yagura's reason. So if we find out which family is responsible, what are you going to do? This. Gaji Yagura seemed a little hesitant, but thinking that he was going to ask Ching for help, he finally chose to tell the truth. It depends on which family it is. After all, if it really causes too much chaos to the village. Ching saw the helpless look on Gaji Yagura's face and understood what he meant. Just like the reason why the Mizukage suppressed the matter, during the war, if a large ninja clan was really divided because of something, the harm caused to the Hidden Mist Village would be immeasurable. After all, the Hidden Mist Village is not Konoha, so its tolerance for certain things is still higher. But no matter who is behind this, I will make him pay the price. As if realizing that his hesitation just now was somewhat inappropriate, Kiruta Yagura added another sentence. I don't know whether I was explaining to Ching or strengthening my own belief. Okay, I'll take this task. After some thought, Ching decided to take on the task, but more out of consideration for training his subordinates. The team has been reorganizing for some time, both through daily training and mission execution. Ching can clearly know that his three teammates are rare geniuses. He did not expect reforms to be implemented now like those of Karatachi Yagura, but instead placed more emphasis on the future. Ching Gang believes that as long as these three people grow up, they will definitely bring different changes to the Hidden Mist Village. However, when Ching thought of this, he suddenly realized something and turned to look at Zabuza Momokai, who had been listening to the conversation between him and Yagura Kiruta from the beginning. Looking at Zabuza Momokai's eyes that seemed to be half asleep and half awake, yet revealed a clear and foolish look, after he looked at him, he suddenly pretended to be resolute and cold. Ching seemed to be worried about the future of the village again. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Rumors about Zabuza. Chapter 36, Rumors about Zabuza. On the other hand, there are two geniuses that Ching considers to be rare. Aihachian Chuanju. Mei Terumi's somewhat defensive shout was heard in the training ground. Mei Terumi was soaked like a drowned rat, with a lot of sticky foam on her hair and body. At this moment, he was sitting under a big tree, staring at Jian Chuanju in front of him with an angry face. Jian Chuanju, who also had a small amount of sticky foam on his body, scratched his head in embarrassment and was thinking of asking Lan Zhe to help him out. Who would have thought that the little guy had already hidden away somewhere unknown? I had no choice but to go forward and comfort Mei Terumi. I've been loving it in vain. Jian Chuanju complained angrily. In the morning, Jian Chuanju accompanied Lan Zhe to complete a series of basic training. Thinking back to the last time he was fighting the pirate captain, he was attacked when he used the water jet to charge forward. At the last moment, the danger prediction had clearly reminded him of the opponent's next attack, but he still couldn't completely avoid it. So I plan to train myself to be more flexible when using this ninjutsu. This method of training flexibility is also simple. In the training ground, in a relatively dense forest, use the water jet to accelerate the sprint. While avoiding complex terrain obstacles, arrange for Lan Zhe to use the foam shuriken on his neck to launch a sneak attack in the woods. Not long after Jian Chuanju started training, Mei Terumi beside her seemed to think that this training method was good, so she joined in the evasion training. Although Mei Terumi does not currently know any ninjutsu to accelerate movement, simply using chakra to concentrate on the feet and legs to increase explosive power is also suitable for this type of training. In this way, the two men and the frog started a passionate and chaotic fight in the grove. However, Lan Zhe, who has mastered the high-speed technique of lightning flash and is smaller in size, clearly has an absolute advantage in this forest dodgeball battle. At first, the two could only resist Lan Zhe's throwing attacks with difficulty. Although the training effect is very significant, it still feels a bit frustrating. It was not until later that Jian Chuanju discovered that among the three, Mei Terumi was clearly the slowest and least flexible. He simply began to use Mei Terumi to attract firepower, moving back and forth between the trees and Mei Terumi to create opportunities for counterattack. Mei Terumi reacted quickly to Tachibana Kanigawa's little tricks, but since she was the slowest, she could only grit her teeth and persevere. However, the training continued for a while. Jian Chuanju once again used Mei Terumi as a cover to avoid Lan Zhe's attack. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and jump onto a big tree nearby to look for another opportunity, but the frustrated Mei Terumi threw 3 water balls at Tachibana Kanagawa. Jian Chuanju, who was in mid-air, had no time to think, and subconsciously used his waist and abdomen to lift his legs, preparing to use the powerful thrust of the water jet to move sideways in the air to avoid the attack. But as luck would have it, the direction of his raised foot was right towards Mei Terumi. The high-speed gushing water hit Terumi Mei directly with a powerful impact force. Completely unprepared, Mei Terumi was instantly swept away by the current and only stopped when she hit a thick tree. Fortunately, water jet is not an offensive skill and did not cause any damage. However, Terumi Mei, who had already been hit hard by Jian Chuanju's water ball and Lan Zhe's sticky foam, was now completely soaked. Although bumps and bruises are inevitable in ninja training, in the end even Jian Chuanju himself felt that it was a bit unkind to let his teammates down. In this way, the two of them ended the morning training by playing and fighting. Fortunately, since the team was formed, the training ground where they are located is a small training ground with relatively complete facilities in the village. There is a changing room like a swimming pool at the entrance. I don't think that Mr. Ao and that Zabuzagai will come today. What are your plans for the afternoon? Mei Terumi came out of the locker room and saw Tachibana Kanagawa and Lan Zhe playing hand fighting out of boredom, so she asked. I was planning to go to the hospital to practice medical ninjutsu this afternoon, but I don't have any patients who have made appointments in advance. If you think it's too boring to practice alone, I can stay here with you. He subconsciously answered Mei Terumi's question, but as soon as he finished saying this, Jian Chuan Tachibana realized that something was wrong. With Mei Terumi's tsundere personality, there would only be one answer if she said this. Really? It's just training. Who would be bored? And I have to go home to refine my chakra in the afternoon too. Mei Terumi originally wanted to go home and ask her father for advice on bloodline fusion, but then she changed her mind because she was afraid of upsetting the orphan Jianchuan Tachibana. However, Jianchuanju did not realize this. After all, he was not the original body, and in fact, he did not feel much about his orphan status. Okay, let's go have lunch first and then part ways. Having said that, the two stopped talking and took their backpacks to the ramen shop they often visited next to the training ground. This ramen shop is a typical traditional Japanese ramen, and the decoration is somewhat similar to Ichiraku ramen in Konoha. A simple wooden structure with a slightly sloping roof and a very ordinary welcome sign at the door. The entire store is not very large, with a bar that can only seat 4 or 5 customers. Inside is a semi-open kitchen, and customers can see busy figures inside while waiting for their meals. Although I don't think Jianchuan oranges taste very good, they are simple and clean. When the two arrived at the ramen restaurant, there were already 2 ninjas wearing chunin vests sitting at the bar and eating. Jianchuanju and the other person didn't think much about it and walked straight to 2 seats at the side to start ordering food. However, not long after the two of them finished ordering, the topic discussed by the ninja next to them, who seemed to have finished eating and was resting, reached their ears. You've heard about that kid nicknamed Ghost Man, right? Of course, I've heard about it a long time ago. How cruel! He killed more than 100 classmates before they even graduated. Yes, and he graduated successfully. I have to admire him. Tisk, this kind of genius must have been noticed by some big shot. A genin has his own title. Haha, I think you are envious. There are so many jonin who haven't made a name for themselves in the ninja world yet. The two chunins stood up and left the ramen shop while talking and laughing. Although Jianchuanju heard the conversation between the two people, he didn't take it too seriously. He had thought about these questions since he had traveled to this world and learned that he and Zabuza were classmates. Since Zabuza has made this choice, he can only bear the subsequent criticism and strange looks alone. So Jianchuanju simply took out a small bowl and scooped out some of the large portion of ramen that had just been served to Lanzai. However, Jianchuanju discovered that Mei Terumi was staring blankly at her ramen, looking as if she was troubled by something. What? Are you worried about Zabuza? Don't worry, that guy is stronger than you think. Of course, Jianchuan Tachibana, who has read the original novel, knows that Zabuza was not defeated by these rumors, and later became one of the famous 7 ninja swordsmen in the village. However, Mei Terumi's answer left him somewhat confused. Of course I know that he is strong at heart, at least he is stronger than me. Terumi Mei looked at Jianchuanju with a lonely expression and said, you know what? Sometimes I envy Zabuza and you very much. I heard from the big authors in the group that the most important data is the follow-up reading of the new book. Follow-up reading refers to the number of people who finish the latest chapter within 24 hours after the author releases it. Whisper, I didn't know this before, but this is probably what it means. So if you readers think this book is okay, please remember to follow the updates every day. Thank you all. D***** B. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Mei Terumi and number 039, S Thoughts. Chapter 37, Mei Terumi's Thoughts. Jianchuanju, who was being stared at by Mei Terumi with a complicated expression, was completely confused at the moment. Envy me? And Zabuza? Yes. Jianchuanju put down his chopsticks and looked at Terumi Mei in confusion. This child was not a sentimental person. Besides, he and Mamakai Zabuza were both orphans. What was there to envy about Terumi Mei, who had both parents? You want to be an orphan too? Mei Terumi almost choked to death over these words, and her emotions became incoherent for a moment. He gave Jianchuanju a cold look. What are you thinking? I'm just envious of the way you became a genin. After being interrupted by Jianchuanju, Terumi Mei's mood recovered a little and she began to explain the reason for her envy. You know what? Actually, when I graduated last year, the Jounin Kyujira came to see me. Looking for you? Could it be? With such a shocking piece of news coming out suddenly, Jian Chuanju couldn't believe his own guess for a moment. Yes, he asked me to do what Zabuza did this year. Because I was the top leader that year, he had no other choice but me. With your father's connections, how could Karuchiyagura let you do such a thing? As a veteran Jonin, his connections in the village are obviously not limited to AO. If juniors like Karatagi Yagura dare to underestimate him just because he has retired from the ninja sequence, they will definitely suffer. He went to see my father first. He told me to make my own choice. Mei Terumi paused for a moment, looking at her bowl of noodles, and said, I refused. I didn't know at the time if doing this could really change the village policy. If it failed, my hands would be stained with the blood of my companions. Having said that, Mei Terumi looked at her hands as if she was a little dazed. Without waiting for Jian Chuanju to comfort her, she continued with a trembling voice, even so, my graduation exam was still stained with blood. I just wanted to steal her badge, but I ended up killing her by mistake. This. As a person who avoided exams, Jian Chuanju didn't know how to comfort him. But at this time, Mei Terumi might just want someone to talk to. I thought this was the fate of the Blood Mist Ninja until I met you. You were promoted to genin through medical ninja, and you were not stained with the blood of your fellow villagers. Jian Chuanju thought to himself that the ninjas from those big families were not stained with the blood of their companions, so they didn't need to go to ninja school at all. But he was not Zabuza Momokai after all, so he did not explain anything at this time. Later, in this year's graduation exam, Zabuza accomplished what I didn't dare to do back then, and he succeeded in the end. So when you two became my teammates, I was actually very envious of you. I've always wondered, is someone like me who doesn't have the courage to take on all this and has been stained with the blood of my companions really qualified to be the Kage of the village? Of course you can become the Mizukage. This is my judgment based on my reading of the original work. Seeing this 10-year-old girl with such a heavy heart, Jian Chuanju silently cheered her up in his heart. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on Terumi Mei's reddish-brown hair. Lanzai, who was working hard to eat, saw his master like this and also put his little hand on Terumi Mei's hand. You just have to believe in the path you are on and move forward with big strides. Ming, I also believe that you will become the best Mizukage. The hidden mist village, which is usually shrouded in fog, was unusually sunny today. The midday sun shone through the awning of the ramen restaurant onto the two people in the store, as if to dispel the haze in people's hearts. Crack! With a crisp sound, Terumi Mei blushed and gently slapped away the hand that was pressing on her head. Your trotters are all greasy, don't touch my hair. Mei Terumi pretended to be angry, but the hand she used to push away Tachibana Kanagawa was not the one that Lanzai was holding down. Jian Chuanju withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly and rubbed Lanzai's head, signaling it to continue eating. Haha, eat, eat. Perhaps because she had finally spoken out her deepest thoughts, Mei Terumi's mood quickly returned to normal and she quietly ate her bowl of ramen. However, the atmosphere between the two seemed to be much more harmonious than before. The two of them finished their lunch quietly, and Jian Chuanju did not mention the training together in the afternoon. After saying goodbye to Mei Terumi at the entrance of the ramen shop, they went their separate ways. Jian Chuanju did not go home, but went directly to the Kirigakure village hospital. Aunt Huizi, long time no see. It's only a few days. Things in the village have been quite busy lately. When Keiko Saiguchi saw Tachibana Jiangawa greeting her, the fatigue on her face faded a little. Recently, Jian Chuanju has often come to the hospital to improve his clinical experience, but the time is uncertain. Keiko Saiguchi has been busy participating in the village's pre-war preparations, and the two have not met for some time. Tachibana, have you grown taller recently? Saijuji Keiko said as she placed her hand between Tachibana Jianchuan's head and herself. Haha, really? I didn't even notice it myself. Jian Chuanju said that he didn't care, but the corners of his mouth curled up a little. As an adult who traveled through time and space as a child, how could Jian Chuanju not care about his height? Besides, Zabuza was 183 centimeters tall when he grew up, and he didn't want to be overtaken by a kid. When Keiko Saiguji saw Jian Chuan Tachibana like this, the smile on her face became a little gentler. It means that Ju has been eating well recently. Perhaps it was due to the hormones in his body after traveling through time. Jian Chuanju felt that his mentality was getting younger and younger, and he was not averse to this way of talking to Coke's children. As they were talking, the two of them had already walked into the ward and restrained the smiles on their faces. After all, they had to appear professional when treating the injured. The ninja lying on the hospital bed was from the Snow clan. Generally, ninjas from such large families, especially bloodline families, would rarely be sent to the hospital. However, this ordinary chunin, who is not young, does not seem to have inherited the ice release Kekiai Genkai, and should be the kind of person who is not valued in the clan. Although this person is a branch of the Snow clan, he is very arrogant. The day before yesterday, Jian Chuanju's excellent treatment saved his life, but the two of them didn't have much communication. Today, he just came over as a routine to check on each other's recovery. After briefly asking about the other person's physical condition and doing some routine checks, Jian Chuanju was ready to leave the ward. Just as he was about to leave the ward, a young girl came in. Well, perhaps it was not appropriate to call her a girl considering Jian Chuanju's age. The girl who came in looked about 16 or 7 years old, which should be considered an adult in the Naruto world. She had long black hair and dignified and gentle facial features. She gave people a gentle and kind feeling. However, judging from his body movements, he should be just an ordinary person, so Jian Chuanju didn't care much about it. Sorry, little brother, I didn't notice you. Jian Chuanju was about to correct her address with a frown on his face, but the middle-aged man on the hospital bed scolded him first. Nanako. This medical ninja is my attending physician. You are trained as a member of the Snow clan. I'm sorry, father. Lord Ninja, I'm sorry. After saying this, the girl named Nanako quickly bowed to Jian Chuan Tachibana. Jian Chuanju was also caught off guard by this situation. He just said that he didn't mind and hurriedly left the ward. It was only after I walked out of the ward that I realized that the girl's appearance seemed somewhat familiar. But the other person is also very good looking, and if he has seen me before, he should remember me. Besides, this girl wasn't a ninja, and he didn't know many ordinary civilians. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply gave up on investigating further. But Nanako? The Snow clan? Her full name can't be Setsuna, right? Jian Chuanju feels that he has once again refreshed his understanding of naming in the ninja world. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 New Mission. Chapter 38 New Mission. The next morning, the hidden mist village was shrouded in fog as usual. Jian Chuanju arrived at the training ground early today, mainly because today's daily tasks were a bit strange and did not include the most common training tasks. Instead, tasks like say hello to 10 people and walk 10 kilometers appeared. The system usually gives tasks that can be easily completed under the current circumstances. This reminded Jian Chuanju of the situations when he left the village twice before. Considering that Qing did not come to the training ground yesterday, Jian Chuanju guessed that there might be some new tasks today. Sure enough, not long after, Ao and Zabuza arrived at the training ground one after another. Ao did not start to instruct the two in training as usual, but said to wait for Mei Terumi to arrive first. Seeing Zabuza's expression of "I knew it a long time ago" next to him, Jian Chuanju was even more certain that today was definitely not a simple training or an ordinary mission. Not long after, Mei Terumi also came to the training ground. She looked at Jian Chuan Tachibana, who had listened to her confession yesterday, with some embarrassment. Then she found that the three of them were staring at her with wide eyes, and Mei Terumi was also a little puzzled. "Why are you standing here instead of training? Are you waiting for me?" Qing, who was about to speak, looked at his disrespectful disciple and immediately began to doubt himself. "Am I being too easygoing? Should I be more serious with them next time?" But after thinking about it, I realized that I had important things to do today, so I put aside my complicated emotions for the time being. For safety reasons, Qing first formed hand seals and performed perception ninjutsu. After confirming that there was no one else around, he explained the whole story to the two disciples who did not understand the situation. That's basically the situation. Today, the Jounin Kuruhi will arrange for a ninja tool shop funded by civilians to assign us a task. We will escort a clerk to the land of craftsmen to order ninja tools. Of course, although this mission is to cover up a secret investigation, if you don't want to have another failure record in your mission resume, we must complete this open mission as well. After listening to Qing's account of the series of events, Jian Chuanju felt that his imagination was still not rich enough. Such a task was just thrown to his team? Even though there is a senior ninja named Qing leading the team, there is too little known information right now. Where should we start the investigation? We only have information about a merchant who is suspected to be from the Kingdom of Craftsmen. Which direction should we start our investigation from? Before Jian Chuan Tachibana could speak, Terumi Mei asked Qing the same question. Qing did not answer Terumi Mei's question immediately, but instead asked the three disciples a question. "How much do you know about the Kingdom of Craftsmen?" Seeing that neither of her teammates had the intention to speak, Mei Terumi answered directly, "The land of craftsmen is a small country located between the land of fire and the land of water. The country is very short of armed forces, and the craftsmen's village is basically full of highly skilled craftsmen. Their combat power ranks last in the entire ninja world. However, thanks to the excellent ninja tool forging ability of the artisan ninja village, the ninja tools they forged are highly respected in the 5 major countries. Not only do they have regular ninja tools, they even often forge some advanced weapons containing chakram metals. This allows them to get along with all the major countries." Ao nodded. What Mei Terumi said was what they learned in class at the ninja school. "You are right, but what I want to say is that due to political pressure from all sides and the taxation of the country of craftsmen, in fact, all the sales of ninja tools and the import of materials in the country of craftsmen are strictly controlled by the chief of the ninja village. His status in the country of craftsmen is not inferior to that of the daimyo of the country of craftsmen." Jian Chuanju asked thoughtfully after hearing this. "That is to say, unless the smuggling was done by the leader of the artisan ninja village, but that doesn't make sense. Privately reaching a deal with the internal forces of his country will not bring him much benefit. On the contrary, it may offend our Kirigakuer. For a small ninja village with no strength, it is too costly. Or maybe it was done by some profit-driven people in the Kingdom of Craftsmen. If that's the case, then the craftsman village, which has strict control over domestic materials and finished products, should have more or less known where these things went. But all this is based on the premise that the merchant is indeed a merchant from the Kingdom of Craftsmen. Or the materials are indeed from the Kingdom of Craftsmen." Qing gave him an approving look and added, "Yes, so our main target for this investigation is the chief of the artisan ninja village. The clerk of the ninja tool shop who is to be escorted in the open mission will also trade with the chief of the artisan ninja village under our accompaniment, which will facilitate our investigation." Terumi thought about it and asked her own question. "So how long do we stay here? After all, what if we can't find any results in a short period of time?" "Don't worry, the person who issued the mission was arranged by Yagura Kyuji. He will cooperate with us and stay longer. And it doesn't matter if we don't find any results in the end. After all, it's just a personal commission from Yagura Kyuji." Zabuza, who had been watching his two teammates and Qing discussing the mission without being able to get a word in, raised his head slightly when he heard Qing's last words, but still didn't say anything. On the contrary, Jian Chuanju agreed with Qing's words. To be honest, when he saw the village destroyed by pirates during the mission and the children who were abducted and trained as assassins, he was also very angry and wanted to punish the murderer. However, so many days had passed since the incident, and Jian Chuanju had long lost his original indignation. After all, in this chaotic ninja world, everyone's life was worthless. Jian Chuanju felt that it was not wise to get involved in the struggle between the civilian faction and the ninja faction for the sake of some strangers and offend either side. Of course, if he had the strength of the Six Paths level at this time, it would be a different situation. Jian Chuanju might hold high the banner of justice and sanction these people. How dare you, you scoundrels, do such a thing? Spicy Tiansai. Okay, now that you understand the details, let's go to the Mizukage building to receive our mission. Qing spoke again, interrupting Jian Chuan Tachibana's daydream of punching pain and kicking six paths, and signaled his disciples to follow him and head towards the Mizukage building. In cases like this where the client designates a person to complete a task, the village usually verifies the task and then notifies the task team to come and collect the task. However, since Team Qing has already arrived at the mission acceptance point, it saves the village a lot of effort. Although the reward for a designated mission is often higher than a normal mission, it is still the price of a C-level escort mission after all. The Qing team will also conduct investigations in secret. Therefore, the entire team, even Zabuza, did not think there was anything wrong in earning a little more money from Karatachi Yagura. Because they didn't want to attract too much attention from other people, especially those family ninjas, they didn't rush to the Kingdom of Craftsmen after receiving the mission. Instead, just like an ordinary mission, he took his time to go to the ninja tool shop to meet the person who issued the mission to understand the mission situation. They each went back to make their preparations before departure, and then took the clerk with them and left the Hidden Mist village. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Transform Zabuza. Chapter 39, Transform Zabuza. On the way to the port, Jian Chuanju noticed that Zabuza was always looking at the target of their escort on this mission from time to time. Unable to help but feel curious, he leaned over and asked in a low voice. What's wrong, Zabuza? Did you notice something wrong with him? As he spoke, Jian Chuanju also looked at the clerk. His grey hair was tied into a ponytail, and his bronze face was covered with deep wrinkles. But he looked like an old man, and his body and head seemed to be separate. It was already autumn, and he was only wearing a short-sleeved grey coarse cloth shirt, exposing his muscular body, and one of his arms was almost as thick as his waist. Looking at it this way, it does seem a bit strange. That guy seems to be a blacksmith. Zabuza answered Jian Chuan Tachibana's question subconsciously. Blacksmith? That's it. Jian Chuanju was also speechless by this guy. What's so strange about the person in the ninja tool shop being a blacksmith? Zabuza finally withdrew his gaze and said hesitantly. That old man seems to be a very famous forging master in the village. Now it was Jian Chuanju's turn to be stunned. After all, he didn't have much demand for ninja tools in his daily life. The only requirement he might have was that they were cheap. He had never paid attention to any forging masters. However, before Jian Chuanju could say anything, the old man spoke loudly to the two of them. Hey! Are you two little brats saying bad things about me? I, an old man, have very sharp ears. The two men looked at the old man with dark faces. He was obviously not far away, but his voice was very loud. Although I don't know whether it's due to years of blacksmithing or old age, but judging from the current situation, this old man is obviously severely hard of hearing. I don't know how I heard their discussion. Jian Chuanju didn't know what was wrong with his head. In order to ease the embarrassment, he actually started talking like a child. Grandpa, we were just talking about how you are a great blacksmith. However, as soon as these words came out, Zabuza, Mei Terumi, Ao, O, and Lanzai, all immediately looked at Jian Chuanju with eyes as if they were looking at some magical species. After receiving the looks from his teammates, Jian Chuanju wanted to slap himself twice. But the old man didn't notice these, but laughed heartily with great enjoyment. Haha, you have good vision, kid. I am the famous Shimatsuki Ichiro, and my father is a legendary swordsmith who once participated in the creation of 7 ninja swords. There seemed to be something wrong with what the old man said, but before Jianchuanju could think about it, Zabuza reminded him. Your father participated in the forging of 7 ninja swords. Have you forged any famous swords? Jian Chuanju saw that the old man's expression paused for a moment when he heard Zabuza's question. Ha ha ha, of course I inherited my father's forging skills. He forged the Thunder Blade *Kya and the Double Blade *Akira, which are among the best even among the 7 ninja swords. So you've built the woohoo yourself. Seeing that the white-haired old man looked like he was about to cry, Jian Chuanju hurriedly covered Zabuza's mouth as he was about to speak and forcibly pulled him aside. Really, even though he's wearing bandages, this guy still can't control his mouth. Stop talking, have you heard of any other famous swords besides the 7 ninja swords in the Hidden Mist village? After saying this, Jian Chuanju hurriedly turned around to look at old man Chuanjiu. Fortunately, he spoke in a low voice this time and the other party didn't seem to hear it. However, the old man seemed to have lost interest in talking to the little ghost, and continued to walk forward on his own. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to quickly follow him. Zabuza shook his head, broke free from Jianchuanju and returned. Of course not, so my goal is to seize one of the 7 ninja swords and become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Looking at the fire of ambition in Zabuza's eyes. All Jian Chuanju could think of was the strange scene of this guy carrying a beheading sword as big as a door panel, crouching down and hiding in the mist hidden technique to carry out assassinations in the future. He seemed a little pitiful, so Jian Chuanju decided to guide him a little. Zabuza, which ninja sword do you want to use most in the future? Of course it's the broken blade * beheading sword. Sure enough. This guy has been going astray since he was so young. Why would you want to use a beheading sword? You are not even as tall as the sword, so it must be inconvenient to wield it. Zabuza was somewhat accustomed to being teased by Jian Chuanju, so he just rolled his eyes at the other party, as if he was too lazy to answer such an idiotic question. Thinking about the guy's future height, Jian Chuanju had to persuade him from a different angle. You know all the characteristics of the 7 ninja swords, right? Of course it's clear. So what are you good at? Although Zabuza was a little annoyed by Jian Chuan Tachibana's question, he still answered the question seriously. Swordsmanship and water ninjutsu. Jian Chuanju looked at the other party with a dark face, looking completely ignorant. If the future adult Zabuza said that he was good at water escape, it would be fine. But now he only mastered one offensive ninjutsu, the water dragon bullet jutsu with 44 seals, and he still had the nerve to say that he was good at water escape ninjutsu? Your fighting style is more inclined towards assassination, the mist hiding technique and the silent killing technique. Yes. Zabuza did not refute but nodded in agreement. But you can see that the beheading sword is obviously of a bold and open style. Not to mention that the huge blade is not convenient for concealed actions, even the huge sound of breaking wind caused by slashing in the mist hidden technique is enough to make the opponent alert before being attacked. And think about it, if you swing that door-like sword, the wind it creates might even blow away some of the fog. After hearing Jian Chuanju's description, Zabuza was stunned and even stopped moving forward. I just think that Biwajozo is a bit weaker, so it should be easier to take over the position of a ninja sword from him. And the bloodthirsty style of repairing a broken sword will suit me better. Upon seeing this, Jian Chuanju immediately increased his strength to guide. Then have you ever thought that Biwajozo is weak because his beheading sword is too weak? What about a broken sword that can be repaired by blood-sucking? Have you ever seen any other ninja sword that breaks into two pieces easily? After being asked this question, Zabuza could no longer hold back. In his mind, he imagined himself fighting with the enemy, and then his beheading sword was easily cut into two pieces by the opponent. Then he held the sword handle and crawled to kill other small fry, recovered the broken sword, and turned back to fight the enemy. At this moment, Zabuza seemed as if his worldview had collapsed. Then which ninja sword should I choose? Finally, the key question was asked, and Jian Chuanju couldn't help but smile. Of course, long knife * stitches. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Getting on the boat and going to sea. Chapter 40, Getting on the boat and going to sea. Long knife * stitches. That's right. You see, not only does the needle make no sound when it attacks because of its blade structure, but it also has built-in steel wire that can be used to set traps in the fog. It can be said that it is a perfect match for your silent killing technique. Jian Chuanju tried hard to persuade Zabuza in his ear, and gradually Zabuza himself became a little shaken. But the sword techniques I learned are mainly about chopping, and I don't know how to use wire skills. From what you said, has anyone learned the unique attack methods of the 7 ninja swords in advance? Even the beheading sword is completely different from the swordsmanship you are using now. As he spoke, Jian Chuan Tachibana also glanced at the 5 to 60 cm short sword that Zabuza was currently using. Besides, you can't become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and use stitches right now. Fighting skills can be practiced. These skills are nothing. Fighting style is the most difficult to change. So, my style is using wire. Seeing that Zabuza was still hesitant, Jian Chuan Tachibana directly put his arms around his neck and quickly caught up with the 3 people in front. Don't worry, I'll give you some steel wire for combat later. You can practice with it first. It's always good to have more skills. Although Zabuza was still a little confused, he felt that what Jian Chuan Tachibana said made sense, so he had to write this matter down and concentrate on his journey. Since they were bringing an ordinary person, Ichiro Shimatsuki, with them this time, they did not travel very fast. It took them more than 2 days of stopping and walking before they arrived at a port city in the south of the water country. Because it is a port city close to the land of fire, it has a strong business atmosphere. The hustle and bustle of traffic and people coming and going is very different from the somewhat depressing atmosphere of the hidden mist village. However, among the few people, Ching and Mei Terumi were not on an overseas mission for the first time, and they were no longer surprised by such scenes. As a time traveler, Jian Chuanju would never think that this city, which had just been initially electrified, was so grand. Only Zabuza Mamakai, a ninja of commoner origin, had basically never left the hidden mist village. At this moment, he felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and everything he saw was new to him. Fortunately, this guy has a heavy idol image, and his face was wrapped in bandages so his expression was invisible, so he didn't make any jokes. After all, they had a mission to accomplish, so they did not stay in the city for long. They went straight to the port to take a boat to the Kingdom of Craftsmen. So big. As soon as Zabuza entered the port, he was shocked by the huge passenger ship in front of him. At this moment, Jian Chuanju didn't have the time to complain about Zabuza's unfamiliarity with things. Instead, he looked back at the city made up of a mixture of stone and wood that the group had just walked through. Jian Chuanju couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, the contrast between the brick, stone, and wood house and this huge steel ship is a bit too strong. This passenger ship, which is dozens of meters long and painted in blue and white, can carry about 400 to 500 passengers. It does not feel like a product of this era at all. The tourists boarding the ship nearby were not curious at all. A large number of passengers boarded the ship in an orderly manner with their luggage. Even after getting on the boat, Jian Chuanju couldn't help but gently touch the metal railing of the ship. Qing clapped his hands, signaling the 3 disciples to focus their attention. Okay, it will take another 4 days to reach the land of craftsmen. During the voyage, the 3 of you will take turns following Mr. Shimatsuki and ensure his safety. So what about you, Mr. Qing? I will naturally participate in protection when necessary. The 3 of them didn't expect that Qing, who was always rigorous in his work, seemed to be wanting to be lazy at this time, but they had no choice but to obey orders. Fortunately, Shimatsuki Ichiro was generous enough to book a single suite for everyone, which helped to ease their dissatisfaction. Otherwise, with the commission for a sea-level mission, they might have to squeeze into a 4-person room. 4 days. If you run on the water, you can get there in a day and a half. So you're planning to run across the sea with Mr. Shimatsuki on your back? And you want to run without taking a break the whole time? When Mei Terumi heard Zabuza's utterly irrational words, she rolled her eyes and retorted. Okay, you 2 can take a look around the boat first. I'll be in charge of protecting Mr. Shimatsuki. After saying this, Jian Chuanju turned his head and looked at Shimatsuki Ichiro. The old man just nodded and didn't think there was anything wrong with only one child protecting him. After all, this mission was not actually dangerous for him, but the store manager insisted on arranging the mission and designated this team to provide protection. As an old man older than the people of the Hidden Mist Village, he had no intention of knowing what was going on behind this kind of thing. After Mei Terumi and the other person left, Tachibana Kanigawa just stood on the deck with Ichiro Shimatsuki, quietly looking at the sea. Maybe he felt a little bored after looking at the sea for too long, so Ichiro Shimatsuki turned around and looked at Jian Chuanju, who was teasing Lanzai, and found a random topic to chat about. Boy, it seems like you have never seen a psychic beast like this before. Upon hearing this, Jian Chuanju stopped what he was doing, but did not give a direct answer. Master, have you seen many psychic beasts? Of course. I was there when the Hidden Mist Village was first established. I have seen all the ninjas and summoned beasts in the village, big and small. I feel like Ichiro Shimatsuki is bragging, but I have no evidence. Aren't you a specialist in making ninja tools? And you know so much about summoning beasts. You are ignorant, boy. Many summoned beasts also need weapons. Just like a frog like you can definitely use a short knife. Speaking of summoned beasts' short swords, the first thing that came to Jian Chuanju's mind was Gamabunta's more than 10-meter long short sword. That thing couldn't have been made by humans, right? Haha, that's not necessary. Lanzai's current attack methods are still good enough. Jian Chuanju laughed it off and tried to fool him. Actually, when Lanzai's level increases, he will learn some slashing skills. However, Jian Chuanju guessed that this kind of skills should be accompanied by the technique of condensing chakra energy knife, so there is no need to equip him with another weapon. Even if you don't have any, it won't be too late to prepare weapons after you have learned the relevant skills. Now the main means of attack for me and Lanzai is still based on long-range output. Tisk, you ignorant brat! Seeing that the business was not going well, old man Chuanjiu seemed a little unhappy. However, Jian Chuanju thought that maybe he could really wear a short sword. It was not for attacking or anything, but it might mislead the enemy and make them think that he was a melee ninja, which would be somewhat useful. However, there is no need to find a master to make such a purely decorative weapon. We don't have the money, as long as it's easy to wear and doesn't affect your movement, and the quality isn't too bad, and when you really need to take it out to use it occasionally, don't let it break directly like Kakashi did with the White Fang blade, it'll be fine. Just when Jian Chuanju was thinking about whether he should ask Zabuza where he bought his short sword, there was a commotion on the other side of the deck. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Chance Encounter. Chapter 41 Chance Encounter. Hey, kid! You bumped into someone, and you don't even have an apology. It's obviously you. The noise of the commotion on the other side was getting louder and louder, but Jian Chuanju did not go over to join in the fun immediately. Instead, he turned to look at old man Shimatsuki Ichiro. Who would have thought that the old man, at such an old age, would still be so eager to join in the fun? He didn't even notice Jian Chuanju's inquiring gaze and was already preparing to walk to the other side of the deck to take a closer look. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju had no choice but to hurry up and catch up. Although his danger prediction didn't show any movement, he was still on an escort mission after all, so it was better not to make any mistakes. However, when Jian Chuanju approached and saw the two people arguing, he was shocked. There is nothing much to say about the ordinary-looking young man. Judging from his attire, he should be just an ordinary genin from the Hidden Mist village. The two people in the same attire who are staring at him from behind should be his teammates. The focus was on the 10-year-old boy on the weaker side. Jian Chuanju's eyes were involuntarily fixed on him. He had messy black short hair, wore a dark blue ninja suit, and had two bulging ninja tool bags on his waist, which made him look ordinary. But the Konoha forehead protector on his head, the Uchiha clan emblem on his back, and the somewhat ridiculous windproof goggles on his face all revealed his identity. Uchiha Obito. Why is he here? Jian Chuanju was shocked, but before he could think about it, several members of the Kirigakure were ready to attack Uchiha Obito. Seeing that the brat was still arrogant, the leading genin swung his fist and hit Uchiha Obito in the face. Shoo! Just when the Kirigakure genin's fist was only a few centimeters away from hitting Uchiha Obito's eyepiece, a silver-haired figure suddenly appeared between the two of them and firmly grasped his fist that was about to fall. The genin pulled his hand out several times but failed. Kakashi! You don't have to do anything. I was just about to take care of him. Uchiha Obito, who was clearly stunned by the other party's direct attack, shamelessly refused when he saw Kakashi helping him. When the two teammates of the genin saw that their companion was restrained by a little devil, they immediately stepped forward to help and were even ready to take out their weapons to fight back. But at the same time, a handsome young man with blonde hair suddenly appeared beside the two men with a smile on his face and shook their hands, which had just taken out their weapons. It's just a small misunderstanding. It shouldn't be enough to require the use of weapons, right? At this moment, the three genin from the Hidden Mist village had their backs soaked with cold sweat. Just seeing that the other party was able to control the three of them so easily, it would be easy for them to take their lives. But due to the concern of face, he couldn't open his mouth to soften his words, so he could only say weird things like "This is in the territory of the water country and don't underestimate the blood mist ninja." Seeing that the other party had no intention of continuing the conflict, the blonde young man naturally let go of his hands. Okay, Kakashi. Let him go. It's just a little misunderstanding. Yes, Minato-sensei. The three people who were released by the other party felt that they had lost face. They didn't say another word, but quickly left the deck and returned to the cabin. Jian Chuanju estimated that the few people would not leave the cabin for the next few days. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the people around also dispersed one by one. Jian Chuanju looked at the brown-haired girl who came over and was scolding Uchiha Obito, and her heart was not as calm as she appeared. Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin. How could the famous Minato team be on the flight from the land of water to the land of craftsmen at this time? At this moment, Jian Chuanju's brain was working rapidly. At present, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin should have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Kakashi is still only a chunin, and the Minato class was established not long ago. Although Konoha has already gone to war with Tsunagakure, it was only a small-scale conflict in the early stages of the war. Iwagakure is just taking the opportunity to denounce Konoha, and it is hard to say whether troops will be sent to the land of Earth. Minato Namikaze's real reputation as the Yellow Flash was basically earned during the Third Ninja World War. Although his strength may be very strong at this time, his position in Konoha should be just a young and capable jonin, not an indispensable force on the battlefield. That's why he could take his 3 disciples out to perform some ordinary tasks to train new people. Jian Chuanju, who had sorted out his thoughts, breathed a sigh of relief. There's no way. None of these people are easy to deal with. Even if they are familiar characters from the original novel, it's still a little scary when they suddenly appear in front of you. Just now, Jian Chuanju even thought about whether he should take advantage of the fact that Uchiha Obito is still the last one in the group to kill him. After all, when he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan in the future, he caused great trouble to the entire Hidden Mist village. Using illusions to control the 4th Mizukage, intensifying the Blood Mist policy, and slaughtering the bloodline families, it can be said that the Hidden Mist village has been brought to the point where it has become the shame of the 5 major ninja villages. Fortunately, Jian Chuanju still has some rationality, and it is hard to say what will happen in the future. If I dare to attack Uchiha Obito now, I guess even Qing teacher may not be able to protect me. Hey, kid, let's go. Seeing that there was no more excitement, Jian Chuanju was still staring there blankly, and Shimatsuki Ichiro had to pat him with his hand to remind him. Oh, okay, Mr. Shimatsuki. Jian Chuan Tachibana withdrew his gaze in time, but when he was about to leave, he found that Namikaze Minato seemed to be glancing at him vaguely. Jian Chuanju almost couldn't hold back his expression. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end, and Minato's team left the deck in a noisy manner. Little boy, you seem to be worried. Nothing much, it's just that those guys just now were very strong. Of course Jian Chuanju couldn't tell the truth, so he had to make up an excuse. Haha, the blonde one is okay, but the black-haired one is so irritable and won't amount to anything in the future. As an old man, I have a pretty good eye for people. Haha, yet. Jian Chuanju smiled awkwardly, but did not refute anything. As for you, kid, I feel that you will definitely have a bright future. Would you like to consider letting me make you a ninja sword? I guarantee that your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Free. Upon hearing Jian Chuan Tachibana's answer, Shimatsuki Ichiro's eyes immediately widened with a look of disbelief. How is that possible? Do you know how valuable a famous sword is? Mr. Shimatsuki, have you ever made any famous swords? Seeing that Jian Chuanju actually questioned his forging skills, old man Shimatsuki became even more angry and immediately opened his mouth to refute. What do you know? A famous sword can only be famous in the hands of an expert. It's not that the sword I made is not good, but those guys are too weak and let my sword down. Jian Chuanju looked at the old man who was a little too excited and thought. Just now you said that you have always been very good at judging people. However, considering that the other party is his client after all, it would be bad if he was not harmed by the enemy but instead suffered internal injuries from his own anger. Shut up decisively and signal that you admit defeat. Seeing that the kid was so tactless in rejecting him again, Ichiro Shimatsuki no longer tried to promote his forging business. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Artisan Ninja Village. Chapter 42, Artisan Ninja Village. On this unchanging sea, 4 days passed in a flash. Apart from a minor incident on the first day on board, nothing noteworthy happened afterwards. During this period, Jian Chuanju met the 4 members of the Watergate team several times. However, although the Water Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom have not yet gone to war, they are after all ninjas from 2 different ninja villages and there is no communication between them. However, because old man Shimatsuki often needs company and protection recently, his relationship with Jian Chuanju has become more and more familiar. I don't know whether he is really optimistic about the future of Jian Chuan Tachibana, or because Zabuza clearly wants to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and has no interest in the old man. In short, Ichiro Shimatsuki never gave up promoting his ninja sword customization service to Tachibana Jian Chuan. In the end, Jian Chuanju could only helplessly say that he would consider it when he had money in the future. Finally reached. As soon as she got off the boat, Mei Terumi stretched her body. She must have been feeling suffocated after being on the boat for the past few days. Zabuza on the side didn't say anything, but nodded in agreement. Jian Chuanju looked around but did not see any members of Minato's team. He didn't know whether they had already disembarked or had not come out of the cabin. The system's untimely prompt interrupted Jian Chuanju's looking around. Ding! Open the new country map for the first time, unlock the achievement I'm here. I'll see you. The system's achievements are becoming more and more arrogant. Teacher Ching, are we going directly to the artisan ninja village? Mei Terumi asked Ching with a hint of meaning. Well, let's go over there now, is that okay? Mr. Shimatsuki. Seeing that Kingdu had made the decision, he pretended to ask old man Chuanjiu. Jian Chuanju secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. It's okay. You can arrange the itinerary. I will stay in the artisan ninja village for a while in the name of exchange and learning. It seems that Kiruta Yagura had indeed informed Shimatsuki Ichiro in advance. Such cooperation does not seem like that of a client who paid the money. However, it did make the investigation a lot easier for everyone. Exchange and learning? So your craftsmanship is really not as good as the craftsmen in the artisan village, old man. You little brat, communicate. Do you know what communication means? Zabuza's words broke Shimatsuki Ichiro's defense, and he wanted to pick up a hammer and hit him twice. However, the group did not chat for long. Perhaps it was because this pier was designed to facilitate trade in the artisan village and the distance was not too far. They arrived at the artisan village in just a few steps. The artisan ninja village should have a lot of trade, right? Why would they place the village in the mountains? The artisan village has a very ancient history and should have been here a long time ago. Before the major ninja villages were established, this was just a gathering place for artisans. At that time, the transactions were mostly small-scale sales of fine weapons, so there were no requirements for the surrounding environment. Several people walked into the artisan ninja village while talking. Maybe because the war was approaching, the weapons were selling well. At this moment, the artisan ninja village seemed very lively, and merchants dressed in various costumes were everywhere on the street. The group first found an inn to stay in, and then went straight to the artisan ninja village office building in the center of the village. As Jian Chuanju had just stepped into the building, he saw a group of people coming out towards him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. It was none other than Minato Namikaze and his 4 companions. Although their destination in the country of craftsmen was most likely the craftsman's village, they did not expect to meet here again by such a coincidence. Minato-sensei, the letter has been delivered. Can we stay in the land of craftsmen for 2 days before returning? Obito, shut up. Kakashi, you. This time, Jian Chuanju deliberately did not keep his eyes on the other person for too long. He just listened to the 2 people's fight and followed the others into the building. Ching noticed Jian Chuanju's unusual expression and asked, that Konoha team came to the land of artisans on the same ship as us, right? Ah. Jian Chuanju obviously hadn't come to his senses yet and just nodded subconsciously. The blonde man in the lead should be Konoha's Jonin Minato Namikaze, who is said to be very powerful. The white-haired boy is also reported in intelligence. He is the son of Konoha's White Fang, a genius who became a chunin at the age of 6. His name is Hitaki Kakashi. Ching introduced to his disciples casually. All this information was recorded in the ninja notes. Of course Jian Chuanju knew what his captain had said a long time ago, but he didn't understand why Ching said it at this time. Captain Ching, who is stronger between that Namikaze Minato and you? Ching didn't care about Zabuza asking such a question, he just pondered for a moment and said. It's not clear right now, but I'm not even a jonin at his age. Minato Namikaze is not even 20 years old yet, 5 or 6 years younger than Ao, and Ao only became a jonin 2 years ago. I wonder if Namikaze Minato has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique now. If he has, it is probably not a question of strength difference, but a question of how many seconds Qing teacher can hold on. Jian Chuanju thought silently in his heart. Tisk, it's better if his mission doesn't conflict with ours, otherwise, humph. Zabuza, who had not suffered any severe beating at this moment, was obviously not clear about his own strength. Then you'd better not hope for it. The village is still in a wait-and-see state. If we get involved in the war between the wind and fire countries ahead of time, how do you think the village will deal with you? The other side. Minato-sensei, that guy with the frog-summoning beast just now seemed to have been keeping an eye on us from the ship. Kakashi pulled up his mask and spoke quietly to Minato Namikaze. It should just be a coincidence. Try not to cause any conflict. After saying that, Minato Namikaze put his hand on Kakashi's white hair and rubbed it. Hey, Minato-sensei, Kakashi, why aren't you leaving? Uchiha Obito turned around in confusion, looked at the two people who suddenly stopped, and asked. Jian Chuanju and his companions entered the office building. According to what Qing had said to his disciples before, they thought they would have a direct communication with the leader of the Kingdom of Craftsmen. Unexpectedly, they were led by the staff to an ordinary office on the second floor. Before entering the door, Jian Chuanju quietly pulled Shimatsuki Ichiro's sleeve and asked in a low voice. Old man, you should have come here to trade before, right? Didn't the leader of the artisan ninja village show up? How is that possible? Even though it's not an official transaction, it's still a large ninja tool shop in the village. How dare the artisan ninja village underestimate the 5 great nations? Jian Chuanju entered the office with doubts, and saw a middle-aged woman with green hair standing up to greet everyone. I'm very sorry, everyone from the Hidden Mist village. The leader has been unwell these days and is unable to receive guests. I'm the person in charge of the current foreign trade of the artisan village, Kaik, please give me your guidance. Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, everyone naturally didn't say much. They just gave the right to speak to Ichiro Shimatsuki and stood aside to act as security personnel. Fortunately, we were only discussing the trading intention of new orders and it didn't last very long. But even so, the few people waiting on the side were getting a little bored, and Zabuza even started yawning. Jian Chuanju initially listened attentively to what the two were talking about, but later he found that there was nothing useful, so he just became dazed. After Kaik and Shimatsuki Ichiro stood up and left, the group just performed their protection mission diligently. According to Qing's plan, they would conduct secret investigations in the first few days. If there were no results, they would go and forcefully test the situation. Therefore, everyone was not in a hurry for the secret mission. However, they didn't expect that after they returned to the hotel, Ichiro Shimatsuki called them to stop. That Kaik, there's something wrong with the quotation list you gave me. Okay. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, 4 Celestial Man. Chapter 43 4 Celestial Elephants. What's wrong with the list? At first, the few people did not understand what Ichiro Shimatsuki meant when he said there was a problem with the quotation list. They just looked at each other with some confusion. Ichiro Shimatsuki did not keep the audience in suspense and took out a stack of documents to start explaining. More than half of the items on this list are priced much lower than normal prices, and it also states that these weapons are from Si Xiang Fang. If you want to cooperate, you need to pay a deposit first. The situation in the ninja world is so tense recently, but the price of weapons has become lower. Qing noticed the irregularity right away. That's right. Moreover, orders for standard weapons like ours are all arranged by the artisan village, and we directly contact the chief of the artisan village. Only when there are occasional retail orders that require customized weapons will we specifically look for more famous masters to make them. After all, most of the funds need to be handed over to the daimyo of the land of artisans. If the transactions are not unified, it will lead to confusion in the accounts. Everyone understands this point, and the fundamental reason is that the model of the country of craftsmen is different from that of other countries. For example, the 5 major countries are provided by the ninja villages, and the daimyo provide funds and tasks to maintain the daily operation of the ninja villages. The situation in the country of craftsmen is completely the opposite. The craftsman's village has basically no combat power, but is able to earn a lot of money. The daimyo maintains the overall peace in the country of craftsmen through his personal connections with other daimyo and diplomatic means. And we have never had anyone come to pay the deposit in person before, added Ichiro Shimatsuki. There is no deposit for large-scale transactions. Before, we settled the money on the spot. Otherwise, with the strength of the artisan village, if any family really regretted it, they would have to return the deposit even if they had collected it. After hearing what Shimatsuki Ichiro said, Jianchuan Tachibana and the others looked at each other in surprise. But what's even more surprising is that the investigation hasn't even begun. Could it be that the truth has come to light so easily? Shimatsuki Ichiro also noticed the expressions of the others and continued speaking. Old man, I know your mission this time is definitely not just to escort me, so I told you about this problem when I found it. Whether it helps you or not, the follow-up is your business and has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Ichiro Shimatsuki ignored everyone's reactions, put down the pile of documents, and walked back to his room with a leisurely pace. It seems that things are simpler than we thought. Mei Terumi seemed to be in a good mood. She put her hands behind her head, sat casually on the edge of the bed and crossed her legs. It shouldn't be that simple, right? They are being too blatant. It's basically like smuggling under the guise of the village leader. Although it is rare, Zabuza Mamakai, who is always a reckless man, also suggested that everyone act with caution at this time. However, Ching was a jonin who had performed many overseas missions. He knew that in a small ninja village like this, although everything seemed to be running normally, there would always be some funny and bizarre behaviors from time to time. Finally, Ching turned to look at Jian Chuanju, who was thinking about something, and asked, Ju, have you thought of anything? Ah! Jian Chuanju had of course thought of some things, but they were all plots from the original work, so he was still thinking about how to explain them to the team members. The artisan village also appeared in the original work. There was a small organization called the Four Heavenly Zodiacs who attempted to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara and use the Jinchuriki's chakra to revive their ancestor Qingming, hoping to rule the ninja world with it. As a result, the ancestor was successfully resurrected, but was finally taken away by the injured Gaara with a single shot of Shikaku. He was one of those common and funny villains who couldn't recognize the form of the ninja world. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sand Village was tricked by Orochimaru for participating in the Konoha collapse plan and was beaten by Konoha at the same time, it would be unknown whether these people could escape from the Kingdom of Wind alive. However, Jian Chuanju vaguely remembered that in the original work, these people should have just prepared the conditions for reviving their ancestors before they thought of capturing Gaara as a battery. Now, there are still more than 10 years before that plot takes place, so even though I knew that this trip was to the artisan village to carry out a mission, I had never considered the matter of the 4 heavenly elephants before. However, the suspected smuggling place is now called Si Xiang Fang, which forces Jian Chuanju to associate it with the future 4 elephant people. Jian Chuanju organized his thoughts a little and looked at Qing and the other two. I think the other party is really smuggling openly under the nose of the chief of the artisan ninja village. Based on our understanding of the overall strength of the artisan ninja village, as long as a ninja with some level appears, he can basically suppress the entire artisan ninja village. This statement is not without basis. In the original novel, when the 4 celestial elephants were about to cause trouble, the entire village of the Takumai village was so scared that they all ran away and even abandoned the village. Now it's just that the leader has been sidelined, which can only be regarded as a small witch compared to a big witch. That's a possibility. It's still early now. Let's go around the village and get some information. We'll make a decision on the details in the evening. Zabuza, you stay in the inn and protect Mr. Shimatsuki's safety." Considering Zabuza's personality, Ching left him alone, and the others went out to the streets to investigate. Although he said he was asking around for information, the artisan village was a small place, and Jian Chuanju only observed and recorded the terrain, then found a few stores and used his age advantage to ask the store clerks for some information. Although no useful information was obtained in the end, a lot of strange and bizarre ninja tools were seen. One of the shops even has ninja tools that are said to be imitations of the flame fan, a weapon passed down from generation to generation in the Uchiha clan. Of course, this replica does not have the ability to rebound all ninjutsu, but it can use wind ninjutsu chakra to rebound fire ninjutsu. However, this fire fan not only has a beautiful effect, but also has a very attractive price. Even the money in Jian Chuanju's pocket may only be enough to pay for it once. Besides, the Uchiha clan is still the largest clan in Konoha, and they dare not show off such imitation products as Jian Chuanju in the market. Finally, unable to resist the enthusiastic sales pitch from the store clerk, Jian Chuanju gritted his teeth and paid for a roll of steel wire ninja tools despite the clerk's disdainful gaze, intending to give it to Zabuza for training later. As night gradually fell, the three of them returned to the inn where they were staying temporarily and called Zabuza to share information. Although Jian Chuanju didn't find out any useful information this time, Ching and Terumi made some discoveries. In addition to the most basic exploration of the terrain near Xixiangfang, the two also learned some other information from the villagers. First of all, the Xixiangfang workshop should have existed in the Takumai village for a long time. It is said that it was a well-known workshop in the Takumai country during the Warring States period, but it gradually declined. It has only developed rapidly in the past 2 years, but I haven't heard of any great figures coming out of it. Secondly, from their conversations with certain store owners, it can be seen that the two seemed to be aware of the changes in the way ninja tools were traded, but they all chose to conceal it. Finally, there is the current leader of the artisan village. Because he is an excellent forging master, he has a high prestige in the village. That's it. Zabuza was listening to the information carefully, but he saw that the other three people suddenly stopped talking. So this entire village is completely unaware that their leader has been sidelined. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Eavesdropping. Chapter 44 Eavesdropping. Are the people of the artisan village so stupid? Zabuza, who hadn't gone out all afternoon, was a little confused by the result. Indeed, it can be seen that most people are telling the truth. Some are just complaining that the leader is old and in poor health and needs to recuperate frequently, which has led to a significant decrease in the village's orders. Puchi Jian Chuanju couldn't help but laughed out loud. With the war looming, orders are decreasing. Jian Chuanju shook his head speechlessly. Although the artisan ninja village had not encountered a war for a long time, but every time a ninja war broke out, the major powers would take turns to put pressure on them because of the supply of orders. How could these villagers still be so naive? Stupid. Perhaps some people are indeed involved in smuggling, but such transactions do not go through the village or the daimyo. Even if the selling price is lower, they may earn more, so they will naturally not make the matter public. But this kind of thing will definitely be noticed by the daimyo, right? And it's easy to offend the 5 great nations. If they are retaliated against in the end, the artisan village will be the one that suffers. Mei Terumi couldn't understand this behavior at all. This is what we are going to investigate. For now, our focus should be on the 4 symbols square. Ching coughed lightly and made arrangements for his team members. Tonight's operation will be divided into 3 teams. Ming, stay and protect Mr. Shimatsuki. Tachibana and Zabuza, the 2 of you, disguise yourself and go to the area around the 4 symbols building to investigate the situation. There is no need to investigate too deeply. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately. I will sneak into the residence of the chief of the artisan ninja village to investigate and then meet up with you. Remember, we have plenty of time. Now that we have a clear investigation target, don't rush. All actions must be conducted in a concealed and safe manner. Yes, X3THICK dark clouds blocked the moonlight, and the sea breeze made the bamboo forest outside the village rustle. This is a perfect night for a secret activity. Just after coming out of the inn a few minutes ago, Qingja Ian performed a mist-hidden technique that was enough to cover the entire artisan ninja village. At this moment, Jianchuan Tachibana was sincerely grateful for the geographical location of the Takumai village. It was close to the port, in the middle of a dense forest, and most importantly, small enough that even a thick fog covering the entire village would not alert anyone. On the quiet street, Jianchuan Tachibana and Zabuza quietly approached the edge of the village. Zabuza had spent the afternoon in the inn protecting Ichiro Shimatsuki and was not familiar with the terrain, so it was Tachibana Kengawa who led the way the whole time. Although he did not delve into the silent killing technique like Zabuza, as a Kirigaku ninja, Jianchuanju still had the ability to distinguish things in the fog. The two of them easily climbed onto a roof and were about to move on when Danger Prediction suddenly gave a warning. However, the warning was very weak, so Jianchuanju was not overly nervous. He just made a gesture to signal Zabuza to stop moving forward. Although Zabuza was a little confused, he immediately bent down and hid. Sure enough, the next second a figure appeared at the corner of the alley. If the two of them had continued to move forward, they would have most likely collided head-on with this person. Before Jianchuanju could even begin to appreciate the convenience of predicting danger, his attention was drawn to the person who walked out of the shadows. The two looked at each other in surprise. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. The figure was the Kaik who claimed to be the person in charge of foreign trade of the artisan ninja village in the afternoon. Moreover, the direction the other party was heading happened to be the Sixiang Fang where the two were planning to investigate. Nodding slightly to Zabuza, the two decided to give up the idea of observing the terrain first and decided to follow directly to see what the woman's purpose was in going to Sixiang Fang in the middle of the night. Jianchuanju looked around vigilantly. Since Sixiang Fang was located in a remote area, there were very few houses nearby. In order to avoid being discovered by following too closely, Jianchuanju waited until Kaik walked a little further away before patting Lanzai on the shoulder and whispering, "Lanzai, follow her from the roof." After receiving the order, the little frog immediately jumped lightly to the top of a house in front and hung silently behind the colorful bird. Jianchuanju and Zabuza followed Lanzai carefully. The little frog was only about 30 centimeters in size, so it would be less likely for the other party to notice them. After a while, the two of them followed all the way to the Sixiang Fang. When he saw Lanzai stop on a roof, Jianchuanju knew that Kaik must have entered the workshop. After meeting up with Lanzai, you can immediately see the workshop yard below. A very thin young man walked into the room while talking to Kaik. After a brief hesitation, the two decided to take the risk and get closer to investigate the situation inside the workshop. Then he quietly moved to the window where the light was still on, and sure enough, he heard the voices of a man and a woman talking in the room. Is it? The ninjas from Konoha today probably didn't come here for the matter of the Takumai and smuggling. I've already read the letter they sent. It's just that the Fire Nation nobles invited a few old guys to appraise antiques. You still have to be careful. At this point, Kaik's voice became a little excited. The craftsman is showing up less and less now, so why not just go ahead and do it? Alright. There's no need to mention this anymore. We still need him to maintain the relationship with the daimyo, and we also need his help to study the remaining blueprints in order to revive our ancestors. I'm just afraid that he will continue to study and find out something. It doesn't matter. He's old. Jianchuanju outside the window didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, and what he heard was quite exciting. It has been confirmed that it was most likely the four celestial elephant people who wanted to resurrect their ancestors, but it was unexpected that the skinny young man took the dominant position among the two. From what he said, it seemed that all the weapons to revive Qingming had not yet been fully produced. It is still unclear how many accomplices the four heavenly beings have besides the two people in the house. For some reason, there was no movement in the room after the skinny young man said his last sentence. Jian Chuanju and Zabuza looked at each other and wondered whether they should retreat first to investigate the situation around the workshop. They had already exceeded the mission target today. Who would have thought that when Zabuza saw the look in Jian Chuan Tachibana's eyes, he suddenly pulled out the short knife from his back and was about to get up and climb into the house through the window. Fortunately, Jian Chuanju was quick-witted and grabbed Zabuza and pulled him back. But the two of them are right next to the window, at such a close distance, how could the people in the house not notice the movement? Who? The man in the house asked in a very calm voice, but Jian Chuanju, who had already received the danger prediction reminder, certainly would not stand there stupidly. He picked up Lanze with one hand and forcibly pulled Zabuza, who was trying to turn back, with the other hand. He burst Chakra with both feet and jumped directly onto the wall. Go! The chapters in the past 2 days are a bit dull. I hope the data will not drop. Is there any big guy who can give some suggestions? End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Determining the Goal. Chapter 45 Determining the Goal. Go! After Zabuza jumped onto the wall with Jian Chuan Tachibana, he subconsciously looked back at the place where the two had just hidden. Just then, I saw 3 strangely shaped ninja tools flying out of the window. The 3 ninja tools landed on 3 points at the same time with great precision, and surrounded the position where the two people were just now in a triangular formation. The next moment, a violent explosion mixed with heat waves surged towards the center of the triangle. Zabuza could even imagine that if Jian Chuan Tachibana had not led him to dodge, both of them might have been seriously injured now. What was even more incredible was that this explosion, which was obviously quite powerful, did not leak out a single bit of energy. The fire, sound and even the shock wave of the explosion were all firmly confined within the triangle. Even the grass next to it was only slightly yellowed by the heat and was not destroyed by the explosion. Jian Chuanju, who also turned around and saw this scene, said subconsciously with disbelief in his eyes. Oh my gosh! Broadsword mine! Although the explosion was controlled within a fixed range for some unknown reason, Jian Chuanju still broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the ground that was blown beyond recognition. There was no time to think, the danger warning alarm had not ended yet. Jian Chuanju grabbed Zabuza tightly and jumped off the wall again, running out of the workshop. Just as the two men left the wall, the tall and thin man flashed out of the window holding a black sword. He swung the sword vigorously with one hand, and hot flames gushed out from the tip of the sword, like a burning fire dragon rushing into the sky, leaving behind only suffocating air after being burned wherever it passed. Looking at the courtyard wall that was burnt directly after being attacked by the fire dragon, the two of them stopped hesitating and quickly ran into the fog and left. The tall and thin young man did not continue to chase. He just stood in the yard of the workshop, looking at the wall that was burned by his attack, thoughtfully. It was not until then that Kaik walked out of the house holding a pair of long swords. Baogui, you're not going to chase me anymore. That's unnecessary. The other party only has 2 children. I'm worried that they are bait. Kaik thought about it and didn't dwell on this question, so he asked instead. 2 children? Did you see their appearance clearly? No, I only saw the backs of 2 kids around 10 years old, but one of them had white hair and was carrying a short knife. That's right, since Qing reminded the 2 to disguise themselves before they set off, Jian Chuanju, a guy with a head full of tricks, directly instigated Zabuza, and the 2 of them used transformation techniques to become Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito respectively. When Caik heard Baogui talking about the white-haired short knife, his pupils suddenly shrank and he spoke in a gloomy tone. Could it be those ninjas from Konoha? I remember there was a kid with white hair and a short sword on his back. It's possible that the so-called antique appraisal in their letter is just a cover. Baogui thought about how the 2 of them were just talking about the letter from the Minato class and how he was almost fooled, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. We have to find a chance to get rid of them. Konoha is in the middle of a war right now, and no one will pay attention to them. Unfortunately, the conditions for reviving the Qingming ancestors have not yet been gathered, otherwise this might be a good time to declare war on the despicable 5 nations. At this point the mission had been completed. Considering that this was the first time he took his disciples abroad, Minato planned to stay a few more days to let his disciples broaden their horizons. However, he did not know that an inexplicable blame had been put on them. And there are 2 ignorant frogs in the well who are looking for opportunities to kill them. Of course, even if he knew, Minato would not care too much about this mysteriously confident person. On the other side, after running for a while, Jian Chuanju saw that there was no enemy catching up and gradually slowed down. Jian Chuanju stopped and grabbed Zabuza, who was about to jump to the next roof. Okay, no need to take a detour, no one is following us. Zabuza, who was now out of combat, had time to use his brain. Thinking of how Jian Chuan Tachibana had pulled him out of the enemy's attack range twice in advance, he couldn't help but feel a little grateful. However, remembering the eye contact at the window before, he looked at his teammate strangely again. Why did you do that just now? Being asked this question so suddenly by Zabuza, Jian Chuanju was a little slow to react. When did I say I was going to take action? There was no sound in the house before. Didn't you signal us with your eyes to go in and catch those 2 people? It was not until then that Jian Chuanju figured out why this guy was preparing to retreat and drew out his dagger. That's a look I gave to retreat. Would someone turn away when they look at me to arrest someone? Now Zabuza was speechless. Hey, maybe we should use tactical gestures next time? Besides, there are only 2 people on the other side, so there is no need for us to retreat. Just when Jian Chuanju was about to explain, a voice interrupted their friendly discussion. What are you doing? In the dark night shrouded in fog, a voice suddenly appeared in the deserted alley, scaring the 2 men to instantly draw their weapons and take a defensive stance. Even Lanzai instantly pulled a piece of foam from his neck and prepared to attack. However, after seeing who was coming, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Qing, you're going to scare people to death. I saw what seemed to be a fire over at Sixiang Fang, so I rushed over. It seems that it was you who caused the noise. Jian Chuanju was about to ask Qing how he found them, but before he opened his mouth, he remembered that as a perception-type Jonin, it would be easy for Qing to find them in such a small village. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Qing didn't waste any time and spoke directly. Let's go back to the hotel first. There's no need for me to investigate anymore. Jian Chuanju and Zabuza looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. They gathered chakra in their feet and followed Shanking's steps. After returning to the hotel, Jian Chuanju told Qing and Mei Terumi everything that happened to him that night. It is now basically certain that the person leading the smuggling is Shi Xiang Fang, and the leader of the artisan ninja village should be under their control. After listening to Jian Chuanju's story, Qing was not surprised. He just nodded and continued. It doesn't matter. It's enough to identify the smugglers. The next step is to find out who is trading with them in the water country. The internal struggle of the artisan ninja village has nothing to do with us. We just need to report to the village after we return. Jian Chuanju thought about it and felt that what Qing said was right, but he felt that under the current circumstances, they might not be able to avoid the turmoil in the artisan village. Today, Tachibana and Zabuza have already alarmed the other party. Will this make them alert? Mei Terumi said with some concern. Tachibana said that their appearance has not been seen, so the problem is not big. We just need the account books, letters, or order information to confirm which family is trading with them. After all, the person who issued this mission is Yagura Karuchu. Jian Chuanju agreed with what Qing said. The land of water could be involved in the Third Ninja World War at any time. If they made a big fuss while carrying out such a private mission abroad, they would not have a good time when they returned to the village. Captain Ching, did you find out anything when you went to their leader's house? Although the smuggler had been identified, Zabuza still asked Ching casually. But there was a strange expression on Ching's face. There is no one in the home of the chief of the Takamigu village. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Coincidence. Chapter 46 Coincidence. The leader of the artisan ninja village was kidnapped by the people of the Four Symbols workshop and taken to another place. This was the first possibility that Jian Chuanju thought of, but after hearing this, Qing's expression became a little weirder. No, his house was very clean. There was only a letter left on the table to a man named Baogui. He said he knew his purpose and would not get involved. He took his wife and children to visit friends in Daming Prefecture. This. The three little ones looked at each other. Jian Chuanju finally understood why Qing had such a strange expression. The leader of this artisan ninja village might have run away with his family, and even left everyone in the village behind and ran away alone. All right. Qing raised his voice slightly to attract the attention of the three people again, and continued speaking. The matter of the craftsman country has nothing to do with us. We just need to find evidence of smuggling. Captain Qing, how about we sneak in again tonight and find the evidence directly? This. When asked by Zabuza, Qing's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Seeing this, Jian Chuanju quickly pulled Zabuza. Given the alert state of the Shixiang Feng after being eavesdropped, Jian Chuanju estimated that it would be no problem for Qing to break in directly. However, sneaking in to steal was a bit difficult for these guys in the Naruto world who were called ninjas but were actually mages. Besides, although the location of Shixiang Feng is remote, it is still within the artisan ninja village, so it is not advisable for the few of them to make too much noise. Qing didn't explain much, just looked at the sky which was already getting brighter. The other party has already been alerted tonight, so it's not easy to sneak in. Tomorrow during the day, Mei Terumi and I will pay a visit in the name of doing business, while you and Zabuza will find an opportunity to sneak into the workshop from other directions. Understood. X2 three of them looked at Jian Chuanju who didn't say anything. What I want to say is, then we are just going to ignore Mr. Shimatsuki? Protecting him is our mission, right? Don't worry, since this is a door-to-door transaction, Mr. Shimatsuki will naturally come with me. Well, this is the confidence of the great ninja village Jonin in his own strength. Even a young Jonin like Qing doesn't think anyone in the craftsman ninja village can beat him in a head-on confrontation. It is naturally safest to keep the target of protection close to yourself. Now that the plan had been finalized, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Considering that it would be a bit inconvenient to go to the door to trade so early in the morning, the few of them did not get much rest last night. It was not until almost noon that Qing called Shimatsuki Ichiro to go out to Shixiang Feng together. Seeing Ao bringing Mei Terumi and Ichiro Shimatsuki to visit, Jian Chuan Tachibana and Zabuza quietly went around to the back door of the workshop courtyard. But before the two of them got close, they saw the middle-aged woman named Kaik sneaking out from behind carrying a strange box that looked like a mummy's coffin. This sudden situation caught the two of them off guard. Zabuza was too lazy to think and just looked at Jian Chuan Tachibana, waiting for him to make a decision. After a moment of hesitation, Jian Chuanju still felt that he needed to follow and take a look, so he quickly wrote a note and handed it to Lanzai, asking it to go to the main gate to find a chance to inform Captain Qing. He and Zabuza then quietly followed Kaik. Looking at the colorful bird in front of him carrying a box and walking into the forest, Jian Chuanju felt relieved. The other party came to such a remote place alone. If we can find an opportunity to capture her quietly, wouldn't it be more convenient than looking for some account book? Soon the two who had been following him saw that they were far enough away from the Takumi village and were about to attack him directly, but they saw Kaik stopped in front of a building. Even though it is so far away from the artisan ninja village, there is a strange building that looks like a temple and also a bit like an altar. Baogui, I have captured the person. As Caik finished speaking, the thin young man from last night actually walked out of this strange building. Are you still going up? Zabuza, who was squatting on a tree, was eager to ask Jianchuan Tachibana, but even though he was asking, Zabuza had already slowly drawn out the short knife from behind. Jianchuanju was a little hesitant. Although the 4 celestial elephants were somewhat funny and weak villains in the original novel, he and Zabuza were not very strong now. If there was only one person, it would be no problem to take him down by surprise. But now it's 2 against 2, I'm a little unsure. I don't know whether I should wait for Qing to come before taking action. While Jianchuanju was hesitating, Kaik had already untied the box behind him and pulled out a black-haired boy who was in a coma from the box. Looking at the slightly stupid windproof glasses on the black-haired boy's face, who else could it be but Uchiha Obito? How did this guy get caught here? The sudden situation left the 2 people in the dark a little confused. The 2 of them had previously thought that the Konoha team had already left the artisan village, and their team also had a senior ninja like Minato Namikaze, so how could they be captured here? They naturally didn't know that because of the incident last night, Bayogui and Caik suspected that it was the Minato team who were secretly investigating them. What's even more coincidental is that Namikaze Minato had been planning to take advantage of the mission to complete and accompany his disciples to the less dangerous land of craftsmen to broaden their horizons, but he was suddenly summoned by the Hokage and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to quickly return to Konoha village. Of the 3 people who stayed behind, Uchiha Obito was unhappy with Kakashi being the temporary team leader, so he ran out to wander around alone. He was caught by Kaik, who wanted to find out the information about Minato's team. While Jianchuanju was still sorting out his thoughts, a new development occurred below. A brilliant white blade light cut through the air and slashed towards the arm that Kaik was holding Uchiha Obito with incredible swiftness. However, Bayogui, who was standing opposite Caik, discovered the attack first. He drew out the black sword behind him and swung his hand to cut out a ray of flame to force back the attacker. The person who came was naturally Hotaki Kakashi, who had discovered that his stupid teammate was missing and came to rescue him. After Kakashi stood still, he held the knife in his backhand and looked warily at the 2 people wearing the forehead protectors of the artisan ninja village, and spoke slowly. Ninja from the Takumai village, why did you kidnap my companions? Oh, another little devil. Bayogui obviously did not answer Kakashi's idea. He just flashed forward and prepared to take down the opponent. In an instant, the 2 men started fighting. Jianchuan and Ju in the dark looked at each other in bewilderment. They did not expect the plot to develop in such an unexpected way. When he saw that the kidnapped person was Uchiha Obito, Jianchuan Tachibana was still thinking that it would be nice if this guy, who would bring disaster to the Hidden Mist village and even the entire ninja world in the future, could die here. However, when you think about it, everything Uchiha Obito did was ultimately guided by Uchiha Madara. Even if Uchiha Obito is gone, there will still be Obito and Obito, but it cannot solve the fundamental problem. Instead, it will make oneself lose foresight. So when he saw Kakashi rushing out and holding one person, Jianchuan Tachibana also decided to take action decisively. Zabuza, get ready. Don't worry about Konoha's people, we just need to capture one alive. After saying this, he didn't care about Zabuza, who was already grinning, and he just bit his finger and formed seals with both hands to summon Lanzai. The tracking lasted for such a long time, which was enough for Lanzai to deliver the note to Qing. And seeing Lanzai being taken away by the spirit, Qing must have guessed that a battle had taken place on his side. The Jonin support will be here soon, there is no need to hesitate anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, A Tough Enemy. Chapter 47, A Tough Enemy. As always, he started with a shuriken attack, covering Zabuza's surprise attack. However, perhaps because she had just been ambushed by Kakashi, Kaik was very alert at this moment. Although Jianchuanju and the other man were extremely careful in their sneak attack, she still managed to dodge it miserably. Casually throwing the still unconscious Uchiha Obito aside, Kaik took out his two swords with a wary look on his face and looked at the two of them. The two people who suddenly appeared here did not interrupt the battle between Bayogui and Kakashi, but just made them more vigilant while fighting. Kaik glanced coldly at the mist head guards of Jian Chuanju and the others. Ninjas from Kirigakuer? Why are you here to save the brats from Konoha? Cut. Zabuza, who had already identified the opponent as his target, completely ignored the opponent's questions, quickly formed hand seals and performed the clone technique, and attacked forward again. At the same time, Jian Chuanju also cooperated with Lanzai to use the water gun enhanced shotgun satellite shuriken style. The water flow wrapped around the high-speed rotating shuriken and shot rapidly towards Kaik. Seeing that the two little devils ignored his words and continued to attack, Kaik became even more angry. Go to hell, little devil! Tornado! Kaik roared and swung the two swords crossed in front of his chest at the same time, and two streams of air flew out at high speed on the swords. The airflow seemed ordinary at first, but it quickly expanded and became violent after leaving the sword. In an instant, the howling tornadoes rushed towards Jian Chuan Tachibana and Zabuza like two angry dragons. Water guns, shurikens, clones, all attacks in the tornado's path were dispersed by the powerful whirlwind. Seeing this, the two men quickly dodged, trying to avoid being swallowed by the hurricane. However, the hurricane was too fast, and the two men had to protect their chests with their arms, and were thrown into the air by the wind tornado. Zabuza was lucky. After being blown away for a distance, the wind gradually weakened. He struggled to regain his balance in the air and landed safely. Jian Chuanju saw that he could not avoid the incoming tornado, so he hugged Lanzai and protected him in his arms. Then he was caught up in the strong wind and, like a kite with a broken string, crashed heavily into the thick tree trunk behind him. The severe pain in his arms and back prevented Jian Chuanju from fainting. He raised his hand to wipe the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't expect that his right hand was cut by a strong wind or a shuriken that was blown back. This cut made the blood at the corner of his mouth more, making him look somewhat hideous. Jian Chuanju felt a little scared. If his luck was worse and the shuriken was blown away and hit his vitals directly, he might directly trigger the anti-instant death effect of the momentum belt and fall into a coma due to serious injuries. I didn't expect the opponent's attack to be so strong, but for this extra who is not even a small boss, Jian Chuanju really can't remember how the strong guys in the original work defeated the opponent. Jian Chuanju endured the pain and gave a wink to Zabuza in the distance. Regardless of whether Zabuza understood it or not, he rolled over and hid behind a big tree. Kaik, who had blew two people away with one blow, did not continue to pursue after seeing his victory. Instead, he lightly put his two swords together into one, stood in place and began to mock with a look of disdain. Ninja? A ninja without excellent ninja tools is nothing. My peacock flying swords can control the wind with almost no consumption. Your attacks are nothing compared to this ninja tool. Zabuza, who had received a signal from Jian Chuan Tachibana, was already hiding behind a huge rock. When he heard Kaik's ridicule, he was ready to attack again. As soon as Zabuza showed his head, two high-speed wind blades brushed past his cheeks. After the wind blade flew past Zabuza, it continued to cut through a large area of bamboo forest without stopping and whizzed away. Zabuza had no choice but to retreat behind the boulder again. Jian Chuanju ignored Kaik's words, endured the pain, formed seals with his hands and released the water flow ring to heal his wounds. Lanzai, who had been silent on the side, showed a hint of determination in his eyes when he saw his master being hurt so badly in order to protect him. Without waiting for Jian Chuanju to finish the treatment, Lanzai's short figure turned into a beam of blue light and used lightning flash with all his strength to rush towards the place where Kaik was standing. Pa! Crack! Continuous trampling sounds were heard in the dense forest. After long-term training, Lanze had already adapted to using obstacles to increase his speed in this complex terrain. Jian Chuanju, who realized that Lanze had rushed out after hearing the sound, stood up in a hurry. Before he could take a step, he saw that Lanze had almost rushed to Caik. Hoo! Another gust of wind blew out, blowing Lanze, who was about to rush to the enemy, back again. Fortunately, Lanze was small in size and weight, so he was not hurt. Jian Chuanju jumped to catch Lanze and quickly hid himself. Caik seemed a little angry and embarrassed because he was almost successfully ambushed. He waved his hands continuously, and countless wind blades and tornadoes swept across the entire bamboo forest. A large number of trees and bamboos were chopped off and swept away, clearing a large open space in just a moment. During this period, Tachibana Jianchuan and Zabuza also made many attempts. However, if you get close, you will be blown away, and if you attack from a distance, the wind will disperse you. Even if you want to attack from blind spots at the same time, you will fail repeatedly because the opponent only needs to turn around and attack back. Even though Jian Chuanju spent chakra to perform the charged flying water shuriken in a waterless environment, the giant tornado released by the opponent's 3 consecutive swings blew away the attack direction and failed to hit the target. Not only will their attacks be ineffective, but they also have to be careful of high-speed wind blade attacks, which can easily leave a deep wound on their bodies that can be seen to the bone. Seeing that such powerful attacks were released frequently, it seemed that the opponent really had no consumption at all. Jian Chuanju had to call Lanze to reunite with Zabuza again. Fortunately, at this moment the two of them have roughly figured out the opponent's attack range. Although they can't attack the enemy, they are not afraid of being chased by the opposite side. In a place like the artisan ninja village, there is actually such a strong guy. Zabuza looked hatefully at Caik, who was on guard in the distance, and said with gritted teeth, Jian Chuanju at least has several long-range means, and Lanze's small size and high speed also make the enemy dare not be careless. And he himself was suppressed in all aspects. The mist-hidden art itself was somewhat restrained by this kind of powerful wind style. The water dragon bullet consumed too much chakra in a waterless environment, and it was not necessarily better than Jian Chuanju's flying water shuriken. And the physical technique was completely unable to get close. It's really frustrating. There's more than one guy. While Jian Chuanju was treating Zabuza's wounds, he curled his lips and motioned him to look to the other side. From time to time, pillars of fire flew out from there into the sky, and it was obvious that Kakashi Hataki's opponent was not easy to deal with. It was just that because they were wary of each other, both sides were intentionally or unintentionally keeping the distance between the battlefields a little bit, so the specific situation of the battle over there could no longer be seen at this time. I didn't expect that the ninjas from the land of craftsmen could be so strong with the help of ninja tools. Hearing Zabuza's complaint, Jian Chuan Tachibana chuckled. Now you know how rubbish the beheading sword is, right? Seeing that even in this situation, Jian Chuanju still had the mood to tease him, Zabuza suddenly felt a little annoyed. Then can a long knife and stitches be any better? When asked this by Zabuza, Jian Chuan Tachibana instead revealed a somewhat strange smile on his face. I thought of a way that I could try. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Evolution. Chapter 48 Evolution. The treatment did not take long. Jian Chuanju and Zabuza each held a kunao and rushed out from the left and right sides again. Lanze, who stayed where he was, thrust a shuriken into a tree stump that was cut off by the wind blade. At first, when Caik saw the two little devils running around him, he thought they were just unwilling to give up and were planning to attack him from his blind spot. Caik symbolically waved his swords a few times, but Jian Chuanju and the others kept a sufficient distance at all times and did not get close. There was plenty of time to dodge the wind blades, and the curly wind turned into a gentle breeze when it blew on the two of them. To put it bluntly, Kaik's strength was only forcibly increased by the peacock flying twin swords, and he had no other means of attack. It was wishful thinking for him to chase the two with his own speed. He could only stand there and look at Jian Chuanju warily. Jian Chuanju and the other man continued to accelerate, moving in circles at high speed in the distance but did not launch any attacks. It was not until the two of them crossed each other's paths for the last time that the three of them stood in a straight line again. Useless little devil, none of your attacks can break through the blockade of the gale. Kaik looked at the two little ghosts on his left and right, feeling slightly uneasy, but still managed to speak. Tisk, you ignorant fellow. Jian Chuanju found it somewhat funny to hear such arrogant remarks, which meant that he and Zabuza were just restrained by each other. Otherwise, you don't need too strong strength. If you can use earth escape technique or lightning escape technique, you can easily deal with this guy who relies on external forces. I don't believe that her strong wind can blow away earthquakes and lightning. Does she really think she is Shinra Tensei? Jian Chuanju no longer paid attention to his opponent's cowardly appearance, held the kunao in his mouth, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water-style * water jet. A large amount of torrent surged out from under his feet. Jian Chuanju held the kunao, as if he wanted to attack at close range, and accelerated towards the enemy. Relying on the high speed brought by the water jet and the recent training, Jian Chuanju flexibly dodged the incoming wind blades. For attacks that he could not avoid, he used the kunao in his hand to forcibly block them through the reminder of danger prediction. At the same time, Zabuza on the other side also accelerated forward, and the two of them attacked the enemy from both sides. Seeing the two getting closer, Kaik once again gave up the idea of using the wind blade to kill the two little ghosts. Swing both swords vigorously. It's no use. Curly wind. A violent tornado was once again generated from Kaik's double swords, and blew quickly towards the two people who were rushing towards them with kunao in their hands. Seeing that the pincer attack had failed again, Jian Chuanju did not feel upset at all, but instead a smile appeared on his face. Without trying to avoid this large-scale tornado attack, Jian Chuanju immediately released the water jet under his feet to release the buffer spikes, and put his arms in front of his body to meet the impact of the strong wind. But he held the kunao tightly in his hand and did not let go. Thump 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 thump. Just as Jian Chuanju and the other person were blown away by the tornado, a sharp and rapid friction sound came from where Lanzai was standing. The shuriken stuck in the wooden stake trembled violently, and finally, with a dull bang, the shuriken broke away from the wooden stake and flew towards the position of Kaik at an extremely fast speed. However, Jian Chuanju's preparation was naturally not for this shuriken. A cold light flashed, and then Caik finally saw clearly that the shuriken was connected by a thin steel wire. The two ends of the wire were tied to the kunao in the hands of the two people. As the two were blown away by the strong wind, the wire was tightening towards her at an extremely fast speed. It's too late to dodge now. What? A shrill scream came out of the colorful bird's mouth. Jian Chuanju rolled over and landed smoothly on the ground, looking at the screaming Kaik. Unexpectedly, the opponent inserted his two swords into the ground and stood beside him at the last moment, thereby reducing some of the damage caused by the cutting of the steel wire. However, even so, the high-speed contracting tough steel wire still cut through the pair of swords and became deeply embedded in the leg bones of the colorful bird before getting stuck. Kaik fell to the ground in pain and struggled helplessly, with a large amount of blood gushing out from the wound. It is conceivable that if there was no cushioning of the long sword, Caik's legs would have been cut off by the sharp steel wire at this moment. Looking at the colorful bird falling to the ground and screaming in the distance, Jian Chuanju let out a long breath and prepared to go forward to stop the bleeding and treat her. It's good that he's not dead. It's just enough to keep him alive to ask for information. However, the moment this sentence came out of his mouth, Jian Chuanju himself was stunned. It was obviously a very bloody scene, but the first thing he thought of was to complete the mission. Haha, I'm really becoming more and more like a ninja. Jian Chuanju shook his head, throwing these useless emotions out of his brain. Just as Jian Chuanju was recovering from his somewhat trance-like mood, alarm bells started ringing in his mind. Careful! Zabuza roared in the distance, quickly drew out his short sword and rushed towards Jianchuan Tachibana. However, due to the previous strong wind, the two were already too far apart, and Zabuza's full-scale sprint could not bring him any help. Jianchuanju looked back following the warning in his mind. A surging heat wave hit him in the face, and the dazzling flames filled his entire vision. At this moment, Jianchuanju had only one thought in his mind: fortunately the momentum belt had never been triggered, so he should not die. On the other side, Lanzai, who also saw his master in danger, immediately activated Lightning Flash and rushed over here quickly. Although his speed was much faster than Zabuza, he still couldn't reach Jianchuan Tachibana in time. Lanzai thought about how Jianchuanju had crashed into a tree and spit out blood in order to protect himself, and that he was not fast enough to attack the other party before Kaik could react. Now I still can't protect my master because of my speed. The strong unwillingness turned into anger and strength, and Lanzai's sprint speed became faster and faster. Pa pa pa! Along with the sound of footsteps moving forward, the blue light on the little frog's body seemed to be flickering to the beat. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Drip, day, drip, day, drip, day, drip, beep. There seemed to be some strange sound in Jianchuanju's ears. The next moment, time returned to normal. Lanzai left a long afterimage in the air and appeared in front of Jianchuanju as if he had teleported. The slender blue figure, holding high a huge azure water ball, blasted it towards the scorching flame pillar without hesitation. A large amount of white steam sizzled out from where the water ball and the flame collided. However, under such an impact, the water ball did not shrink, but grew larger. The raging flames seemed to be frightened and scattered in all directions, unable to shake the water ball at all. Looking at the figure standing in front of him, the color of the back became darker, and the figure became taller and thinner. Jianchuanju felt his vision was a little blurry. Blue Boy? Evolved. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Remarks on the launch. Chapter 49 Remarks on the launch. Well, let me tell you something. This book will be on the shelves tomorrow. I just found out about this half an hour ago, crying. I have never written a comment for the launch of an article, so I will just say something casually. I have been reading novels for almost 20 years. I remember the first time I read Mercenary World by Master Shuo Buletanda when I was in junior high school. At that time, there was no concept of online novels. I bought physical genuine books in the bookstore. I remember it was more than 20 yuan per book. There seemed to be more than a dozen books in total, and when I first started reading, only the first 2 were published. At that time, there was no concept of online catching up, so I would go to the bookstore every month to ask if there was a new volume of Mercenary World. After buying it, I would happily read it with my classmates. Later, I learned about online novels and bought those large bound volumes near the school to read. Later, I downloaded pirated ebooks and read them on the BBK learning machine. It was not until I graduated from college that I realized the issue of genuine products. I then went back to download the Kidian app to read books. Now I have more than 1,000 books in my favorites. It's amazing that I have finally started writing my own novels. This is the first time I write a novel. After saying so much nonsense, I'd better talk about my book. This story has been on my mind for a long time. I used to often write down any ideas that came to my mind in the memo on my phone. Now I have 7 or 8 stories in my head, and some of them are ideas that I haven't seen anyone write about yet. But before, I just wrote it down for my own amusement. Now that it's my turn to write a book, I decided to bring out this Naruto fan story out of caution. When I first read this book, I thought the Pokemon Croaky was too ninja-like and it would be a shame not to put it in the Naruto world. I also thought that the skills in the Pokemon were also very suitable to be transformed into ninjutsu. When I first started writing the book, I was discussing the plot with my friend, and he advised me not to give the protagonist a summoned beast. If there is a quack, people will mistakenly think it is a summoning story, which may divert readers. It is difficult to write too much with a summoned beast, and you will be criticized if you write too little. But in the end, I still felt that Guagua was the starting point of this book, so I forced myself to keep it. As a result, when the book was first published, after 5 days of review, no editor signed it. After another 5 days of cross-review, still no editor signed it. At that time, I had already published a book with 5 words, and I felt so disappointed. I felt that I was not suitable for writing novels. Was there something wrong with what I had written before? Should I just hire a psychic beast if I couldn't get it done? At that time, I once thought about throwing away all the manuscripts I had and stopping writing. Fortunately, the editor King He finally pulled it out for me on the last day of cross-review, thus saving the book. After that, new books were put into the library. In the first few days, there were only dozens of collections every day, but I was still very happy. What I liked most was chatting with book lovers in the chapter descriptions and book reviews. Later, the number increased to hundreds every day, and I began to like checking the data in the backend every few hours. Hey, don't laugh at me, new authors just have no self-control. Until today, when I suddenly received the notification that the product would be put on the shelves, I am still a little confused. I am a reasonable person. When discussing this book with my friends, I was scolded several times. Why do you care if it is reasonable or not? Who cares if it is consistent with the original? Readers want excitement. If you can't write excitement, no one will read it. Actually, what he said makes sense. He is also an old bookworm who has been reading for more than 10 years. P.S. You know I am talking about you, right? I don't mean to criticize you. But there are some plots that I feel are unreasonable, and I really can't continue writing. In addition to being tired, I am actually very happy to write more. For example, the previous part about Zabuz's graduation exam, the fight with the pirate captain, and the fight with Kaik. I really enjoyed myself when I wrote these plots. But after I finished writing it, I was afraid that I was just being self-satisfied, and I was also afraid that I had overlooked some part and that my meaning was not expressed clearly. In short, it's quite contradictory. Then there is the issue of IQ. I have been reading novels for so many years, and I am not young anymore. I can no longer bear to see plots where everyone's IQ decreases. But I've also heard a saying that the upper limit of a character's IQ in a novel is the upper limit of the author's IQ. Well, how should I put it? I'm not a smart person, but I don't want the character to be too stupid. So the character I finally set for the protagonist was not a person with high IQ, but someone who is very quick-witted at critical moments. Since the character's IQ limit cannot be raised, the protagonist must think of a solution within a few seconds in a critical moment. As an author, I can spend several hours behind the scenes helping the protagonist think of the optimal solution. Doesn't that make the protagonist appear smarter? What's the point of saying so much? I write books very slowly. The author is just like his pen name, a jack of all trades. I don't have many manuscripts saved, and the key is that I sit in front of the computer almost all day every day, but I can't produce many words. After it's on the shelves, I can only update as much as possible, so I'll throw out the saved drafts in the first 2 days. I will try my best to post as many as possible in the future. Well, how about it? I think this is a good suggestion. Okay, after saying so much nonsense, I still want to thank all the readers. Thank you for your comments and suggestions, thank you for reading my book, thank you for subscribing to this book in the future, and thank you for your rewards and monthly tickets. Thanks to the editor King He for saving this book, thanks to the author in the group for helping to solve the problem, and thanks to the fruit boss in the group for sending okay, that's it. New author, new book will be on the shelves tomorrow. In addition, I recommend 2 books by the authors in the group Man and Sumi. I can copy the authority of the 7 gods. A relatively niche Genshin Impact fan fiction on Kidian. It has an invincible style without poison and a novel perspective. If you are interested, you can add it to your bookshelf. Hwayu, Enlightenment from Two Beauties from the Western Regions. This is a very realistic entertainment novel, rigorous and solid. The two heroines, Reba and Naja, drive very fast. Interested readers can take a look. P.S. The link is at the end of the previous chapter. If you are interested, you can add it to your bookshelf. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 The battle is over. Chapter 50 The battle is over, first update. Please subscribe. As the long dragon of fire in front of him gradually dissipated. After coming to his senses, Jian Chuanju, who was on high alert, saw that the enemy was not continuing to attack. Qing, who had arrived at some point, was seen casually stepping on the back of the thin man named Baogui. The other party lay on the ground very peacefully, not moving at all, without any resistance. The scene was very harmonious. Of course, if you can ignore the spider web-like cracks and collapse on the ground, as well as the white foam coming out of Baogui's mouth, the scene would be more harmonious. As if sensing something, Tachibana Jian Chuan turned her head and saw Mei Terumi, who had also appeared behind her without her noticing. He shrugged his nose and retracted the water array wall that had been sealed but not released. Seeing that his captain had arrived, Jian Chuanju no longer had to worry about safety issues. He decisively picked up Lan Zhe, who had just blocked the attack for him, and examined him carefully. Qua. After checking his body, he found that he did not have any burns caused by the steam just now, and it seemed that because he had just evolved, the whole frog seemed very excited. After evolving from Quack Bubble Frog to Quack Head Frog, Lan Zhe not only grew in height from over 30 centimeters to over 60 centimeters, but his body also became more slender and taller. Compared to its previous small, dumpling-like body, its limbs are now much more stretched and flexible. At the same time, the dark blue line that was previously only between the eyebrows also spread to the entire face and back, changing from a light blue little frog to a dark and light blue. Jian Chuanju held Lan Zhe and looked at him over and over for a while before touching his little head with a smile. Lan Zhe is more handsome than before. Quack, Omega. Zabuza, who had just run over at this time, was relieved to see that Jian Chuan Tachibana was not injured. However, Mei Terumi looked at Lan Zhe in Jian Chuan Tachibana's arms with some surprise and marveled at him. How did Lan Zhe grow so big in an instant? Is it some kind of ninjutsu? While speaking, Mei Terumi reached out her hand to touch Lan Zhe, who was very different from before. Crack! Jian Chuanju slapped away the hand that Mei Terumi extended and said with some disgust. I'm surprised by what I've seen. The toads in Myaboka Mountain can grow from thumb-sized tadpoles to giant toads as tall as a mountain. It grew up little by little. How can it grow big in an instant? Qing, who was tying up Baogui alone, spoke helplessly when he saw these three disciples completely ignoring him. Ju, aren't you going to treat that Kaik? If we wait any longer, she'll probably die from excessive blood loss. Jian Chuanju then remembered that he wanted to go and treat Kaik just now, but was interrupted by the sneak attack from that guy named Baogui, and he had forgotten about it. Looking at Lan Zhe in his arms, he felt that it was not appropriate to put him on his shoulders given his current size. He simply put the little frog at his feet and ran to the colorful bird that was still lying there, no longer having the strength to scream. After giving her a simple bandage and confirming that she would not die immediately, Jian Chuanju patted his butt and stood up. Ding! Treat 50 patients cumulatively and unlock the achievement Iron Stick Hospital, stab the director. This. Jian Chuanju, who had been able to ignore the system achievement prompts sound, put down his hand that was patting the dust in embarrassment. But then Jian Chuanju relaxed again. After all, only he could see the nonsense about his achievement. As long as he didn't show embarrassment, no one would be able to discover the problem. Besides, this time it was a pleasant surprise. This patient treatment is a continuous achievement. Previously, I have unlocked the one who dares to treat, one who dares to believe for treating one patient, and the intern doctor, come on, for treating 10 patients. I thought the next achievement would only be unlocked after treating 100 patients, but I didn't expect to trigger this achievement again today. It made Jian Chuanju feel like he had made a good deal. Hey! What are you grinning about? When Jian Chuanju heard the voice, he turned around and saw Captain Qing carrying Baogui and Zabuza, who were tied up like dumplings, and Mei Terumi, who was looking at him with some disgust, walking towards him. You guy, it's just a treatment, why are you smiling so happily? Jian Chuanju, who was looking very unhappy, didn't want to pay any attention to Mei Terumi and directly changed the subject to ask Xiang Qing. Captain Qing, you should have arrived a long time ago, right? It's been a while, not too early. Qing turned his head slightly, and his lips almost hit Baogui, who was unconscious on his shoulder. He quickly threw the turtle bag on the ground and Qing clapped his hands in disgust. Qing was actually feeling a little guilty. After he found out that Lanzai had been taken away by the spirit, he immediately realized that a battle had taken place here and quickly rushed over. However, seeing that his 2 disciples were not in any danger, Qing just hid aside and watched the battle. He also stopped Mei Terumi, who was about to use the Earth Escape * heart beheading technique to go underground and help the 2 of them take down their opponent. Finally, after seeing his disciple defeat the opponent with great difficulty, he was about to step forward to give some pointers, but he almost caused his disciple to get injured. He really felt that he had lost face as a senior ninja. However, Jian Chuanju asked Qing when he arrived, not because he wanted to blame him for not taking action, but because he was more concerned about the outcome of the battle on the other side. Then Mr. Qing, since this turtle has come over here, where are the other 2 ninjas from Konoha? Jian Chuanju asked this question not because he was worried about the safety of Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi. After all, even if they were popular supporting characters in the original work, they were now enemy ninjas to him. The paper man and the real Jian Chuanju can still be distinguished. However, if something happens to these 2 people, Jian Chuanju needs to anticipate future changes. They should have run far away. The White Fang kid is quite skilled. At such a young age, he was able to use the shadow clone technique and tricked this guy. The real body went straight to rescue the Uchiha kid. As Qing said this, he kicked Baogui, who was lying on the ground, with some disgust. This guy almost hurt his disciple and just now caused him to almost lose his first kiss. He was really hateful. Why didn't Captain Qing just kill those 2 Konoha guys? Zabuza looked at Qing with confusion, who seemed to be in a bad mood, and asked casually. After all, the village has not yet gone to war with Konoha, so there is no need to create unnecessary trouble. Besides, there are only 2 people on the other side, and the captain of the Jonin who led the team never showed up. We just need to ensure that our mission is completed normally. In fact, there was one thing Qing didn't say. One of the 2 little brats was the son of White Fang, and the other was a young man from the Uchiha clan. If there was no clear mission, Qing didn't want to cause such trouble for no reason. Isn't Captain Qing a perception ninja? Why didn't you find any trace of the Jonin named Namikaze Minato? Qing looked at Zabuza strangely, wondering why he was so determined to kill those 2 Konoha ninjas. At this time, Mei Terumi, who had been following Ao, began to explain. It's because you can't sense it that you can't do anything. New book is on the shelf. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Please vote for me, what else? Anyway, I want anything. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 The Whole Story. Chapter 51 The Whole Story, second update. Please subscribe. Qing naturally wouldn't know. Minato Namikaze, who had completed his mission, left his student Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha village early because of the village's call. Put yourself in their shoes. Two disciples were fighting, and as a jonin, you hid aside to train your disciples and didn't take action. Then there were only two young men on the other side. Was the jonin captain also watching from the side? In this situation, Ching, as a perception ninja, could not detect the opponent's trace, and naturally would not rashly attack the two Konoha boys. After understanding what happened, Jian Chuanju guessed what Ching was thinking, but he did not feel happy or regretful. Although I am still very weak at the moment, being familiar with the plot will be a great help. However, the plot of Obito's death is probably going to happen in 2 or 3 years, so after careful consideration, Jian Chuan Tachibana is no longer concerned about the other party's life or death. After tying up the colorful bird, the four of them simply cleaned up the battlefield on both sides. The main purpose was to eliminate the more obvious traces of Kirigakure-style battles, but after all, there were still Konoha ninjas who left alive, so there was no need to hide it too much. The four of them gathered in the strange temple, and King Ben was thinking of using these two captives to teach the 3 disciple ninjas some interrogation techniques. Unexpectedly, the female ninja named Kaik didn't give him the chance at all and told him everything directly. The so-called Si Xiangbo is a workshop of the country of craftsmen that has been passed down from thousands of years ago to the present. Their ancestor Qingming left behind a scroll that was said to be able to resurrect people through 4 strange ninja tools. However, because the time was too long, the previous descendants of Si Xiangfang only regarded this matter as a legend, and it was gradually forgotten in the corner. Until now, Si Xiangfang has gradually declined. When he was young, Baogui accidentally discovered this scroll that recorded the legendary resurrection of his ancestors, and he believed in it without a doubt. He hopes to unify the ninja world by reviving the invincible ancestor Qingming. From then on, Baogui devoted himself to studying the contents of the scroll, and raised funds to purchase materials by cheating and deceiving people. In the end, he actually managed to create one of the ninja tools recorded in the scroll, the Black Turtle Fire Sword, and it was at this time that Caik joined Baogui's plan. However, Kaik's goal is not to revive her ancestor Qingming, and her words show disdain for Baogui's ideal of unifying the ninja world. Kaik simply witnessed the power of the legendary ninja tools and wanted to use them to benefit himself. Afterwards, Baogui used Caik's power in the village to embezzle a lot of materials. The two of them worked together again to create the peacock flying twin swords and gave them to Caik for use. Unfortunately, although the first 2 ninja tools control fire and wind respectively, they still have many similarities. However, the latter 2 ninja tools are completely different from the previous forging techniques. The two spent a lot of time and materials but were unable to create a finished product. Not to mention that Baogui's desire to revive his ancestors requires more than just creating 4 ninja tools. He also needs to forge a container for extracting chakra and the complex formation required for the final resurrection. Finally, the 2 men who were desperate decided to rely on the combat power brought by the ninja tools to directly control the leader of the artisan ninja village, who was also the person with the most superb forging skills in the artisan ninja village, to help them continue to study the scroll. At the same time, the 2 of them also collected funds and various rare materials by smuggling ninja tools to various countries to continue their plan. The 4 of them looked at each other in confusion after listening to Kaik's story as if they were listening to a story. Looking at the black sword that Ching was holding in his hand, Zabuza asked in disbelief. Can this thing really resurrect the dead? It should be just a legend, right? Mei Terumi answered hesitantly. She really couldn't imagine what the connection was between this fire-breathing sword and resurrection. However, Jian Chuanju, who was standing by, knew that more than 10 years later, Baogui really accomplished the great task of resurrecting his ancestor through the 4 ninja tools and the 4 celestial elephant men he formed. Unfortunately, the ancestor Qingming, whom they resurrected with great effort, was too weak. He was easily killed by Gaara, who had not yet become the Kazekage, as soon as he appeared. And it is not known whether Baogui was tricked by the leader of the artisan ninja village. The first thing to sacrifice for the so-called resurrection of the ancestor was Baogui's own life. Teacher Qing, what about the smuggling thing? No need. You asked Lanzai to inform me before. After I confirmed that there were no ninjas in the workshop, I used illusion to hypnotize everyone and found their transaction ledger. Well, although Qing is not a jonin who is proficient in illusion, he definitely knows one or two simple illusions that can control ordinary people. Facing an ordinary workshop without any ninja defenses, you can search it however you want. But it would be a trouble if these two stayed in the Takumai ninja village, so we should bring them back to the village. No one had any objection to Qing's decision. But Zabuza asked at an inappropriate time. Captain Qing, which family is behind the smuggling and pirate operations? Hearing Zabuza asking a question at this time, Jian Chuanju wanted to fly up and cover his mouth. He didn't want to know anything about topics related to internal struggles in the village. After all, what he needs now is enough time to develop peacefully. It is troublesome enough to come out to carry out such a mission. Other matters should be left to the village leaders to handle. Fortunately, Qing probably didn't want his disciples to be too involved in these darker things, so he didn't answer Zabuza's question. We can't confirm it completely just by looking at the account book. Our mission goal has been accomplished. Let the rest be handled by the Jiaonan Kyuju. Hearing Qing's answer, it was estimated that there was more than one Kirigakure family involved in smuggling with Baogui and his gang. However, judging from what Kaik said just now, the account book must also include evidence of smuggling by some forces in the other 4 major ninja villages. If this is true, then the role of this ledger will undoubtedly be infinitely elevated. Now that the matter has been completely resolved, Qing decided to return to the Hidden Mist village as soon as possible. As for this strange temple, after listening to Caiq's story, everyone already knew that this was the tomb of Qing Ming, the ancestor of the kingdom of craftsmen. Unfortunately, none of the 4 of them knew any advanced sealing techniques, and they were afraid that destroying it directly would lead to some bad consequences. They could only ignore it and wait until they returned to the village to see if the village would send a sealing team to deal with the matter. Teacher Qing, have you forgotten something? What? After being reminded by Jian Chuanju, Qing actually looked at his disciple with a puzzled look. Our mission? Mission? Ah! Mr. Shimatsuki. Only then did Qing finally remember that the target of the mission they were supposed to escort this time was Shimatsuki Ichiro, who he had left at Sixiangfang. At this moment, Ichiro Shimatsuki was sitting in Sixiangbo. Looking at the staff of Sixiangfang lying on the ground, hypnotized by the illusion, it was difficult to know whether to leave or stay. I sighed silently in my heart. I will never agree to help with this shit again. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Ninja Tools? Ninja Swords? Chapter 52, Ninja Tools? Ninja Swords? Third update. Please subscribe. That afternoon, several people returned to the artisan village, picked up Ichiro Shimatsuki and set off back to the Hidden Mist village. As for the colorful bird and the turtle, it just so happened that in order to kidnap the Konoha ninjas, they prepared more than one of those coffin-like ninja tools, which were just right for their own use. In fact, there are scrolls in the ninja world that can seal or teleport living people. They are even sold in the artisan ninja village. However, these scrolls are too expensive, and Qing naturally would not spend the money on prisoners. Fortunately, ninjas wear all kinds of costumes when they go out on missions, not to mention that the artisan ninja village also has all kinds of strange and bizarre ninja tools. Therefore, the group was not stopped at the port and unable to board the ship just because they were carrying 2 coffins. The return trip was unexpectedly peaceful without any further incidents. Except for the first day on board, Qing gathered the 3 members of his team and analyzed and taught them about the previous battle between Jian Chuanju and Zabuza and Kaik. As a senior ninja, Qing also gave the 2 some different fighting ideas, and most importantly, he promised to teach them some practical ninjutsu. In fact, according to ordinary ninja teams, the captain does not have any obligation to teach. Team members are just subordinates to the captain, and it is very kind of the captain to teach them some ninja experience. Some even use the genin team members as tools and cannon fodder to help them complete their tasks better. However, after spending some time together, Ching has already recognized Jianchuan Tachibana and Zabuza, the two talented young men who joined his team later. He had long regarded the two of them as disciples like Mei Terumi, so naturally he would not be stingy in teaching them some ninjutsu. However, after all, everyone is still on the ship sailing on the sea, so there is no rush to start teaching now. After that, Jian Chuanju stayed in the cabin studying the newly evolved Lanzai and the trophy peacock flying twin swords obtained from defeating Kaik before. Yes, this extremely powerful pair of double sword ninja tools finally remained in the hands of Jian Chuan Tachibana. The village generally doesn't care too much about the spoils captured by ninjas when they are out on missions, as long as they are not things with certain political significance like the Sword of Thunder God or the 7 ninja swords. Kaijaku was defeated by Jian Chuanju and Zabuza together, so the spoils were naturally divided between the two of them. However, Zabuza said very proudly that he was able to defeat Ayajishi mainly because of Jian Chuan Tachibana's unexpected use of steel wire against the enemy, and the pair of swords had been broken into 2 pieces. Zabuza looked down on such scraps of metal. So regardless of the fact that Jian Chuanju was not proficient in swordsmanship, he firmly refused to participate in the distribution of the spoils. In the end, Jian Chuanju didn't want to be too pretentious and honestly accepted the broken ninja tool. It's just that Jian Chuanju gave Zabuza the role of ninja tool steel wire that the two of them had used before, and reminded Zabuza again not to think about his beheading sword anymore. Wouldn't it be better for him to practice with the steel wire and seize needles in the future? The other ninja tool, the Black Turtle Fire Sword, was naturally collected as Ching's trophy. As for how to deal with it, it had nothing to do with Jian Chuanju. Today it is Jian Chuan Tachibana's turn to protect Ichiro Shimatsuki. After all, old man Shimatsuki is an expert in ninja tool forging in the Hidden Mist village. After thinking for a long time, Jian Chuanju decided to ask the other party for help on how to deal with the damaged pair of swords. Inside the cabin, Jian Chuanju's room. Can't fix it. Shimatsuki Ichiro, who had been holding the flying peacock twin swords and observing them for a long time, suddenly uttered these words. Upon hearing this, Jian Chuanju staggered and almost sprained his waist. I thought the old man would come up with some brilliant advice after taking out various tools and studying them carefully for a long time, but he ended up sentencing the pair of swords to death. Looking at the smooth broken ends of the 2 swords, Jian Chuanju asked in confusion. Mr. Shimatsuki, do you think this weapon is too badly damaged? Faced with the doubts, Ichiro Shimatsuki immediately puffed out his beard and glared. What do you know, kid? This thing is more of a magical tool than a weapon. It just happens to look like a sword. Magical weapon. That's right. You can call it a ninja tool or a magic weapon. According to what you said, this pair of swords can allow the user to control the storm, and Old man Shimatsuki flicked the sword again. When this ninja tool was first made, the strength was not considered. It is obviously not suitable for chopping and colliding, so it was cut off so easily. Jian Chuanju was a little confused. So, what does this have to do with being unrepairable? Ichiro Shimatsuki simply rolled his eyes at him. Have you heard of the ninja tools of the 6-path sage? The method of making the tools has long been lost, and what remains are just poor imitations. I am a blacksmith, and I cannot make tools, so naturally I cannot repair them. Jian Chuanju forced himself to hold back what he was about to say. Then this magic weapon is useless, right? Not really. Although I don't understand the structure of the magic weapon, at least the materials of these 2 swords are very precious. Old man Shimatsuki looked at Jian Chuanju hopefully, waiting for him to continue the conversation. However, Jian Chuanju didn't say anything, and looked like he could tell you to say whatever you want. Shimotsuki Ichiro had to hide his embarrassment and continue talking. Ahem, if you need it, I can help you make it into a good sword. But I'll keep half of the materials. After saying that, Ichiro Shimotsuki glanced at Jianchuanju, but seeing that Jianchuanju was completely indifferent, the old man became a little anxious. Give me at least 1/3. In fact, what Jianchuanju cared about was not the issue of reward, but the fact that Jianchuanju's own fighting style did not involve much use of melee weapons. Of course, it doesn't mean that Jianchuanju can't use a sword. After all, due to the ninja characteristics of the Hidden Mist Village, the ninja school teaches some basic swordsmanship. However, Jianchuanju still positions himself as a ninjutsu ninja, or even a medical ninja. The use of weapons actually affects his ability to form hand seals and release ninjutsu. Normally, when you really need close combat, a kunao is barely enough. When you need to cast a hand seal, just throw the kunao out to interfere with the enemy, and you won't feel bad if it is thrown away. Previously, he wanted to repair the pair of swords because of their ability to blow away enemies, which was almost like the beggar version of Shinra Tensei. As for reforging them into swords, Jianchuanju was a little hesitant. Ichiro Shimotsuki seemed to see what Jianchuan Tachibana was thinking and began to persuade him. Don't think that the magic tool seems very powerful. I have lived for so many years. I have seen many ninjas who were complacent because they got a powerful or strange ninja tool. In the end, these people basically indulged in it and their strength stagnated. But ninja swords are different. Excellent ninja swords will better display your strength as their masters grow. Just when Jianchuanju was moved by what old man Shimotsuki said and was about to agree to the other party, suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door outside the room. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Meeting on the Boat. Chapter 53 Meeting on the Boat, 4th update. Please subscribe. Jianchuan Tachibana gave Shimotsuki Ichiro an apologetic smile, then stood up and opened the door. Outside the door was Mei Terumi, who looked a little anxious. What happened? Seeing that Mei Terumi looked a little strange, Jianchuan Tachibana immediately became serious. Mei Terumi glanced at Ichiro Shimotsuki standing beside her somewhat uncomfortably. Teacher Ching asked us to come over. There is something that needs to be notified. What about the mission to protect Mr. Shimotsuki? After all, he is the protection target of this actual mission, and it is not good to always leave the old man alone. However, as a man of great age, Ichiro Shimotsuki could tell from Mei Terumi's expression that something important must have happened. He said with a very cheerful smile. It's okay, you go ahead, Orange Boy. What kind of danger could there be on the ship? I'll study this ninja tool here, and we'll talk when you come back. Thank you Mr. Shimotsuki for your understanding. Lanzai, you stay here to protect Mr. Shimotsuki's safety. He first apologized to Ichiro Shimotsuki, and in the second half of the sentence, Jianchuanju made arrangements for Lanzai. Quack, v. The combat power of Lanzai, who has just evolved, is not weak. On a passenger ship sailing like this, even if he encounters danger, there will be no problem in making some noise to delay the arrival of Jianchuanju and others. The old man just smiled when he heard it and didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he waved to Lanzai to show his friendliness. However, Jianchuanju's words when he walked out of the cabin still made old man Shimotsuki excited. Mr. Shimotsuki, I will consider the weapon forging. You can use this time to think about the forging direction. After saying that, without caring about Ichiro Shimotsuki's excited expression, he closed the door and followed Mei Terumi, who seemed a little anxious. What happened? Come in first and then talk. Since the team members bought tickets and boarded the ship together, their rooms were basically next to each other. It only took them a few steps to reach Ching's room. The first thing Jian Chuanju saw when he entered the room was not to look at Qing and Zabuza who were already seated, but to look at the two small coffins standing in the corner of the room. Two living people were sealed in ninja tools for so many days, and Qing teacher was able to sleep well. Seeing that Mei Terumi had already brought Jian Chuan Tachibana over, Qing did not explain the situation directly. Instead, he habitually formed hand seals and released a perception ninjutsu to make sure that no one else was eavesdropping. Then he looked at his three disciples and spoke. Just now, I received information from Ninjago of Yagura Karatachi. The land of water has officially declared war on the land of fire. After saying this, Qing paused and looked at his disciples. However, when Jian Chuanju heard the news, his heartbeat just quickened slightly, and he didn't have any other special reaction. When I first learned that the Third Ninja World War was about to begin, I was nervous and anxious for a long time. However, the Hidden Mist village has yet to officially intervene in the war, and has long since calmed down. Hearing this news now, I felt like a rock had finally fallen from my chest. Zabuza put his hands behind his head and spoke with an indifferent look on his face. The village has been preparing for war for 2 months. It's not surprising that they've officially declared war now, right? Qing didn't feel unhappy when he heard Zabuza's somewhat arrogant voice. Instead, he felt relieved. After returning to the village, they might directly receive war missions. What Qing is most worried about is that the two disciples who have just graduated for less than a year may have problems with their mentality. But now seeing the condition of Jian Chuan Tachibana and Zabuza, Qing was no longer worried and continued. Kokutajai Jonan's original intention was that if we had not completed the mission, we should rush back to the village as soon as possible. He probably didn't expect that we would find the target of the investigation so quickly. The few of them couldn't just get off the boat and run back to the village from the sea now. Besides, there was a living person, Ichiro Shimatsuki, who needed to be escorted. The so-called rushing back as soon as possible was naturally nonsense now. So after we return to the village, will we be assigned war missions? Mei Terumi, who had been a little nervous from the beginning, asked. This is also the issue that Jian Chuanju is most concerned about. After all, the village cannot send all the ninjas to the battlefield as soon as the war starts. It would be best if they could have more time for development. It is not certain yet, but the first batch of troops to establish an outpost may have already set out. Even if we receive a war mission in the future, it should be an independent mission in the form of a small team. In fact, Qing didn't tell the whole truth. According to common sense, new Jonin like Qing are not important combat forces and will not be transferred away specifically. However, Qing is still a perceptive ninja. The Hidden Mist village is not like Konoha, which has the Hyuga, Abarame, Inyazuka, and various other sensory ninja families, and can easily form a professional sensory team. If the village really needed to organize a sensing unit and transferred Qing away, the team would probably be disbanded. In order not to worry the disciples, Qing did not mention this possibility. As the disciple who had followed Qing the longest, Mei Terumi vaguely guessed some of the situations, but after thinking about it, she chose to remain silent. But after all, participating in the war is something he will do after returning to the village, so Qing decided to change the subject. I called you here for another reason. I have already sent the general information of this investigation back to the Jounin Kujira through the Ninja Owl. I didn't intend to tell you which family was specifically doing the smuggling. Captain Qing is afraid that we will be involved in the internal fighting in the village. Jian Chuanju made a timely comment. Yes, but considering that you may need to be more careful in the future, I decided to remind you. Having said that, Qing rubbed his eyebrows and his voice became slightly lower. It is recorded in the account books this time that the Suezi clan and the Taitun clan were both involved in smuggling. But it is not certain which family trained the pirates before. The Snow clan. Jian Chuanju was a little surprised. He didn't have much impression of the Taitun family, but the Shui clan was the famous Kirigakure bloodline family. Since the character Bai, who is a member of the Snow Clan in the original work, is very likable. Jian Chuanju has a certain filter for this family. But think about it, in such a large ninja family, how could it be possible that all the people are as pure and flawless as Bai and Snow? Zabuza may have no good feelings towards these ninja families because of Karatachi Yagura. He sneered and said, "They'd better not think about doing anything behind my back." Qing did not refute anything. He said these things to his disciples just to remind them to be safe. It's okay inside the hidden mist village, but on the battlefield, the attack may not necessarily come from the front. In short, you should be more careful next time. Jian Chuanju and the other two nodded in agreement at the same time. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Success Chapter Village. Chapter 54, Successfully Returning to the Village, 5th Update. Please subscribe. A somewhat unfamiliar blade flashed through the air. The masked ninja stepped back effortlessly, dodging the attack. However, before he could rejoice over this, a short figure appeared behind him. Bang! With a dull thud, the masked ninja's back caved in and he spat out a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. It was only then that the slender blue figure appeared. It was the newly evolved Blue Boy. "Blue, good job." Seeing that all the enemies had been eliminated, Jian Chuanju immediately walked up and touched Lanzai's head. Quack! Lanzai happily enjoyed the praise from his master. When Mei Terumi saw that the battle here was over, she walked up to Qing and said with some sarcasm, "Teacher Qing, the enemy seems to be looking down on you. They even sent out Genin." Qing could only smile helplessly. This is the third attack Team Qing has encountered in the past 2 days, since they got off the passenger ship and returned to the water country. At the beginning of the first attack, the other side even sent a Jonin to lead an attack team of several Chunins. Fortunately, with the reminder from Jian Chuanju, Qing was able to hold back the opponent's senior ninja in the first place. And after a brief test, the Jonin realized that he could not kill any member of Team AO, so he chose to retreat in order not to reveal his identity. In this attack, the enemy only left behind a few Chunin corpses and ended the attack hastily. After Qing examined the bodies of these Chunins, he found that there was indeed a tooth with a spell engraved on it hidden in the mouth of each of them, and the identity of the attacker was revealed. After the first attack, the 3 little ones were on high alert for a long time, fearing that they would be ambushed again. Who would have thought that the senior ninja never showed up again in the subsequent attacks, and the quality of the attackers became worse and worse, and they were visibly perfunctory. In this last attack, most of the enemies were only of the strength of ordinary genin. Qing did not take action, but just stayed beside Shimatsuki Ichiro and watched the enemy attack. Jian Chuanju and the other two eliminated all the enemies without much effort. In fact, Qing didn't quite understand why the enemy arranged the attack in this way, and why the senior ninja didn't show up again. Moreover, he had already passed the information back to Gaji Yagura a few days ago. Now the account book in his hand and the 2 ninjas from the land of craftsmen were just ordinary evidence. Ninjas usually didn't pay much attention to evidence, and only needed a result. "Forget it, let's go. We'll be back to the village soon, let's speed up." Qing shook his head helplessly and motioned for his disciples to follow. Starting to hurry on the road again, Zabuza walked up to Jianchuan Tachibana with small steps and spoke with some disgust. "I think you should return the knife to me. Don't let the enemy kill you directly because of using it." Obviously, Zabuza, who had defeated his opponent long ago, came to complain after seeing the horrible swordsmanship of Jianchuan Tachibana. Jian Chuanju smiled awkwardly and began to defend himself. "Well, I only dare to try it out because Teacher Qing is here to help." Previously on the passenger ship, Jian Chuanju finally agreed to Shimatsuki Ichiro's suggestion and decided to use part of the Flying Peacock twin swords as reward and materials to let the other party help build a new weapon. However, it would take time to forge a weapon, so Jian Chuanju asked Zabuza for his spare dagger. First, you can practice swordsmanship when you have nothing to do. Secondly, Jian Chuanju thought that even if his swordsmanship was not good enough, carrying a short sword on his back could mislead his opponents and prevent them from getting close to him rashly, so he could make better use of his long-range advantage. Tisk, with your level, it's useless to try it out. You should practice the basic skills. It's no wonder Zabuza mocked him. Jian Chuan Tachibana's current swordsmanship level is not even among the best among the students in the ninja school. But after all, he is only 10 years old, so he can still practice a little later. Moreover, Jian Chuanju also thought of the scene of the previous battle against pirates. Some close combat is always inevitable in ninja battles. Having a better melee weapon will avoid the embarrassing situation of being directly cut off by the opponent's kunao. Hehe, maybe your swordsmanship will be worse than mine in the future. Jian Chuanju thought that maybe one day he would draw some melee skills and his swordsmanship would immediately soar to the sky, so he immediately stopped caring about Zabuza's words. However, Zabuza didn't think so. He glanced at Jian Chuan Tachibana with disdain and didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. Hehe, don't worry. Even if I'm better than you, I won't fight with you for the long knife and stitches. Jian Chuanju put his arm around Zabuza's shoulders and forced him to continue listening to his bragging. Zabuza's eyes were almost rolled up to the sky at this moment. However, Jian Chuanju still noticed the handle of his short sword. There was a ring there at some point, and the steel wire ninja tool that he had given him was tied to it. These two guys, Qing and Mei Terumi, who were walking in front, looked at each other, feeling helpless about the two noisy teammates behind them. The five of them accelerated all the way back to the Hidden Mist village, and finally completed the mission safely without experiencing any attacks. I'm back. It feels like this mission lasted a long time. Walking into the village gate, Mei Terumi couldn't help but stretch herself, obviously feeling a lot more relaxed. It's mainly because the journey took too long, and the actual task didn't take much time. Jian Chuanju replied casually that it took more than 10 days just to travel back and forth, and during that time he also had to find opportunities to do daily tasks. Although these are relatively simple tasks, Jian Chuanju really doesn't want to jump into the sea in public again to clean the seaweed from the hull of a passenger ship. And there was an attack on the way back. Zabuza spoke up to remind him, obviously he was also being tortured badly. Qing saw that the disciples were all complaining, so he spoke up to attract the attention of the three. Okay, let's send Mr. Shimatsuki back first, then take the mission certificate to the Mizukage building to hand it over, and then we can go home. Then Qing looked at the three people who looked a little tired and added a sentence. Have a day off tomorrow. Long live. After hearing this, Mei Terumi immediately cheered. Even Jian Chuanju and Zabuza had a hint of joy in their eyes. In the Mizukage building, the third Mizukage looked through the glass window of his office at the figures of the AO squad walking into the Mizukage building and said something meaningful. Young people nowadays, aren't they pretty good? Elder Yuanqi, who was sitting nearby, smiled and adjusted his cane before answering. They are indeed very good young people. However, Yagura Kuruhi and Yuki Fun, the chief of the Snow Clan, who were standing in front of the desk, just lowered their heads quietly without saying a word. Seeing the four members of Team AO completely enter the building, the third Mizukage also withdrew his gaze. After turning around and sitting back at his desk, he glanced back and forth between Kuruju Yagura and Yuki Kaze with an indifferent expression. He tapped his fingers on the table and spoke slowly. Now that Team Qing is back, tell me how you plan to solve the problem later. There will be 5 updates today, and there should be 5 more updates tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Disposal. Chapter 55 Disposal, First update. Please subscribe. Facing the scrutinizing gaze of the third Mizukage. Both Kuruju Yagura and Yuki Kaze didn't know how to start the conversation, so they just lowered their heads and said nothing. Seeing this, the third Mizukage shook his head slightly, looked away, looked at the information on the table, and spoke. Kukui Jounin, you arranged the person, why don't you tell us first? Kuruhi Agura quickly raised his head and answered after careful consideration. Lord Mizukage, according to my investigation, the Snow Clan has been secretly smuggling weapons with the artisan village and kidnapping civilians from the water country to secretly cultivate their power. I believe that this is undermining the interests of the village and seriously damaging the relationship between the village and the daimyo. As he spoke, Gaji Yagura could already feel beads of cold sweat on his back. It was not until then that he began to regret that this private investigation was a little too hasty. After receiving the letter from Team Ching and combining it with his subordinate's recent investigation, Goda Kibana Yagura immediately locked onto the Snow Clan. He had intended to keep the information for future use. Unexpectedly, before Team Ao returned to the Hidden Mist village, the third Mizukage had already called him and Yukikaze over. You know, the third Mizukage had clearly told him that the war was approaching and there was a shortage of manpower, so the investigation of this matter should be abandoned for the time being. Oh, so the village should thank the Jonin Kujira for his dedicated investigation into this matter. The third Mizukage looked at Karitachi Yagura with a smile. I dare not. I disobeyed the Mizukage's order and investigated my colleagues privately. I am willing to accept the punishment. At this point, Karatagi Yagura no longer thought about how his secret investigation had been exposed, and just waited obediently for the third Mizukage's decision. However, the third Mizukage ignored Karatagi Yagura and turned to look at Yukikaze, who had been silent. Chief Yukikaze, is what Yagura said true? As a senior jonin and the head of the clan, Yukikaze obviously has a deeper understanding of the current situation of the third Mizukage and the Hidden Mist village. The smuggling of ninja tools and the kidnapping of civilians both harm the interests of the water country. The interests of the Mizukage and the daimyo are not completely consistent. If it is not too extreme, or if it happens to break out on the eve of the war like it is now, the third Mizukage will not make it too difficult for himself. But the matter of training death squads could be a big deal or a small one, and he was not sure about the third Mizukage's thoughts at this time. Mr. Mizukage, I have already learned about this matter within the clan before coming here, and it is true. This matter was done by the clan's Jonin Sushin, who has now been captured by the family and can be handed over to the village for disposal at any time. Seeing that the third Mizukage was still calm and had no intention of speaking, Swafeng continued to add. In addition, the ninjas trained by Sushin and the funds she obtained from smuggling will also be handed over to the village for disposal. The third Mizukage waved his hand when he heard this. What does the village need them for? Just follow the next batch of troops heading to the front. Well, the Snow Clan will still be in charge of leading them. When Swafeng heard the third Mizukage say this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the third Mizukage did not mention the issue of funding, the family does not mind paying more money if the matter can be resolved through these efforts. But what the third Mizukage said next made Yukikaze's hair stand on end. I heard that this fish unit has 83 ninjas. That's a lot, right? When you send them to the front, remember to make sure there are enough people. A chill ran through Swafeng's heart, not only because the third Mizukage had revealed the number and names of the death squad, but also because this squad did have 83 people, but that was the number 2 days ago. But at this time Swafeng didn't dare to say anything more. Looking at the majestic old man in front of him who had been in charge of the Hidden Mist village for decades, he silently accepted the number. Yes, Lord Mizukage. I will go back and take care of this matter right away. Swafeng responded while suppressing her heartache, then left the Mizukage's office without looking back. The third Mizukage did not mind his rudeness and turned back to look at Karitachi Yagura again. Yakura, go get busy too. Are you still waiting for me to reward you? Karuju Yagura stared at the third Mizukage for 2 seconds, then turned and left respectfully. This old man who had brought the Hidden Mist village from a period of transition to its current strength, seemed to have never understood his thoughts clearly. After Karajima Yagura left, the third Mizukage looked at the elder Yuanshi who was still smiling beside him, and couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. These young people's thoughts are still too obvious. In fact, the third Mizukage never cared about factional struggles. He could cruelly let civilian ninjas fight each other, select the strong ones like raising insects, and let these selected strong ones climb to high positions. He also didn't mind the family ninjas doing small tricks to expand their power in private, as long as they were willing to be used by the village. All he cared about was whether the hidden mist village could win. Elder Yuanshi was still smiling and did not respond. Instead, he talked about another matter. The kids from Team AO are pretty good too. They seem to have brought back some useful information and some inheritance from the artisan ninja village. The third Mizukage was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Let's reward those 3 brats with some ninjutsu. As for Ching, the position of deputy monitor of the perception class is still vacant, and he is barely suitable. On the other side, Suifeng returned to the Snow Clan's territory, walked into the study with a gloomy face, and said to a tribe member who was guarding nearby. Go. Call Sushin over to me. Master Patriarch. Sushin, who had hurried over, knelt on one knee, waiting for instructions from her clan leader. How many people are there on the fish side now? 57 people. Sushin answered carefully. Where are the others? Didn't I only ask you to take a few chunins to test AO? Suifeng's voice suddenly rose, his palm pressed hard on the table, and he glared at Sushin. Sushin, somewhat frightened by the sudden tone, replied hastily. Yes, clan leader. The first time I went, I only brought 4 chunins to intercept Aoki. Later, I thought that even if I used my bloodline limit, I would not be able to kill him, so I withdrew directly. First. After hearing this, Suifeng pressed the table with even greater force. Seeing the tribe leader's behavior, Sushin didn't dare to hide anything and continued speaking with gritted teeth. After the first assassination attempt failed, the Great Elder said that you would eventually hand these assassins over to the Mizukage for disposal anyway. It would be better to continue to send people to assassinate the AO squad. Even if you can only kill one of their genin in the end, it can be regarded as regaining some face for the family. Click. Suifeng slammed the table in front of him with an angry palm, breaking it into pieces. These old guys. Face? Face. Now the Mizukage asked the Snow Clan to send 83 more people to the battlefield. All the people in the fish unit have died, will their grandsons replace them? Or will they go to the front line themselves? Chief, this. Sushin looked at the chief of her own family at a loss. Suifeng sat back in his chair somewhat dejectedly. He was in no mood to explain anything to Sushin at this moment. He just waved his hand weakly, signaling her to leave first. But before Sushin could leave the study, Suifeng spoke again. By the way, the third generation specifically requested that you lead the additional personnel. Let the elders decide on the specific candidates. Sushin, who had already walked to the door, paused for a moment and then walked out of the study again. Only when the door slowly closed did a sound come out. Yes, Mr. Patriarch. There are 5 updates today. Please subscribe to my new book. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Young People. Chapter 56 Young People, second update. Please subscribe. The 4 members of Team Ching naturally had no idea, as just a while ago the village leaders were still discussing what they had done. Jian Chuanju and the other 2 had just finished their tasks and immediately rushed home in a hurry. There was no way. The continuous fighting and sea voyages in this mission were too exhausting, and everyone was looking forward to resting early. Ching smiled and sent his 3 disciples away. He was about to go alone to hand over the collected evidence to Gojagura, which meant that the mission was successfully completed. Unexpectedly, 2 Anbu members suddenly appeared in front of Ching. This appearance almost scared Ching into having a stress reaction. Fortunately, after coming to his senses, he realized that he was in the Hidden Mist village, and not even far from the Mizukage building. It was impossible for someone to pretend to be an ANBU and attack him here. Ching then let down his guard and looked at the two ANBU. "Ao Jonan, the Mizukage-sama wants to see you." Another ANBU took one look at the two coffin-like ninja tools that Ching was carrying and spoke. "Also, the Mizukage-sama has ordered that these two prisoners be brought to us." Ching didn't hesitate at all when he heard that and put the coffin on the ground very happily. The two ANBU silently carried the coffin on their backs, without even stopping, and left in an instant. "Well, this is the style of the ANBU." Ching nodded in a serious manner, but when he thought about the fact that the Mizukage had summoned him at this time and asked the ANBU to take away Baogui and Kaik, it must be related to the matter that Karitachi Yagura entrusted him with. However, Ching had nothing to be nervous about. After all, his team was only following the instructions of the Jonin squad leader to investigate. As for whether Lord Mizukage had said that it was forbidden to investigate this matter as war was approaching, how could a newly promoted ordinary Jonin like me know so many inside stories? Thinking of this, Ching turned around without hesitation and walked back to the Mizukage building. "Boom boom boom! Please come in." The old voice of the Yuanqi elder came from the Mizukage's office. Ching pushed the door open and saw the back of the third Mizukage looking out the window and the Yuanqi elder who was working with his head down. "Mr. Mizukage, Elder Yuanqi." Elder Yuanqi spends most of his time working here, and Ching doesn't find it strange. It is a good thing for him to have Elder Yuanqi here. After greeting everyone one by one, Ching stood still and waited for instructions. Elder Yuanqi looked at Ching gently and nodded. "Ching, you did a great job this time. Now that the water country has officially declared war on the fire country, the information you brought back may help the village control some of the top leaders of other ninja villages." "Thank you for the compliment, Elder." There is nothing wrong with what Elder Yuanqi said. After all, this time the smuggled ninja tools from the land of craftsmen were not only sold to the Hidden Mist village. The 5 major ninja villages had more or less families or organizations recorded in the account books of the 4 Symbols Workshop. It's just that because the location of the Kingdom of Craftsmen is close to the kingdoms of Water, Fire, and Thunder, and maritime smuggling is more convenient, there are relatively more orders from these 3 countries. If the Hidden Mist village had this evidence, whether through threats or deals, it might be possible to plant a few spies in other villages. For example, a certain pot shadow recorded in the account book who does not want to reveal his name would not mind reaching some deals with the Water Kingdom. Even if these people finally firmly reject the kindness of the Hidden Mist village, at least they can release evidence at a critical moment and cause some turmoil within other ninja villages. However, Ching subconsciously touched the account book in his arms. "Should I remind Elder Yuanqi that I haven't submitted my evidence yet?" Ching secretly cursed Karitachi Yagura for being unreliable. He had only passed the detailed information of the mission to him through Shinobu. Now it seems that the Mizukage and the Elder Yuanqi know more about this mission than he does. It couldn't be that the 3 genin in his family reported this matter to the village leaders. Just when Ching was still struggling about whether to take out the account book quickly, the third Mizukage also turned around and looked at Ching calmly. "Ao Jonan, in view of your performance this time, the village has decided to appoint you as the vice-class leader of the perception class. What do you think?" When Ching heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he spoke cautiously. "Mr. Mizukage, if I take on the role of vice-squad leader, will my team need to be disbanded? You seem to care about your teammates." Ao saw that although the third Mizukage raised questions, he didn't seem angry, so Ao had to grit his teeth and continue. "The 3 members of my team are all very talented young people, but Mei Terumi is not yet qualified to be a Chunin captain. Mamakai Zabuza and Jian Chuan Tachibana have just become genin not long ago. I am worried that changing the team leader at this time will affect their future development." For some reason, after hearing what Ching said, Elder Yuanqi suddenly laughed out loud. Even the third Mizukage, who had been expressionless before, had a slight smile on his face. The third Mizukage coughed twice and said to Ching. Okay, then you will continue to be the captain of these 3 young people. When saying this, the Mizukage also emphasized the word young people. As for the work of the perception team, you will need to balance your time. However, the village should send another group of perception teams to the front line in a while. Whether to take them to the battlefield will be up to you as the captain. Thank you, Lord Mizukage. Ching accepted the appointment with great gratitude. As for your 3 team members, each of them will be rewarded with a C-rank ninjutsu this time. When you have time, take them to the merit office to choose one. After Elder Yuanshi finished speaking, he signaled Ching that he could leave. Ching didn't care much about the so-called C-level ninjutsu, as he had mastered quite a few ninjutsu himself. He had already recognized the 3 little ones as his disciples, so he would naturally teach them some of this kind of basic ninjutsu. Seeing Ching leave respectfully, the elder Yuanshi nodded slightly to the third Mizukage and started working again. It seemed that because of the mention of war, the third Mizukage also wanted to discuss the situation on the front line with the elder Yuanshi again. What's Konoha's reaction now? Elder Yuanshi replied without any hesitation. We haven't sent a large force to the Fire Country border yet. The previous garrison personnel are still confronting us. However, the several attempts to spy on the front-line camp were dealt with by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and his men. At present, Ziguishan Fugyagui and Kurishan Kushimaru are still setting up a front-line camp at the site of the old Whirlpool country. Kurakurega and Nakayoshi are leading a small force to the coastline of the Fire Country to explore the terrain and intelligence as planned. The third Mizukage pondered for a moment. At present, everything seems to be going according to plan, but what the Hidden Mist village did not expect was that Konoha's reaction would be so slow. Logically speaking, the only village that is truly at war with Konoha right now is the Sand Village. The Uegakure village is only in the early stages of contact and trial, and the Cloud village has not even officially entered the battlefield yet. It is impossible for Konoha to be unable to mobilize troops to defend the Mist village. It was as if they had determined that the Hidden Mist village would not impulsively invade the territory of the Land of Fire. If they had known this would be the case, the Hidden Mist village might have established its frontline camp directly on the Fire Country mainland. Let's proceed as planned. The island of Whirlpool country is close enough to the mainland, so there is some room for both defense and attack. After thinking about it, the third Mizukage did not make any changes to the plan. After all, the Water Kingdom did not participate in the Second Ninja World War. Although we have never relaxed our efforts in obtaining intelligence on the Fire Nation, we still need to conduct more detailed inquiries before the war. Moreover, the third Mizukage did not want to launch a large-scale advance too early. Declaring war so early was more of a statement of attitude and a way to lure the other villages to send more troops to the Fire Nation. However, if they really launched a large-scale attack on the Fire Country at the beginning of the war and attracted Konoha to send more ninjas to defend the Hidden Mist village, in the end it would only allow the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Uegakure to gain the upper hand. But if Konoha continues to maintain this attitude, then Watermelon Mountain should not be polite to them either. As he said this, there was a hint of cruelty in the eyes of the third Mizukage. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Perception Ninja. Chapter 57, Perception Ninja, RD Update. Please subscribe. The next morning, Jian Chuanju first got up early and went to the hospital to report to Saiguji Keiko that he was safe. Aunt Huizi also forced him to stay and take a series of medical knowledge tests. To use Keiko Saiguji's original words, the medical field is a field that always requires exploration and learning, even if you have become a medical ninja. However, any mistakes and lack of knowledge on your part may result in the death of your teammates. So as a backup for your teammates, you must keep learning. In this way, after completing the assessment given by Aunt Huizi in the hospital, Jian Chuanju participated in 2 more operations. He did not leave the hospital until the afternoon with a thick stack of information. After returning home and putting down the documents, Jian Chuanju, who was no longer in the mood to rest, decided to take Lanzai for a good stroll in the Hidden Mist village. In fact, from the last time he drew from the limited time event up pool to now, Jian Chuanju has already accumulated enough gold coins for 2 10 draws. However, I am worried that I will encounter this kind of embarrassing situation again, where a limited time prize pool suddenly appears and I don't have enough gold coins. Jian Chuanju decided to save up gold coins for a while longer, and if there was no event prize pool, he would draw the lottery all at once. Anyway, the water attribute up is still some distance away from guaranteeing a gold prize. At present, simply adding one more water attribute ninjutsu or item will not improve it much. Jian Chuanju was wandering aimlessly, and suddenly stopped in silence. I really don't have a leisurely life. How did I end up here for no apparent reason? He scratched his head helplessly. In front of him was the number 9 training ground where the Qing team usually trained and assembled. Well, now I'm here. Since he had no purpose at all, Jian Chuanju simply walked into the training ground and prepared to do some simple exercises with Lanzai. But I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the training ground, I saw my 2 teammates and the captain from afar. All 3 of them were practicing on the field. We agreed to take a break today, so why did you guys gather here secretly? No one even notified me. Seeing that the 3 people didn't pay any attention to him, Jian Chuanju simply spoke up to remind them. All 3 of them looked towards the entrance. Haha, I told you that Ju would definitely come over too. Mei Terumi put down the kunao in her hand and walked towards Jian Chuan Tachibana happily. So when did you guys secretly make the appointment? No, Zabuza came here to train very early. I practiced at home in the morning and came here after lunch. As for Mr. Ao. At this point, Terumi Mei stuck out her tongue at Ao, indicating that Ao should speak for himself. Seeing this, Qing smiled awkwardly and said, I just got here not long ago. I have something to do this morning. In fact, Qing went to report to the perception class in the morning, but the squad leader Nakayoshi had already followed the first batch of ninjas to the front line to be responsible for intelligence work. The remaining members of the perception class were doing their own jobs, and Qing, the parachuted leader, was unable to intervene. After briefly understanding the situation of the perception class, he also came to the training ground. Zabuza, who was standing by, stopped training when he saw Jian Chuan Tachibana arrive, turned his head away and did not go forward to talk to him. After such a long period of contact, Zabuza found that he still needed to talk less to this guy Jian Chuan Tachibana, otherwise he might not be able to resist drawing his sword and chopping this guy at any time. However, Jian Chuanju secretly glanced at the cool-looking Zabuza who was secretly hiding a short steel knife behind his back. Hey, Zabuza, it's a coincidence that you're here too. I was worried that my swordsmanship would not be standard when I came to the training ground. Zabuza's veins popped up when he heard that, and he no longer hid the dagger behind him, ready to train Jian Chuan Tachibana's swordsmanship. Fortunately, Qing interrupted what was going on and said, I wanted to tell you tomorrow, but now that everyone is here, I have something to inform you. What? Teacher Qing, you are going to be the monitor of the perception class. Mei Terumi looked at Qing in surprise. It's the deputy monitor. But Teacher Qing, haven't you just become a jonin not long ago? Your strength? Zabuza asked doubtfully. After telling his disciples the news, Qing wondered whether the 3 little brats would worry about the team being disbanded or the captain being replaced. Who would have thought that they would actually question whether they were capable of doing the job first? The perception class doesn't value combat power. And there are only a few perception-type ninjas in the village. Since the Hidden Mist village does not have families specialized in perception like the Hyuga and Inyazuka families, many common means of perception will be weakened by the Hidden Mist technique. Moreover, under the previous Blood Mist policy, ninjas with skills such as medical treatment, perception, and illusion had relatively weak combat effectiveness in the early stages and were easily killed in cruel eliminations. Therefore, the number of sensory ninjas is at the bottom among the 5 major ninja villages. Fortunately, on the battlefield, the hidden mist technique suppressed the perception abilities of some ninjas in disguise, and the hidden mist village also had a specially developed silent killing technique, so it was not a big disadvantage. Ching saw that the 3 little ones all had an expression of "oh no wonder" on their faces. He got straight to the point and gave each of them a slap. Seeing the 3 of them covering their heads, King K continued speaking with satisfaction. "I have already requested the Mizukage-sama that the blue team will not be split up. You will still be my subordinates and carry out missions together." "But Mr. Ching, none of us 3 know how to sense ninjutsu," Jian Chuanju asked. "It doesn't matter. Like I said before, there are few perception ninjas in the village, so not all the perception ninjas in the perception squad are perception ninjas. Some of them are responsible for guarding the perception squad or handling other related tasks. So we are now also members of the perception class. You should be considered as a subordinate of mine, and become a non-staff member of the perception squad." Although it was a bit strange for 3 genin to guard Ao, who was a jonin, but thinking about the shadow guards, they accepted the appointment. Then Ching seemed to have thought of something and continued speaking. "By the way, because of this mission, the village will reward each of you with a C-rank ninjutsu. And as I said during the previous mission, I will teach you some ninjutsu after you return to the village to help you improve your strength." When Ching said the second half of the sentence, he looked at Jian Chuan Tachibana and Zabuza. "So, if you are interested in perception ninjutsu, I can also teach you how to get started." Mei Terumi looked at the 2 of them, shrugged and spoke. "It's up to you guys. I've tried before, but unfortunately I don't have any talent for sensing ninjas." Ching first cast an inquiring look at Jian Chuanju. He always believed that Jian Chuanju was a very talented person with great perception. Unfortunately, Jian Chuanju knew his own business. He knew that every time he had been able to detect the enemy in advance, it was not because he was talented, but because of his passive characteristic of danger prediction. He had none of the chakra sensitivity and innate spiritual acuity required of a perceptive ninja. Jian Chuanju had to politely reject Ching's proposal. "Teacher Ching, I am now a medical ninja. My main training direction is water-style ninjutsu. Recently, I also want to study swordsmanship. It may not be suitable for me to divide my attention anymore." Although it is true that he cannot be distracted, Jian Chuanju also thought that maybe one day he could draw a skill like see-through or smell detection and become a perception ninja. Don't spread your energy over too many things now. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Learning Ninjutsu. Chapter 58 Learning Ninjutsu, 4th update. Please subscribe. Ching felt a little sorry about Jian Chuanju's answer. But it is indeed true, and Ching also believes that Jian Chuan Tachibana usually spends a lot of energy developing new ninjutsu, so he simply doesn't force it. Now, the eyes of the 3 of them all fell on Zabuza. "I'm going to use the mist hidden technique." Zabuza's cold words directly shattered Ching's last hope. It's a pity that he is a sensory ninja, but none of his 3 disciples inherited his skills. However, Ching thought about his previous observations and found that Zabuza might also have a good talent for perceiving ninjas, so he decided to struggle again. "My own perception ninjutsu is more inclined towards large-scale chakra perception, which is indeed not suitable for use in the hidden mist technique, but there are other types of perception ninjutsu in the village. I will look up some relevant information later. This type of perception ninjutsu can also increase your combat capabilities in the hidden mist jutsu." Looking at Ching's expectant eyes, Zabuza finally nodded and agreed. Mr. Zabuza is not pitying him, but he is really helping me. Finally satisfied, Ching began to explain the essentials of ninjutsu to the 2 newly graduated disciples so that they could choose the ninjutsu that suits them to learn. "You 2 have already learned some water ninjutsu, and you must have some understanding of the principles of chakra. If you want to learn advanced ninjutsu, you must master the techniques of the 2 chakras. Having said that, Ching held up 2 fingers and asked the 2 of them a question. You should know which 2 techniques they are, right? Jian Chuanju looked around. Mei Terumi was an old disciple and must know all this, but Ching was not asking her this time, so she just looked at the 2 of them quietly. Zabuza didn't know whether he couldn't answer or was just pretending to be cool, and he didn't intend to answer. Jian Chuanju had no choice but to act as the supporting actor himself. Teacher Ching, it's the nature and form of chakra that changes. Yes. Then, Ching spread out his palm, and a stream of water appeared out of nowhere, flowing continuously to the ground. This is the change in the nature of chakra, which is to transform the chakra in the body into 5 different attributes of water, fire, thunder, earth, and wind. Afterwards, Ching did not make any other moves, and all the water flows converged together against the common sense of physics, forming a light blue water ball. This is the change in the form of chakra. It can control the released chakra to show a specific form. After he finished speaking, Ching waved his hand gracefully to disperse the water ball, letting it fall to the ground, ready to receive the admiring gazes of his disciples. You have to know that this method of creating and controlling water flow without the help of hand seals, simply by mobilizing chakra, although it has little power and cannot be used in actual combat, it is still a very advanced skill. However, what Ching waited for was Jian Chuanju's question full of doubt. Teacher Ching, I want to know, are some chakra changes really necessary? For example, my flying water shuriken, the change of form can enhance the cutting effect, but it is also a stream of water hitting the enemy. What is the use of multiple dragon heads? This is also a question that Jian Chuanju had when he watched anime in his previous life. However, in anime, it can be explained as special effects added simply to make the skills gorgeous, but in reality, ninjas will definitely not waste operations like this. Of course, Jian Chuanju also knew that the ultimate form change of the Raise Nan could bring extremely powerful spiral explosion damage. However, the morphological changes of water dragons and unicorns, other than being fancy, are no different from direct water flow or electric shock. Zabuza, who was standing by, turned green in the face when he heard Jian Chuan Tachibana's question. I'm for. Cough cough. Ching hurriedly interrupted Zabuza's rampage and explained. Transformation change is not just about changing the appearance. Simple transformation can control the range and target of ninjutsu. For example, the water dragon bullet technique you mentioned is a more advanced transformation. It can usually make ninjutsu acquire some characteristics of corresponding animals and become more flexible. Jian Chuanju nodded, thoughtfully. I see. It's just mimicry plus divine descent. So, what animal characteristics are the dog heads carved into the earth flow walls meant to acquire? Ching saw that Jian Chuanju didn't continue to dwell on this issue, so he continued talking. What I just showed you are relatively simple methods. When actually releasing a ninjutsu, you often need to combine it with a specific chakra flow and corresponding hand seals to achieve a series of effects such as increasing the power of the ninjutsu, releasing it faster, and saving chakra. Normal ninjas are born with 1 to 2 chakra properties. However, this does not affect the ability to learn and master ninjutsu of other attributes. Generally, ninjas who reach the level of Jonin will master at least 2 ninjutsu of different attributes. Ching looked at the 2 disciples who had resumed listening attentively, took out 2 square pieces of paper from his pocket and asked them. Have you ever tested your chakra properties before? Jian Chuanju looked at each other. I only have water attribute. Me too. Ching was not surprised by this. Perhaps due to environmental reasons, the first attribute of most ninjas in the water country is water. When Jian Chuanju opened the water attribute up pool himself, he knew that if he mastered the property changes of a certain attribute and learned a corresponding ninjutsu, he could unlock a new prize pool through system achievements. So I gritted my teeth and spent money to buy a piece of chakra testing paper. The result showed that I only had water attribute, so I had to give up learning ninjutsu of other attributes for the time being. As for Zabuza, Jian Chuanju guessed that it was Karatagi Yagura who helped him test it. Seeing that neither of them used what he had prepared, Qing put the 2 test papers back into his arms with some disappointment. This thing is quite expensive. After putting away the test paper, Qing thought for a moment and said, "Then I suggest that you two continue to learn water-based ninjutsu to enrich your ability to deal with situations. As for ninjutsu of other attributes, it won't be too late to learn them after you become a jonin." Then Mei Terumi. Zabuza, who had been silent, seemed to speak unconvinced, but was interrupted by Qing. Ming was born with 3 attributes, but he is currently only focusing on learning water and earth ninjutsu. Hey hey! Mei Terumi smiled at Zabuza with some pride, and Zabuza turned his head away awkwardly and didn't look at her. "Okay, here are some water ninjutsu that I mastered. You can choose what you want to learn first. As for the rewards given to you by the village, I can also give you some suggestions if necessary." As he spoke, Qing took out a scroll and unfolded it to the 2 of them. It was obvious that he had prepared it in advance. Jian Chuanju couldn't help but feel a little moved. After all, from the perspective of the captain alone, there was no need for Qing to go to this extent. Up to now, he had only received some teachings on ninjutsu from his deceased parents and his elder, Keiko Saiguchi. Afterwards, Jian Chuan and Tachibana began to look at the scroll very seriously, and Qing and Terumi Mei would give suggestions from time to time. In the end, Jian Chuanju chose the 2 ninjutsu Water Chaos and Water Prison Jutsu, while Zabuza chose Water Wave Palm and Water Clone. The 2 of them tacitly agreed not to choose too many ninjutsu or overly advanced A-level and B-level ninjutsu. After all, their fighting styles are basically formed now, and they have each mastered B-level ninjutsu such as Flying Water Shuriken and Water Dragon Bullet technique, so there is no need to be too ambitious and bite off more than they can chew. Qing was also very pleased with the 2's behavior and began to carefully explain these ninjutsu to them. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Bad News. Chapter 59 Bad News, 5th update. Please subscribe. Over the next 10 days, Tachibana Jian Chuan and Zabuza concentrated on learning new ninjutsu. The 2 of them even cut back on their planned swordplay practice. That's right, both of them have arranged a certain amount of swordsmanship practice recently. Jian Chuan Tachibana is doing basic training, while Zabuza is doing swordsmanship combined with wire techniques. However, the training progress of both of them was a bit slow, and they could only rely on pulling each other down to cheer themselves up. Qing was running between the perception class and the training ground, familiarizing himself with his new job while guiding his disciples in their practice. The 3 of them were all very busy, so Mei Terumi was the only one who went to the Mizukage building every day to check for suitable tasks. Mei Terumi had no complaints about having to watch the task board, but she still had to catch the 2 of them for a sparring match every afternoon when she came to the training ground. The strength of the 3 of them is now about the same, and they usually win and lose against each other. This kind of sparring has a very obvious effect on improving their strength. Oh, by the way. Since Lanzai's last evolution, his attributes in all aspects have been improved, and his overall strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Now he has the strength of an ordinary chunin, especially his speed is amazing, and his actual combat level is not inferior to the 3 little ones. So now, both Mei Terumi and Zabuza refuse to regard Tachibana and Lan as a whole. During normal combat training, they are basically divided into 4 groups and fight on their own, or in pairs. Shenjomao. Water style * water wave. The water wave ninjutsu is slightly different from the water style * water shock wave that Mei Terumi often uses. The impact force was even weaker and couldn't even create waves. The water that came out of Jian Chuanju's mouth turned into a parabola, forming a small lake on the ground. However, this ninjutsu only has 3 seals, is released faster, and consumes less chakra, which perfectly meets Jian Chuanju's current needs for creating water environment ninjutsu. Seeing that the water waves had completely covered the ground, Mei Terumi reluctantly crawled out from the ground. That's right, combat training is currently underway. Since all 3 members of the AO squad are considered water-style ninjutsu, Mei Terumi has been using earth-style ninjutsu from the beginning of training to now, to avoid releasing water shock waves to create a combat environment for the opponent. Unfortunately, Mei Terumi didn't master many earth-style ninjutsu. When she tried to use the heart beheading technique to launch a sneak attack on Tachibana Kanagawa, she was discovered and nearly crushed underground by the water wave. Just as Mei Terumi emerged from the water, a teasing voice reached her ears. Water-style * water prison technique. The surrounding water spiraled up and wrapped around Mei Terumi. As the water rotated, it quickly closed into a sphere more than 1 meter high, actually locking her directly in the water prison. But before Jian Chuanju could say a few polite words, a short blue figure flashed behind Jian Chuanju, holding a crystal clear water ball in one hand and gently patting his thighs twice with the other hand. Jian Chuanju looked down helplessly and saw that it was Lanze who was in the same group with Mei Terumi in this battle. Okay, you win. Jian Chuanju easily pulled out his arm and released the control of the water prison technique. Yet, after coming out of the water dungeon, Mei Terumi immediately went up to Lanze and high-fived him happily. As for where Zabuza is? As early as the battle started, when Zabuza was about to release the mist-hidden technique, he was ambushed and killed by Mei Terumi and Lanze, and withdrew from the sparring. Hey, Zabuza, where did you learn how to stand still and raise one hand high to pose when performing the mist-hidden technique? I don't remember you doing this move before. Seeing that the winner had been decided, Zabuza, who had just walked over, blushed immediately when he heard this. Fortunately, he was wrapped in bandages so no one could see it. However, Zabuza's eyes were still wandering around, and he didn't dare to look at Jian Chuan Tachibana. He couldn't say that he had recently seen Mei Terumi's mist-hidden technique also involve breathing mist out of her mouth. The first time I watched it from an outsider's perspective, I found that the spell looked too silly, so maybe he came up with this cool pose himself? From now on, when you cast a ninjutsu, never raise your hands again. Zabuza silently set a rule for himself in his heart. Okay, you guys lose today, so you two should treat each other to dinner. Mei Terumi picked up Lanze and looked at Jian Chuanju with a smile. Lanze immediately agreed. Quack! I'll treat you. Qing arrived at the training ground at some point and instantly landed in front of several people. Teacher Qing, you came really early today. Qing looked up at the sky somewhat embarrassedly, and decided to ignore Mei Terumi's teasing and continue with his own topic. Let's go eat now. It's been a while since I treated you all, teacher. No one had any objections, and since it was about time, they just packed up their things and prepared to leave. In fact, the last time Qing treated everyone to a meal was just a few days ago. However, perhaps because it was his first time as a team leader, Qing always felt that he needed to give more. Afterwards, they went to a barbecue restaurant that they frequented frequently. While chatting about the training in recent days, we waited for the restaurant to serve the food. Maybe it's because the training is very exhausting and it's the time when they are growing, so the three little ones eat a little too much. After Qing finished eating, he did not urge anyone else. He just watched his three disciples eat quietly. Not until Zabuza finally put down his chopsticks did Qing speak at the right time. Have you finished eating? After seeing the three people and the frog nodded in confirmation, Qing's expression became more serious, and he spoke after a brief pause. I have some bad news to tell you. In 3 days, our team will be ordered to go to the front line. The three of them were stunned for a moment. Jian Chuanju had noticed just now that Qing seemed to be in a bad mood during dinner today, and he wanted to say something, but he didn't expect that his team would go to the battlefield so soon. The other two were also very surprised. The main reason is that the daily training and rest have been too regular recently, making everyone forget that the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha are now at war. And recently, some ninjas in the village often complain. The frontline troops have been sent out for half a month, but they are just hiding in the old site of the Whirlpool country and have not really invaded the Fire country. This is a bit embarrassing for the Blood Mist Village. Topics like this made everyone think that this was only the early stages of the war and the village would not send additional troops to the front line in the short term. Teacher Ching, is there something wrong on the front line? Ching nodded with a somewhat unpleasant expression and replied. Yes, the reconnaissance team sent out by the village to the front line happened to run into the ninja team that came to support the border defense. Kurakurega, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Nakayoshi, the leader of the Perception Squad, were attacked in the Land of Fire. The teams they led were almost completely wiped out, and they luckily managed to escape back to the front-line camp. What? The 3 of them exclaimed in surprise at the same time. These 2 men were definitely not weaklings, but the team they led was completely wiped out. And Ching actually used the word lucky to escape. Ching looked at the 3 of them and said in a very serious tone. The commander Konoha sent to the front line is Orochimaru. This is all the ripples I have, I can only see how much more I can add tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Frontline Situation. Chapter 60 Frontline Situation. What? It's actually Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. Mei Terumi cried out in surprise. Fortunately, there were few customers in the barbecue restaurant at this time, and no one noticed this direction. Yes, the troops that the village sent to the front line to set up an outpost camp were intended to put pressure on Konoha and let the other major ninja villages see Konoha's weakness and share the spoils. So the village did not immediately launch a large-scale attack on the Land of Fire. However, what we didn't expect was that the Land of Earth, which had declared war on the Land of Fire before us, withdrew the large force that had already penetrated into the Land of Grass back to the Land of Earth after seeing the forces sent by the Hidden Mist Village. As a result, Konoha Village, which was supposed to be attacked on 3 sides, immediately dispatched enough troops to the eastern border to fight against our Kirigakure troops. Even Orochimaru, who was supposed to be the commander of the Northwest Front against the Iwagakure village according to the original intelligence, was transferred to the eastern border. And it was precisely because of the untimely intelligence on the front line that the perception team ran into the enemy's support troops head-on. After Ching's explanation, the 3 little ones finally understood the current war situation and the purpose of the village. Jian Chuanju followed Ching's line of thought and thought about it carefully. It is estimated that the top leaders of the Hidden Mist Village did not originally intend to fight so early. They just wanted to send a large army from several major ninja villages to attack Konoha together, making it difficult for Konoha to cope with it, and then look for an opportunity to steal the spoils. Perhaps he also wanted to trick those reckless men in Union into getting killed sooner. Anyway, the Hidden Mist Village is isolated overseas, and the frontline troops can defend the Whirlpool Island. Unlike other ninja villages that march on the mainland, as long as the troops enter the small country that serves as a buffer, they will have to fight even if they don't want to. Who would have thought that not only did the Cloud Village side not take action for some unknown reason, but the Iwagakure side also played a trick and directly withdrew its troops from the grass country. Now it is the wind and water countries that are taking the lead. So Mr. Ching was sent to the front line because the leader of the perception class, Nakayoshi, was injured. Mei Terumi asked with a worried look. That's just one reason. Too many perception ninjas have been sacrificed on the front lines. If we don't send reinforcements, it may affect subsequent operations. On the other hand, the village will send a large number of ninjas to the front line. The front line suffered a lot of losses this time, and Konoha may launch an attack on the camp at any time. A&D. Ching hesitated, but after thinking about it, he continued. And if we lose troops at the beginning of the battle and the village does not fight back, it may damage the dignity of the Mizukage-sama. What Ching said was indeed correct. Some time ago, the Kirigakure village troops were not making any progress, which caused quite a lot of complaints in the village. Now, if they don't fight back after being beaten, some people might think that the Kirigakure village's top leaders are too weak. But Mr. Ching, Konoha may just want to hurt us as quickly as possible and force the Hidden Mist village to withdraw from the war first. If the village is too aggressive, it may. Jian Chuanju didn't continue speaking because no matter what they discussed, they couldn't change the decision of the village's top leaders. The Hidden Mist village needs to regain its ground, and the Konoha village needs to eliminate the wind and water families directly while it still has the advantage in military strength. Both families are now ready to fight. Teacher Ching, if you take another group of sensory ninjas to the front line, what will happen to the village's defense? Jian Chuanju suddenly remembered that he had heard Ching say before that the village's perception ninjas were already somewhat stretched. We are still filling the holes on the front line, and we don't want our hometown anymore. It's okay. We have Lord Mizukage in charge of the village, and the ninjas in those ninja families who have mastered perception ninjutsu will also participate in the defense of the village. There is no need to worry about the safety inside the village. Although the Hidden Mist village does not have a special perception family, most ninja families will still appropriately train some perception ninjas, but normally the village will not let them directly participate in these tasks. Zabuza, who had been silent, looked at Jian Chuanju with a strange look, as he had asked a lot of questions today. His eyes revealed an expression that said, "You, a genin, have a lot to worry about." Seeing this, Jian Chuanju scratched his head in embarrassment and stopped asking questions. The main reason is that the shock of encountering Orochimaru on the battlefield was too great, which made Jian Chuan Tachibana eager to know more information. But thinking back, if he really went to the battlefield, there would be danger everywhere. It didn't make much difference to him whether he met an ordinary jonin or Orochimaru. Seeing that the three disciples understood the current situation, Ching spoke up to give them a few reminders. The team will stop training these few days. Go back and make more preparations. Don't lose your life on the battlefield because you are not prepared enough. I will also go to the perception class to arrange support personnel in the next few days. We will gather at the village gate in 3 days and set off. Teacher Ching, are we setting off together with the large support force? Mei Terumi asked with some confusion. Yes, but there are only perception troops. The rest of the large force will be led by the Jounin Kyujitaki and will set off in 5 days. The 3 little ones were a little surprised, not because of the departure time, but because they didn't expect that it would be Gojira Yagura who would lead the team this time. After all, having experienced 2 special missions before, the 3 of them had some understanding of the struggles within the village. With Karitachi Yagura's strength and status, he would undoubtedly take over the command of the front line directly if he went to the front line. But don't forget that there are still a lot of family ninjas on the front line as mid to high-end combat forces, and the village is not afraid of internal conflicts. As if he could see the confusion of the 3 disciples, Ching replied somewhat discouragedly. We can't help it. The only ones in the village who can truly match Orochimaru's strength right now are Mizukage-sama and Karatagi Jonin. Since Mizukage-sama is unable to go to the front, we can only send Karatagi Jonin to guard the front. What Ching said was indeed correct. Currently, in the Hidden Mist village, there were only 2 people who could reach the level of Kage, the third Mizukage and Karotachi Yagura. And if the Mizukage really goes out in person. Don't forget that the Land of Lightning, which is across the sea from the Land of Water, has not yet joined the war. By then, the plot may be that the Raikage descends on the Land of Water. And Ching also knew that the 2-tailed beasts in the Hidden Mist village, the 3-tailed beast, were still in the sealing stage and there was no suitable Jinchuriki. As for the Vulpix, although the Hidden Mist village had obtained a lot of sealing knowledge from the previous joint efforts of other ninja villages to destroy the Land of Whirlpools, and had successfully sealed it into the body of the Jinchuriki was too young to be able to fight as a combat force. Therefore, the village really does not have any high-end combat power, but thanks to the confidentiality policy that Kirigakure has always pursued, it is not known to outsiders. Well, you don't need to worry about the fights among the upper echelons of the village. You just need to prepare yourself and make sure you can survive on the battlefield. Yes, X3, end of this chapter.